I think Warwickshire are bowling. I think that's what Ed Barnard just indicated.
Good toss, that.
I think so. I don't know for sure. It just looked like he indicated that, but I might be wrong.
Okay, guys, I might come to you rather shortly after the match. Got no other. You got news now?
We haven't yet, but we will have, I suspect, imminently.
Great.
So
On it.
yeah.
Sort of on it. Not really.
I'll just listen through there. Here we go. Looks like Warwickshire measuring out run-ups. So. Okay. Thank you, Kevin. Yes, good morning from here, where we can tell you that we are set to start on time. That was somewhat in doubt when Mark and I arrived at the ground this morning, and it was still drizzling, but that has cleared away. The ground staff have removed most of the covering, and it's set to start on time. We are waiting for, and hopefully it'll come imminently, possibly while we're talking to you, the confirmation of what's happened. It would appear that Warwickshire are marking out run-ups, so it looks as though they will be fielding first and putting whoever they do select looks a much strengthened seam bowling lineup into action for the first time this season, with the arrival of Chris Wokes, just heard back as a full-time county player, the return of Keith Barker, and the additions of Jordan Thompson and Nathan Gilchrist. So they'll be strong. Surrey, Mark, are always strong.
Well, good morning, Mike. Good morning, everybody. They haven't really changed a great deal. I think after what happened last season and Nottinghamshire beating them in that game second to last game of the season at the Kia Oval and winning the title. I think the words I keep hearing are renewed hunger and refocus. But they're the same squad. Sean Abbott's back, which is great from a Surrey point of view to have the Aussie all-rounder for the first half of the summer, and then Rahul Chahar, the leg spinner, will come in for 8 games at the end of the season. But yeah, they've got Ollie Pope, they've got Jamie Smith. Gus Atkinson's out there at the moment. He won't play in this game, but he's out there going through his run-ups. But other than that, it's the same squad again. What's going to fascinate me here when we find out what the final 11 is, does Ralphie Albert play? I would love to see Ralphie Albert start this season for Surrey with his left arm spin and his batting.
That would certainly give them something different consistently over the season if he was to feature. But I mean, with one or two of the players you've named there, it's not just Surrey deposed from their position who maybe have a point to prove, but arguably, someone like Pope does as well.
Yeah, they do, and I'd be interested to see who's here from the ECB to have a watch of Messrs Pope and Smith to pass on the information. Look, all they can do is go out there and score runs. Yeah, Ben Folkes will keep wicket for England and for Surrey. There's a few, including me, that think he should be doing it for England, and that Jamie Smith should just be batting for England. But Jamie Smith just has to go out and score a ton of runs. Ollie Pope just has to go out and score a ton of runs. I'll throw in a couple of names in there for you. Dominic Sibley just needs to go out there and score a ton of runs. There's a few like that. I've had it confirmed that Warwickshire have won the toss, and they have, unsurprisingly, under leaden skies, decided to bowl first.
So the first outing for this reshaped Warwickshire lineup, which does not include Oliver Hannon-Dolby. They're very much their stalwart of recent years, who is moving down the road to Worcester on loan, at least for the first couple of weeks. Warwickshire's have done everything they can to ensure against running out of fit seamers by the end of June, which seems to have been wherever they've ended up continually since they last won the title 5 years ago. I do think they probably need a few more runs in the top half of the order than they had last season. Ed Barnard is now the captain, having taken over in all formats from Alex Davis, was their mainstay with the bat last year, but they will need more to contribute more significantly if they're to sustain a challenge. But either of these sides could. So that is the picture from Edgbaston. Warwickshire will be in the field first, starting at 11 o'clock on a pitch that has a slight tinge of green and freshness to it. Very quickly before we leave, the teams just dropped: Warwickshire, Davis, Yates, Mosley, Hayne, Barnard, Kai Smith, Webster, Wokes, Thompson, Bamber and Gilchrist. Sorry, Burns, Sibley, Smith, Pope, Lawrence, Folkes, Albert, Abbott, Laws, Fisher and Taylor. My colleague's already beating the desk at the prospect of Ralphie Albert, but he'll have to wait in the hutch until Warwickshire have got a few out. We're starting on time at 11, Kevin. Cheers. Thanks, Lewis. All the best. At 55. Brilliant. Will do. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. It is 5 minutes to 11. Good morning from Edgbaston. This is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM, opening up a new season of county cricket coverage on the BBC Sport website. And for those of you following through Warwickshire's channels on YouTube, and today on Sports Extra 3. A new season at Edgbaston opens under grey skies, but at least we are going to start on time. It is dry, if a bit fresh, and the game here between Warwickshire and Surrey is set to start in just a few moments. My colleague Mark Church is with me throughout the day. We shall be with you through the 4 days. You can get in touch with us through all the usual channels, which we will pick up on as we go. But Mark, is the main thing is it's fun to be back. It's even more fun to be starting on time, but here we are, Good Friday, and we're all back in town.
Yeah, and hello to everybody. Hope you've all wintered well. We've all been waiting 6 months for this. You're right, getting started on time, absolutely key. I must admit, driving up here this morning, I was slightly concerned. There was a lot of rain around, but that rain has drifted away. It is gloomy, but there's a strong breeze blowing the clouds across the sky. Good toss for Warwickshire to win and bowl first. On a morning like this morning, looks to be a little bit of a green tinge to the wicket, which is no great surprise. We're on the other side of the square to the game this time last year, where it was as flat as you like and nothing really happened. But we're on the left-hand side of the square as we look from this pavilion end. I can see Rory Burns and Dom Sibley down there in their short sleeve sweaters getting ready to go out there into the middle. And the other thing is, it's good to get the cricket underway because pre-season is a long old time now, and sides go away or they stay here and they train, and we see pictures and videos of them training, but the players just want to get out there and get started. So it's going to be a fascinating season. I think it'll be a fascinating first half an hour this morning because, as I say, I think this is a good toss for a Warwickshire and a new look Warwickshire bowling attack to get first use of the ball. I think Messrs Wokes and Bamber and Jordan Thompson and Nathan Gilchrist could be a right old handful this morning.
They could, and it is. It's a very competitive side to get into now. Warwickshire's weakness, or a problem they've repeatedly had since they last won the title in 2021, is seemingly no matter how many bowlers they sign, they run out of them by the end of June, or at least they're struggling for fit seamers. You can't realistically have done any more in terms of signing bodies than to re-sign Keith Barker, bring in Jordan Thompson and Nathan Gilchrist, and have Chris Wokes declaring himself ready to play in full-time in county cricket again. But not all of those players make the cut for the first game. For Warwickshire, the attack today will be Wokes, Thompson, Nathan Gilchrist and Ethan Bamber, the top wicket taker last year, plus Kai Webster, 2 bowlers in 1, and the spin of Rob Yates and Dan Mosley. So nevertheless, there's a lot of options. Keith Barker not yet making the cut to get in that team. Ollie Hannon-Dolby's gone out on loan to find some cricket. So they are packed in the attack, but it's one thing being like that in April. What Warwickshire need to make sure is they're still like that in June and still like it in September.
Yeah, and what I would say is it's a very strong Surrey top 7.
Yes.
Really, well, 8, really. Surrey always bat all the way down. The one name missing, Jordan Clark. Now, that must be a niggle or something along those lines, otherwise he would be playing. So no Jordan Clark for Surrey, but Burns, Sibley, then Ollie Pope, Jamie Smith, Ben Folkes, Dan Lawrence. Ralphie Albert I would expect to come in above Sean Abbott now with no Jordan Clark. So Ralphie Albert, Sean Abbott, Tom Laws, Matt Fisher and James Taylor is the Surrey 11 for this opening game.
So the format for us is unchanged, in that we will talk you through it every now and then. I shall break off to do updates for the BBC local radio stations in the West Midlands, WM and CWR. But today we shall be with you on Sports Extra 3 throughout, and all season long we shall be with you, bothering you all the way until the end of September, through the BBC Sport website, through the cricket pages under the Watch and Listen tab. The first load update's coming in about 3 minutes to forewarn, so I'll perhaps take this first over, which will probably overlap into that. And for the first time in many a long year, and there are one or two long years starting to show in the on top for Chris Wokes. But here he is from the city end to open the season to bowl to Rory Burns with a ball that in the nice shape that we've all become used to over the years lands around the line of off stump and moves gently away from Burns towards one of the four slips.
Yeah, nice sighter for Rory Burns. What I do like about this, we've had 6 months waiting, Mr. Taylor, and then delayed start due to a gentleman trying to get into his seat next to the big white sheet
Yes.
that acts as the sight screen down there at the city end.
Yes, because
Thank goodness cricket is back.
It never changes. Wokes coming right arm around the wicket, and Burns is driving for 4 runs. Not absolutely where he meant, I think. He was aiming in front of square into the extra cover gap. In fact, it squirts off behind point and away for 4 runs to the front of the west stand to get Surrey moving.
Yeah, win for Burns, win for Wokes there. Because Wokes won't mind seeing Rory Burns playing that shot. Rory Burns not completely in control of it, and it is a very short third-man boundary for the left-hander.
It is. As the look of Edgbaston is changed, and we'll no doubt talk about this a lot through the season, by building on that part of the ground. Wokes bowls a ball that climbs a bit outside off stump, and Burns has his hands up above his head as if surrendering to Wokes, and allowing that to go through to Kai Smith, who's keeping wicket. The old Priory stand and Raglan stand have gone over the winter. There are 2, I'm told, big holes at the moment, and 1 very tall crane. And in its place will be a hotel and new seating by the end of next year. Wokes bowls a little closer to the off stump this time, and Burns almost second-guessed himself before allowing that to go through to Kai Smith.
Lovely bowling from Chris Wokes. Previous delivery went away, that one's come back. Good judgment from Rory Burns, but already Chris Wokes just getting the ball to move. It's the neatest building site I've ever seen.
It is. Well, it is at the moment, but they haven't. We thought they'd packed up for the Easter weekend, but as you will hear, and as we heard in the last few minutes, they haven't quite. Wokes round the wicket, and that one again, he's maybe a stump and a half outside off, and we're not immediately behind the stumps here, but just moving away a fraction to Kai Smith. Local radio updates coming in 10 seconds, so I'll just get through that and then we'll press on. 4 for none. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston on the first morning of the County Championship season, and Warwickshire with their refurbished attack, having first use of the ball, having won the toss and put Surrey into bat. They're 4 without loss at the end of the first over from Chris Wokes, relishing his first season as a full county cricketer in more than a decade. 1 boundary squirted off Rory Burns' outside edge away to the short offside boundary. Wokes, Bamber, Gilchrist and Jordan Thompson are the seam attack for this game, along with Bo Webster, with Keith Barker left out. Warwickshire won the toss and fielding Surrey 4 without loss. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
And it will be Ethan Bamber from the pavilion end to get us started. Very good first season with Warwickshire. Definitely has put on a yard of pace, Ethan Bamber. Thought that last year, so going to be fascinated to see how he goes. Thanks to my sources, already started with my sources.
Oh yeah.
Jordan Clark's ill. What that is, I don't know,
Okay.
Poor chap. But Jordan Clark ill. So thank you to my sources. My sources being Dan Norcross, who's looked at the Surrey Cricket X, as it's now called, feed, which says Jordan Clark is ill. So poor old Jordan Clark, not very well. Ethan Bamber it will be then. To the right-handed Dominic Sibley, who knows this place very well. 4 slips in there. Oh, and that's way down the leg side first up. Kai Smith with an acrobatic take. But yes, Ethan Bamber, very good first season for Warwickshire. Read an interview with him, and he was delighted with the way his championship season went, but he really wants to try and force his way, he said, into the T20 side as well.
He does. I think he's a lovely fellow, Ethan, I have to say, and made a very good impression on and off the field last year. Modest to a fault, but 43 championship wickets wasn't to be sniffed at.
Right on over the wicket he comes to the tall figure of Dominic Sibley, who's forward and then just letting that one go outside his off stump.
I mean, that will be challenging for him to get in the white ball team as well, with the strength that they've got and the style that he bowls. But he can do it. Bowled with a lot of skill last year. But very much a learning season, I think, from his point of view. To be an attack leader, a new ball bowler in the first division, was a step up for him.
Over the wicket he comes, Ethan Bamber. Up on the toes of Sibley, full delivery. Sibley forward, just pushes away up towards a wideish mid-off, and there's no run. Sibley, of course, had a magnificent summer last summer. 1,274 championship runs, 400, 650s, high score of 305, and averaging 60.66. So, as all Warwickshire supporters know, Dominic Sibley can bat, as Bamber is over the wicket to him, and Sibley lets this go. That comes back. Nice bit of bowling from Ethan Bamber. There'll be a lot of that this morning, oohing and ahhing from the slip cordon, because there'll be something there for the bowlers this morning under leaden skies here at Edgbaston. Light must be okay because the floodlights aren't on, but there is just a bank of dark cloud above us. But the good news is, with the strong wind, it means the clouds are blowing quickly across the ground. And we have got underway on time with Surrey 4 without loss as Bamber's in. Sibley's forward, shout for LBW. He's got a good stride in there. Maybe got himself just outside the line, but it's a good length from Bamber. Our first concerted appeal of the morning and the season, and turned down by umpire Middlebrook.
Looking at the replay picture here, I reckon he did get outside. I think probably would have gone on to hit off stump, but from outside the line he was okay. But that's 2 in a row now that he's brought back.
Good from Bamber. Key thing there from Sibley was he got a stride in. Stands with that bat raise once again. There's Sibley as he's off the mark in typical Sibley fashion. Off that front foot, just a roll of the wrists, and it whistles through the square leg area and over the boundary rope for 4. So Sibley off the mark with a boundary, Burns off the mark with a boundary in the first over. 2 overs gone, and Surrey, having been stuck in by Warwickshire on this opening morning, 8 without loss.
It seems to be a bit of movement in the air, certainly for Bamber, and off the pitch for Wokes in these first couple of overs. It is uneven boundaries here, as it so often is when the pitch is one side of the square or some reasonable distance away from the centre. It's such a big square here, and by that I don't mean that the ground is uneven. Of course, it looks pretty good as usual, but it is very much longer one side than the other. So when Wokes is bowling to the left-handed Burns from the city end, as he's going to now, and Burns is allowing that to pass, and again Kai Smith moving across in front of the first slip as he goes to take it, following the path of the ball. There is, I mean, from here it looks about half the distance to the offside boundary than it does to the leg side boundary. It probably isn't quite as pronounced as that, but it's quite a considerable distance.
I suppose might see a few balls go in the building side.
I think that is likely to happen.
Yeah.
Do you think they'd be braced for that? Do you think they're builders who've built at cricket grounds before? Wokes bowls to Burns, who pushed into the offside, and Sibley thinks for a little bit longer than Burns does about taking a single there before deciding wisely to abort as Dan Mosley arrives.
Well, my only fear today is, because it's bank holiday, there aren't any builders here. So if the ball does go in the building site, there could be quite a long delay trying to get the ball back. But with the right-hander batting, with the bowler coming from the city end, anything leg side, it's not a very long carry at all.
It isn't. Wokes round the wicket, and Burns is driving, not quite off the middle. Oh, and there's a mix-up already, and Burns should be run out, and he is. And the first wicket of the season at Edgbaston. He's a run out in the 3rd over. Burns pushed it just to the offside of straight. Mosley was after it, but the batters disagreed about the prospect of a run. Sibley made it pretty clear that he wasn't going anywhere, and Mosley had time to move 4 strides to his left, collect the ball, put in not a very accurate throw that Alex Davis did well to grab, and then turn round and break the wicket with Burns stranded. Burns run out 4, Surrey 8 for 1.
Yeah, there was never a run there. I think Rory Burns thought he'd struck that harder than he had, and Sibley wasn't going anywhere, and they ended up looking at each other. Mosley's throw's awful, but he got it near enough Kai Smith that Kai Smith dived to his right and then flung himself back at the stumps, but Burns wasn't even in the picture. Rory Burns, that is a horrible way to go on the first morning. And interestingly, it's Jamie Smith coming out at 3. So Jamie Smith comes out at number 3. It's normally Ollie Pope. It's Jamie Smith coming out at number 3. But yeah, I think it was one of those where Rory Burns, as he hit it, thought, I've hit that okay, but he hadn't. And Mosley dived to his left. It took a while to get to Mosley.
Yes. We're going to make immediate correction. It's Barnard under the sweater there.
Barnard
so,
with the throw and the fielding. But Kai Smith diving back. And, well, Rory Burns, as I say, wasn't even in the picture. And you always know it's not gone very well when sort of the two batters are looking at each other at the same end. And that is exactly what happened. But Sibley was quite right. There was never a run there. Had Sibley gone, Sibley would have been run out.
Yes.
So it was one of those.
Good start for the new captain. They're all under the sweaters at the moment, so... Where's Dan Mosley then? Anyway, Wokes now has a right-hander to bowl to for the first time in Jamie Smith. Some chatter around the ground at that. There are a smattering of folks in the city end where it's out in the open. Rather more of the noise is coming from inside the pavilion in the various nooks and crannies of it. And here's Wokes to bowl over the wicket for the first time today. And again, he finds the right line just outside off stump. Smith allows it to pass, but he wasn't so confident not to be looking at his off stump as it did.
Interesting that Smith's come in at 3. So Pope, whenever he was playing for Surrey, batting 3, because obviously he was batting 3 for England. He's going to come in at 4. Smith's gone up to 3. This will be a tester for him, though.
4 slips Wade. Wokes bowls to Smith, who is up on his toes to defend this back down the pitch, and throws it away to Alex Davis at mid-wicket.
Something that Chris Wokes will have noticed, and it crept back into Jamie Smith's game in that Ashes series, is just getting bowled on the inside edge with one that just nips back.
Yeah.
So Wokes will definitely be looking for that early to Jamie Smith.
And he bowls again to Smith, and that it swung a little bit late, I think. Smith set himself as if he was going to play, then whipped the bat out of the way at the last moment. So Chris Wokes dropping into a nice groove. He maybe want them to play at 1 or 2 more than they have done, but nevertheless, Warwickshire with a spring in their step early on with, fancy working all the winter and then getting run out in 10 minutes.
I was just thinking, you work on your batting all winter, don't you? Yeah. And you're working on your game and you're making sure you're not nicking balls. And probably the one thing you don't work on is misdriving a shot up the ground and absolutely stuffing yourself.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he thought he'd hit it better than he had.
Yeah, definitely. Get it out the way early, though, I think is probably the most positive way to look at that. As here is Bamber then into Sibley, who's forward. That's hitting that front pad, rolls away into the leg side, and there is no run. So if you're just joining us here on BBC WM and Sports Extra 3, BBC London as well, of course, BBC Sport website and app. Surrey put in by Warwickshire this morning. We're in the 4th over. Surrey are 8 for 1. Rory Burns run out by the captain Ed Barnard for 4. Dominic Sibley's on strike on 4. Jamie Smith yet to get off the mark as Bamber is in. Well bowled, well played. Gaines got that to come back, And I tell you what, Dom Sibley has played that really well. It's thick inside edge, but it was the full face of the bat. Had he been trying anything else, he'd have been on his way, I think, there. Trying to whip that round that front pad, he'd have been in trouble. But that was the full face of the bat from Dom Sibley, and with the movement, it just hit his inside edge. There wasn't a run. Good bowling from Bamber. Right arm over the wicket he comes again. Sibley goes for the drive to the one that goes away. Beats the edge and taken by Kai Smith, moving away to his right-hand side.
Well, now Bamber is moving the ball both ways, and that was a little bit fuller, but Sibley found he was tempted into reaching for that. It was a rather un-Sibley-like stroke, actually.
Well, also, they've got nobody in the covers.
No.
And it's a short cover boundary as well, so it's a tempter. As Sibley bends those knees as always. Bamber over the wicket, he comes to him. This one's down the leg side. That's well taken by Kai Smith. Diving away to his left, one-handed. Neat and tidy work from the keeper so far this morning.
The one of the things Ethan Bamber reproaches himself about, and he does a lot, is, and he was saying it to me last week, he said, I bowled well and took a lot of wickets with a new ball. He said, but I bowled a lot of bad balls with a new ball as well. And the figures to some degree bear that out. I'll come back to that.
It's well bowled again. It's just got that one to go away from Sibley.
So last season, he did pull it back towards the end, but he ended up going at just over 3 and over in the Championship, but it was a bit more than that at one point. He said there were too many balls where I let the batter off. So I'd be building a bit of pressure. I'm paraphrasing here, but build a bit of pressure, and then I'd give him one to hit for 4. He said, I need to keep the wicket-taking balls, bowl less of those.
Over the wicket he comes once again. Bamber, that's too wide outside the off stump. Simply doesn't even move there, just watches it go into the gloves of Kai Smith. But good over from Ethan Bamber. Maiden over, 8 for 1. How old is Bamber now? What, 26? 27?
That would be about right. Let's get it dead right.
So he's sort of in that period now of his career. He's been playing a while. As you say, he came here last year to lead an attack.
Yes, he's indeed 27 now, yeah.
Yeah. So he's always had the talent, but he's definitely put on a yard of pace.
Yes, I mean, he's quite a strong lad.
Yeah.
He's not tall, but he is quite sort of strong of frame. Carries it nicely, but softly spoken for a fast bowler. Chris Wokes bowls on the pads of Smith, and that's a good-looking stroke. Just glides it wide of mid-on for 4 runs. Ooh. And away. It's the first one that hits the builder's fence.
It'd be nice to get off the mark like that. Just roll your wrists on one, time it to perfection, and away to the boundary rope for 4.
Yes. Ooh. It almost didn't make a sound off the bat. He timed it so well.
It's a nice way to get your summer started if you're Jamie Smith.
There's Ian. 4 slips. Hayne, Webster. Well, I think that's Hayne, Yates at second, Webster at third, who covers nearly 2 slips by himself. I think that's Mosley at 4th. Wokes brings one back and hits Smith on the front pad, but I reckon that was heading leg side.
Yeah, but that's what he's looking for.
Yeah.
That's what he's looking for. Because, as I say, Jamie Smith, it just slightly crept back into his game in that Ashes series. It looks the perfect forward defensive shot as the ball hits the off stump, but it's sort of the bat just goes out and comes back, and then it leaves a little gap to go through, which he'd worked on so hard.
Wokes approaches him again, a bit close to the stumps this time, Chris Wokes. He does use the crease cleverly, but this one passes outside the line of off stump. And again has that... There's something aesthetically pleasing about Chris Wokes bowling a new ball spell like this, in that the ball sort of follows a natural curve.
Well, it's terrific to have him playing Championship cricket. It really is.
Well, the other good thing, I'd have thought... I mean, Jordan Thompson's played a bit of cricket now, and so has Nathan Gilchrist and Ethan Bamber. But if this fella walks into the dressing room, you think, well, I need to... if I can't learn from him... Wokes bowls, and Smith positions the bat in place without really pushing it down. He sort of plays it from under his elbow away into the offside.
Oh, yeah.
You think if I could download Chris Wokes' knowledge and add it to what I've learned, then that ought to make me a better bowler.
Absolutely, and I think to have him at this stage of his career, he said that's it for international cricket, so he can just concentrate on this. And to have him for Championship cricket as well, it's great for everybody.
He was always going to do this. He bowls wider of off stump this time and goes away. He's one of those, the body willing.
Yes.
He was always going to do it. And international players of recent years seem to sort of divide into two on this. There are those who finish international cricket and retire. And there's no criticism of that. International cricket is hard yards these days, especially if, like Nasser Hussain or Michael Atherton or Michael Vaughan, you've had leadership as well, which is a stressful thing to do. But there are others, Wokes being one of them, and he has Smith pushing this into the covers. The batters will change ends for the first time today, successfully completing the first single at the end of the 5th over, having messed one up in the 3rd. Smith goes to 5. It's 13 for 1. There's Marcus Trescothick came back and played for Somerset until I think he could barely get out of bed, but he was always going to. Paul Collingwood the same at Durham. Ian Bell was always going to come back to Warwickshire, and Chris Wokes, I suspect, will keep on doing it. He was giving me that old cricketer's line last about, I don't know whether I'll still think this one I've bowled 20 sets for no wicket. But he will.
It's interesting
they
because
do, don't they?
Those names that you've just mentioned, they've only ever known cricket. It's
Yeah.
what they've always done is cricket. And I think you see that. Look at Jimmy.
Yeah, well, there's
Jimmy,
no greater example.
Jimmy,
Yeah, absolutely.
Jimmy just wants to keep playing and playing and playing and playing. Apart from the 100, from what I saw his comments, he didn't really enjoy that very much from what I saw.
Yes.
So Jamie Smith on strike for the first time now to Ethan Bamber. 4 slips in there. And the sound of a digger in the building site as Bamber's over the wicket to Smith, and Smith is forward and allows this one to go outside his off stump. But I think sort of with your Nassers and your Atherton was always going to move into the media, and it maybe even before he'd retired, as he'd already said to him. But I think your likes of Jimmy, and you mentioned Ian Bell there, and Mr. Trescothick and Chris Wokes, they just love playing cricket. They just love playing cricket. As in over the wicket once again goes Bamber. Smith drives him exquisitely away through extra cover for 4. So already Jamie Smith has played a couple of shots that most people would be happy with in their season.
Yeah.
He's played them in the first 21 minutes of this season.
That was the most aggressive stroke we've seen so far. He really climbed into that. But by the same time, Ethan Bamber, he's offering him that stroke. That was a little bit wider, I think, than he wants to be bowling. But he's left the gap there for that reason.
Bamber over the wicket he comes again, just shortens his length a touch, and Smith pushes this one into the leg side, and there's no run. So Smith on 9, Sibley on 4, 17 for 1 Surrey. Rory Burns run out in the 3rd over of the day.
It's a fair trade for Ethan Bamber if Jamie Smith hits him through there 4 or 5 or 6 times.
You don't mind.
And you get him nicking off for 24. That's a fair trade. The problem is with someone like Jamie Smith is that he might still be doing it at 5 o'clock.
As over the wicket comes Bamber to Smith, outside edge, gone. Exactly what you were talking about, Mike Taylor. It's a good catch from Kai Smith. Diving away to his right hand side, just got Smith reaching outside that off stump. It wasn't a drive, he just reached for the ball. Good catch from Kai Smith, diving in front of first slip. And Jamie Smith goes for 9, and Surrey have a bit of trouble early on. 17 for 2, Smith gone for 9, and Rory Burns earlier run out for 4.
Just moved a whisker, but started wide. Jamie Smith will be walking back thinking, I didn't need to chase that. I already hit 1 for 4 in this over. And that might have been a similar line. It just moved probably enough off the pitch to make the difference between hitting the middle and hitting the edge. Which I suppose is all you want it to move. And it'd be a nice feeling for Kai Smith to have that one smack into the gloves,
Yeah,
because he was in front of Sam Hain at the moment.
Well, it would have gone straight into Sam Hain's mid-drift, I think.
Yeah, it
so
did.
he made the decision to go and took it very, very neatly and tidily.
It would have hit him square in the breadbasket. So, yeah. Well, 17 for 2.
Yep.
Having put as good a side as Surrey in. That's the start Warwickshire would have hoped for, even if it's come by, in one case, slightly unorthodox means.
Well, Barnard will be standing there thinking this is the easiest job in the world, isn't it? I've run out my opposition captain. We've now got rid of Jamie Smith. And here's Ollie Pope coming out at number 4. So Ollie Pope knows he has to make a lot of runs at the start of this summer. 4 slips in there for Ollie Pope. Good from Bamber though. But it was wide when it started, and it went a bit wider, and he wasn't looking to drive it. It was more the length. He just sort of just pushed the hands at it, and it was a good catch from Smith behind the stumps. As Bamber right arm over the wicket he comes to Ollie Pope, and his first ball, the right-handed Pope. Let's go outside his off stump. He is in shirt sleeves. Ollie Pope, no short sleeve sweater for Ollie Pope this morning. And you can probably hear that noise you can hear is the digger away in the building site. I think that's the reversing noise, isn't it? That
yes.
You always hear from large vehicles.
Yeah, judging by the sound this morning, you wonder if they seem to be doing everything backwards.
But well, yeah. Yes. They're actually taking the hotel down. As over the wicket comes Bamber to Pope, changing the field as well. They brought an extra man across to the offside down at backward point as Pope's pushing at that one down to that backward point region. It's the end of the over. A very, very good one from Ethan Bamber, and Surrey 17 for 2. Pope yet to get off the mark, has faced a couple of deliveries, and Dom Sibley is on 4.
Well, it's the ideal start they'd have wanted. We're just looking at a replay. It was pretty wide, that.
Yeah,
the Bamber delivery.
I thought it wasn't. It didn't look a committed drive, but he was definitely looking just to push that through the covers. Was Jamie Smith.
So I'm just comparing the replays of that with the boundary he hit earlier in the over, which was about the same line.
It was, but he's really gone after the drive that went to the boundary.
Yeah.
The next delivery, it was more like he was just trying to push it away into the covers.
Yeah. Well, they've got. You have to work pretty hard to get a door open in this Surrey batting lineup, but they've made a good start on it. Wokes with 3 slips and a gully. A slight adjustment for him. He nibbles that one away from Dom Sibley's outside edge, and Sibley was sort of half hiding the bat behind the front pad, but that's the first one that Chris Wokes has really made do something naughty.
Good luck with that. I think if you're Dom Sibley, you just say, right, I haven't nicked it.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
Yeah. It's lovely bowling from Chris Wokes. It's the perfect length as well.
Well, Sibley was trying not to play at it, but couldn't help himself. Gully goes a little bit wider, having seen that, and Sibley is not playing at this one, which was not all that much wider.
I saw a great photo of those two the last time that Warwickshire won the championship. Grinning away, having won the championship. Now, Wokes is doing his level best to get rid of Sibley. Sibley's doing his level best to not let Chris Wokes take his wicket.
Every ball this over, Dan Mosley's taken a step to his right at Gully. This one is on the pads, and Sibley escapes for the moment by taking a single. Good chase by Alex Davis in the outfield. The now former captain of Warwickshire, who throws the ball in, and Sibley has taken 1, 18 for 2.
As I say, from a Barnard point of view, it's gone pretty well so far. Win the toss, stick the opposition in, run out your opposition captain. See the back of Jamie Smith. It's a long way to go though, isn't it? We're only half an hour into the season, but Warwickshire have been excellent so far in these conditions.
Wokes hurrying in to bowl this time to Pope, who adjusts his feet while keeping the bat still, and allows quite a wide delivery to go through to Kai Smith, who made quite a lot of ground to take that. There's a bit of breeze picked up in the last few minutes. It's starting to knock the top off the pile of sawdust behind Kai Smith and spread it around.
They may not need him, but I tell you who else would be useful in these conditions is Bo Webster.
Yes.
In these sorts of conditions.
Might seem in a bit. Pope sort of taps this delivery on middle and leg on the head as it's going past, like he's trying to crack an egg open, and turns it behind square for one run on the leg side. It was just a little gentle, pop on the top.
Well, Kai Smith, he took that catch so neatly and tidily. With that throw, it went straight through his gloves and hit him on the top of the head. Yes, he's just showing everybody that he's all right. But yeah, of course, Bo Webster, we saw him bowl a bit of his medium pace in the game here last year, but then he bowled a lot of off spin.
Which he'd do he does everything from a great height. But, yeah, you'd get a bit of bounce, wouldn't you, bowling off spin? Wokes bowls to Sibley, who is very carefully forward, bat and pad nailed together, to push that back to Chris Wokes. It's the end of the 7th over, and Surrey are 19 for 2, having lost Burns 4 and Smith 9. Sibley is 5 and Pope is 1.
Very pleased to see the gentleman who always sits in the same seat in the Hollies stand is here for the opening day of the season. Away there to our right.
You've only got my word for it that he hasn't been there since.
Well, maybe he didn't go home for the winter, but he's there. The Hollies stand is sparsely populated today, but a good number down there at the city end of the ground. Here is Bamber from the pavilion end, coming right arm over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope is forward, turning this one into the leg side, and there is no run.
Today, to be in the Holly stand, and I appreciate that the opposite side, you can't go square of the wicket, although there are other places available, but to be in the Holly stand today, you've either really got to have been to the opticians quite recently or be a sparrowhawk. Because you're a long way away. And look, it's some people's favourite place, and lots of us have favourite places on grounds, but you're a long way from the cricket there.
In over the wicket comes Bamber, forward comes Pope, making sure he's getting as far forward as he can there, Ollie Pope. I did get a surprise when I drove into the ground this morning, because it's the first time I've seen the big crane and all pulled down there. It's going to look great with a new hotel.
Well, the idea is it'll be all done in time for the Ashes, the next Ashes.
Excellent. Bamber. Over the wicket he goes, and Pope's letting this one go. Wide outside his off stump.
So yeah, they'll be cracking on with that through the course of this year. And I find with building projects, and there've been loads of them in Birmingham, look how many cranes there are we can see across the skyline of Birmingham from here. But when you're sort of looking at building sites and passing them every day, it seems like nothing happens and then there's a building there. You drive past one day and then the building's appeared. So I suspect it's going to be like that.
Bamber's in. And Pope just opens the face, guides this down into the 4th slip region. And there is no run. Well, all the grounds are changing. I remember when this stand was built. That was for when Australia and India, wasn't it? They had a test match here. I remember it was that year that they had a test match here. In over the wicket comes Bamber. That's left alone by Pope.
India played. There was an England-India test match here while it was being built. Because we were all on the far end at that point. It was a test match in which Alistair Cook got his 290 odd. So that was 2011, I think, something like that.
Yeah, that would be about
that.
Yeah, 2011, and I think it was Australia, India here. I remember Steve Smith was bowling leg spin. As Bamber over the wicket he comes, and Pope, that one comes back, just straightens him a touch and opens him up. He played it very solidly, Ollie Pope. Good over again from Bamber. Probing over from Ethan Bamber. Elsewhere, Well, no play as yet between Glamorgan and Yorkshire, Mr. Taylor.
It's this morning.
Hampshire and Essex no play yet, but Hampshire, they did have the toss. Hampshire have won the toss and decided to bowl. Sussex are 63 for 1 against Leicestershire, so they're off to a good quick
fast start. Gosh.
Yep. Somerset 11 for 1 against the champions Nottinghamshire. In Division 2, Derbyshire 35 without loss against Worcestershire. Durham are 28 for 1 against Kent. Middlesex are 9 without loss against Gloucestershire.
Chris Woke's going to start over number 9. Oh, with that's again, he started an over with a ball to Dominic Sibley that has landed on about the line of off stump and moved a fraction away. And Sibley has done his very best not to play at it, but he's got very close.
It's just lovely bowling again from Chris Wokes. And the other game in Division 2, Lancashire 24 without loss at Wantage Road against Northamptonshire. And it's, well, Tom Haynes is 28 not out for Sussex.
Wokes light of dread after seeing that. Oh, and Sibley can't get out of the way of this one, trying to lift his hands up and allow it to pass under his arm. It hits the toe end of the bat, I think, goes straight into the ground, bounces through to Kai Smith.
Yeah, that was the toe end of the bat. That could easily have gone back onto his stumps.
Didn't know where that was going. Hello to Freddie, who tweets. He says, signs himself Freddie in mumbles. It's not I do the mumbles here, but thank you, Freddie. Says, hope you both wintered well. Glamorgan fan listening in without game delayed. Shock. Yes, right so. Wokes bowls one that comes right back and curves over the top of the off stump. Kai Smith takes it down the leg side. And now he's really got Dom Sibley thinking.
He has. This is lovely bowling from Chris Wokes.
Freddie says, the sound of a lorry in the building site. Tradesmen working on a bank holiday. Are they on treble time? Astounding occurrence. Well,
if they are, I think that might be it for the day now, apart from the delivery driver.
Yes.
There's nobody else in the building site whatsoever.
Here comes Wokes. Passes the umpire, and there's a run here for Sibley, nudging it round his front pad down to fine leg for 1, 20 for 2. If there's any postman listening, my dad worked for the post for years, and everybody wanted to do do Good Friday, because I think it was double time and a half. It was Good Friday. Especially no other day was, but Good Friday was. So I used to go to motorbike racing with my dad on a Good Friday always, but he would go and do 4 hours first.
Well, that's
Because you get paid for 10.
2.5 days.
So, but I have a feeling that might not still be the case, but I don't know. Anyway, Chris Wokes bowls and Ollie Pope is forward defending on the offside. So I don't know, if you're on the post, then you can let me know that if you want. That was a long time ago, so it may not be the case anymore. Did you say, what'd you go and do? I think it was kind of an optional shift. He said, well, son, let me tell you something about the facts of life
yes.
here.
you learn from me, my boy.
And that, of course, is why me and Mark are here. Chris is bowling. Chris Wokes is bowling to Pope, who's letting this go late, and it's gone through to the wicket-keeper. It's 20 for 2. If we stay until 6 o'clock, we can be paid till Sunday afternoon. I think that may be a mistake. Anyway, 20 for 2, Sibley 6 and Pope 1.
Yep. Here on BBC WM, BBC London, Sports Extra 3, the BBC Sport website and app. Burns run out for 4. Jamie Smith caught behind for 9. Tough morning this for Surrey. Good toss to win. Nobody this morning has won a toss and batted, which is no great surprise on April the 3rd. Although this time last year, I think the weather was pretty good.
Yeah, it was.
I seem to remember the sun was out, but I'm not sure we're going to see the sun today. So, 4 slips in there for Bamber to bowl to Dominic Sibley on 6. Bamber's right arm over the wicket. Sibley's forward, hits his back pad. Bounces once to Sam Hain in his white floppy sun hat at first slip.
That's the definition of an optimist.
Well, I'm sure Rory Burns will be out there in his white floppy sun hat. I tell you what, yes. If you're in the crowd today, though, you've wrapped up warm, haven't you?
Yes.
Because particularly warm today.
Looks like he started the season with a new one, fresh out the shop, somehow.
Over the wicket again goes Bamber. This one's left alone by Sibley. Outside his off stump. Can of course see the sights of Birmingham City Centre there in the distance, Mike Taylor.
Well, all of them.
Well, I can see. Well,
there's plenty of sights, to be fair.
Yes, but the buildings really. That's sort of the big green one I always like to look at, and then there's the big BT one away there in the distance.
There are more big ones than there used to be. The new Paradise Circus development coming on a bit.
Well, they go up quickly, as you were saying, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Dominic Sibley. I notice as well, there's a very, as you come through the concourse, there's a very nice addition here now of sort of all the winning seasons for Warwickshire. So, a nice little walk of celebration. Because it used to be you could sort of measure yourself against Oliver Hannon-Dalby. I don't know if that's coming back again.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket once again comes Bamber, and this is clipped off his hip by Dominic Sibley. Down towards Alex Davis.
See, if they've taken that particular cardboard cutout down to New Road,
well, I was
where
just
he's on to, you might hit yourself on the ceiling.
Exactly.
But
I was just thinking, does Oliver Hannon-Dalby take it with him down to New Road, having gone out on loan?
I think he probably has people to do that.
He probably does.
Now that he's in charge of the PCA.
Absolutely. Or does he just insist that Worcestershire make another one for his time there? As over the wicket once again is Bamber. That hops a touch on Ollie Pope. He's right in behind that. Playing it down in front of himself. Bamber comes on his follow through and picks up.
If you haven't picked up that news, by the way, in the last 24 hours, Ollie Hannon-Dalby, who's been so important to Warwickshire in recent seasons and enormously respected, but did find it very hard to get wickets last summer. But he, on a lot of occasions, bowled really well without getting anybody out. But with such a Warwickshire seam bowling stocks at the moment, that he's gone initially for 2 weeks to Worcestershire on loan.
Over the wicket again goes Bamber. Oh, he's almost turned Ollie Pope. There as Bamber. Pope just for a second was thinking of whipping that leg side, but he just about kept the bat straight. And Bamber does the fielding off his own bowling. End of the over, 21 for 2 then. Oh, sorry. On this opening morning, and a little bit of team news from a Surrey point of view is Jordan Clark's not well, poor chap. So no Jordan Clark in the side, but Ralphie Albert does play. I think that's a good positive move from Surrey, having Ralphie Albert in the side with his left arm spin and his batting.
We'll see I'm not sure how much spin we'll see from Warwickshire in these games. It depends how frequently they're taking wickets, I suppose, but they do have various options. As Chris Woke starts the 6th over his spell, no wicket for 12 so far, and Sibley is defending very gently back up the pitch. They haven't picked either of the front line spinners, Tazim Ali or but they have gone with, they've got the options of Dan Mosley and Rob Yates, and of course Bo Webster
as well, yeah.
who you were just talking about. So Jake Lintott, of course, he's here, was the name I was fishing for then for a moment. In comes Wokes to... he finds the pad again, I think, of Sibley. Did that snake pass the outside edge and hit the back pad and go through low?
Yeah, it hit him high up on his thigh, but again, it's that one that just holds its line.
They aborted the appeal earlier. I wonder whether it might be just to flick the edge on the way through, but that's twice now in the last few minutes that Sibley's been hit on the pad. It's been a very awkward first 40 minutes.
Yeah, he's made for this, Dom Sibley. This is sort of Dom Sibley territory when it's like this.
I'll be value in battling through. This time, this comes off a thick outside edge, but runs along the ground into the covers. And Barnard fires in the return to Kai Smith. Kai Smith keeping wicket for Warwickshire. And just to recap that team news, if you weren't with us when we started, And why not? How can you be late the first day of the season? And so on a bank holiday as well. Come on, folks. Davis, Yates, Mosley, Hayne, Barnard, Smith keeping wicket, Webster, Wokes, Thompson, Bamber and Gilchrist. And Surrey, Burns, Sibley, Jamie Smith, Pope, Lawrence, Folkes, Albert, Abbott, Laws, Fisher and Taylor. There's a leg slip in now as Wokes bowls outside the off stump and Sibley allows it to pass.
Yeah, that's an interesting move, getting the leg slip in as well. He is getting it to drag back. Now that will be as much just one that's just showing, and we know how good Sibley is off his legs. We know how good he is off that thigh area as well. But he's now just got a leg slip there.
It's not quite such a safe shot anymore, is it? There's still a long leg out. It's a relatively short boundary. Wokes nibbles that past away. Well, it's not quite past the outside edge in the beating the bat sense, because I don't think Sibley really played at that.
It's good from Wokes, though, isn't it?
That's where he wants to be.
He ended up with a big grin on his face there to Dom Sibley. He didn't even look at him. He was already head down, marching down to do a bit of gardening.
This is his happy place, Chris Wokes. Talking to him last week, I was asking a question nicely, which was like, "Why are you still doing this?" Because it's hard yards. He said, but he said it's about the battle. Yeah. It's about the battle. Wokes bowls wider of off stump. Sibley lets it go. 21 for 2 at the end of the over. He said red ball cricket. He said, "I love white ball cricket. He's won 2 World Cups with him." Yes. But that's great. But the real test of skill, and again, I'm paraphrasing. So you can find it's the interview that's on the BBC Sport website. But what gets him out of bed in the morning is, I'm going to have a battle with this red ball against you, the batter. That's the battle, and that's why I'm here.
And he did also say there will be mornings where I am thinking to
myself,
what on earth have I gone back to this? But no, he obviously loves it. And it is what we were talking about earlier. There are players that just love playing. There are some players who are quite happy to knock it on the head as soon as they can. As Bamber from the pavilion end is into Ollie Pope. That one does come back at Pope, and he's rolling his wrists on it, playing it into the leg side. They're going to pick up a couple here. And Ollie Pope will move on to 3. And Surrey move on to 23 for 2.
If you do want to get in touch with us, by the way, you're most welcome to do that. You can email to me on WM. That's WM for was in West Midlands .sport at bbc.co.uk. WM.sport at bbc.co.uk. Surely, I don't know whether Mark's got a direct line, but he'll tell you if he has.
As this one's left alone, wide outside the off stump by Ollie Pope. Well, it's the second year of my send me a letter. Because
very
last
good,
year
yes.
I was trying to bring back the written letter, you see. So same again this year. Anybody who wants to, I will reply as well, and that will be it. The best place to send them to is the Keir Oval, and then I'll pick them up when I get there next week. So yes, write me a letter if you so wish about your cricketing thoughts. As Ollie Pope gets one that's a little short and wide, cutting it down to backward point, and there is no run, because I still feel there's nothing better than sitting down and writing a letter. And I think whoever gets that letter really, well, it depends what the letter says, obviously, but I think they really appreciate a letter. So yes, if you want to write a letter, obviously it's not sort of instant messaging, but
get a more thoughtful response.
Yeah, absolutely is. Pope's clipping this one off his pads down towards long leg. They'll pick up a single as Alex Davis does the fielding.
As someone who would have been a third generation postman if he'd gone into being a postman, which I didn't,
yes.
then
your dad would have been pleased with me there, wouldn't he?
He would, and his dad would as well.
Yes, excellent. I think my dad would have done. I think he'd have been pleased I was sort of asking for letters.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Well, I got quite a few last, so it was lovely. Very, very nice to hear from everybody. And I think I did reply to everyone, but I think. Oh, I'm not going to say what I'm going to say because of what your dad did as a job. As in, over the wicket once more comes Bamber and forward.
He's not still
goes simply. I think a few never quite got to their recipient, if that makes sense.
You'll enjoy them all the more
yeah,
when they do.
absolutely.
So have you yet reached the level of fame doing this, where, you know, you can write Mark Church, the BBC London, and you'll get it?
Oh,
or
no,
indeed Mark
no,
Church,
no.
Surrey CCC.
No,
You'll get it.
Nothing like that at all.
I bet he has.
No, nothing like
folks,
that.
I bet he has.
No, nothing like that. As Bamber runs away from us, comes into Sibley, and Sibley's pushing at that, and it beats his edge again, and it's taken by Smith away to his right-hand side. So another tough over for Surrey.
I think he did play at that one, but he seemed to take a step across to the offside to play it.
I think he's just trying to get into line with it.
Yeah.
For when it goes, for when it swings. It's a tough thing to do. And we're going to get our first change in bowling this morning, and it's going to be our first sighting of Jordan Thompson for Warwickshire, replacing Chris Wokes down there at the City end.
We are also with you on Sports Extra as well as Sports Extra 3, so we are going to be with you on Sports Extra 3 all day, but I believe we may be with you on Sports Extra as well. So if you've got two smart speakers, you can come in there, have us coming out of both, and text me and let me know which one gets there first.
Stereo.
If that keep you amused. The sky is just a little bit lighter. But, I mean, it is.
Not say much.
Yes, it's what we used to call shades of grey, but we don't anymore. But by degrees, as Jordan Thompson, for the first time as a Warwickshire player, bowls from the City end to Pope, who is pushing away into the offside, and there's no run. Thompson coming on for the 13th over, replacing Chris Wokes, 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 12. And he starts with 3 slips, a third man for the first time today. There's a cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Quite square. As Thompson bowls and Pope drives firmly to mid-off, but doesn't get a run.
Yeah, again, it was a little like the Burns run out there, wasn't it? Just didn't time it. Ollie Pope. Rory Burns, I'm sure he thought he got more on it in that third over, but the captain dived away. Ed Barnard, it was an awful throw to Kai Smith, but Pope was Burns was so far down the wicket.
He couldn't save himself. Pope allows this next one to pass. He takes a step to the offside. 24 for 2, Surrey. Judging by the way the clouds are moving, I think we've got a slightly different prevailing direction of the wind, of the weather, than we usually have here. It sort of comes mostly from southwest, we often find, which is more or less over our shoulders sat in this commentary box. But it looks as though it's coming from slightly squarer today, a bit more to the west. As Thompson bowls wider of off stump, and Pope finds the extra cover gap for 4 runs away to the long boundary, and that was the most confident stroke I think we've seen for a while, picking up what is not a very big gap between extra cover and mid-off, but Pope found it perfectly.
I think that's our first boundary since Jamie Smith's drive through the covers for 4 before he was out for 9.
That is right, yes. So for half an hour roughly.
That was a nice looking shot from Ollie Pope. He's right to the pitch of that. But again, Jordan Thompson won't mind too much that. It's one of those mornings where, yes, as you said, you might go for the odd boundary here or there, but you don't actually mind seeing the batter having a drive at you away from themselves a touch.
Well, especially with this Surrey batting line, you'd rather than be 100 for 4 at lunch than 80 for 1. Thompson bowls again, wider of the crease, and Pope hits this not quite into the same gap, and a tumbling save. He's going to keep them down to 1 run, running round from mid-off.
And for Jordan Thompson, that move from Yorkshire here, it's always been a hugely talented cricketer, Jordan Thompson. But it's a different looking attack now for Warwickshire.
Yes, it's been freshened up, and yet by the addition of 2 players who are 37 or more in Chris Wokes and Keith Barker, who doesn't make the cut for this one. The third man has come into that extra cover gap to give Thompson a bit more protection there, and Pope takes a step down the pitch towards him before allowing the last ball of this over to pass. 13 overs are complete. That was Dom Sibley, of course, allowing the last ball to pass, and Surrey are 29 for 2, with Pope now 9 and Sibley 7. After the earlier wickets, the run out of Rory Burns in only the third over, having made 4, and then Jamie Smith, who looked... It was of the 9s that we will see this season, it was a particularly classy 9, but until he nicked off against Ethan Bamber.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's obviously chilly out there because Sam Haynes called for the long sleeve sweater to go over the top of his short sleeve sweater. So it's obviously a bit chilly out there. Now we're going to get our first sighting of Nathan Gilchrist for Warwickshire. Oh, he had a lone game last year.
He did. He had
this
3,
season.
yes, at the end of last season. Took 10 wickets at 28 in the 3 championship games right at the end of last season, after his permanent deal had been announced.
Well, here he is, replacing Ethan Bamber. Right arm over the wicket he comes from the pavilion end, driven firmly by Ollie Pope to mid-off, and there's no run. But yes, I think it is a day for the long sleeve or short sleeve sweaters. Although Ollie Pope, as I said, when he walked out to bat, is in short sleeve shirt today. Ollie Pope. I can see a little bit of blue sky to my left now, so that's encouraging, because that's the first bit of blue sky that we've seen, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ollie Pope. I was down in Cardiff yesterday. It was glorious in Cardiff yesterday.
It's nice there.
Beautiful down there.
Sadly not today, as we've been hearing from our correspondent.
No, absolutely.
Freddie,
Maybe I was just
yes.
very lucky to see the good weather yesterday. My daughter decided the night before the cricket season to go to a concert in Bristol, and I had to take her and her friend last night, as Gilchrist is in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump again by Ollie Pope. Must admit, I'd never heard of the Artiste. I couldn't even tell you now who they were. Parking was good though, so that was the most important.
That's
yeah, it's convenient. That was the most important thing.
Yes, you know you've reached a certain age when.
Got part very easily.
I don't know who the concert was, but the parking was.
Absolutely, I was over the moon with that. As Gilchrist, right arm over the wicket, he comes again. And Pope's driving. Naughty shot from Ollie Pope. Completely lost his shape on that. Really ended up reaching for it. If he'd nicked that, he would have been so cross with himself.
He would.
Yeah.
He would. I want to take a moment at 2.5 minutes to 12 on the first day of the season to report the first small postage stamp of blue sky is appearing.
It's very exciting. As over the wicket again goes Gilchrist. Pope doesn't go at this one. Don't blame Gilchrist, put it in exactly the same place again, but on that occasion, just Ollie Pope very, very watchfully just allowed that one to go outside his off stump. I think that was probably a wise decision from Ollie Pope there.
The wind is still tearing across the ground, looking at the way the clouds are going. The Warwickshire flag is being pulled hard.
This one's left alone again by Ollie Pope. Good first over that from Gilchrist.
Yeah, that's the line he's looking for. And he would be, I reckon he'd be the quickest of these 4.
Yeah. Well, he's the tallest.
Yes, he'd be the tallest, yeah. Until Webster starts.
Yeah, I was going to say, until Big Bo comes on.
I'm starting a new role here with as your mail opener. Because Freddie, who a long-term Surrey member, emails to say, I hope you both wintered well. I would appreciate Mark's thoughts as the Surrey maestro.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
They've been called that.
Yes, not in April.
No.
Mark often says Jordan Clark's the first name on the team sheet. Funny enough, he said that in his room earlier, as he balances the Surrey side. Is that maybe why James Taylor is playing instead of Topley? Here's the start of a new over. Sibley is pushing into the covers and taking a shortish single. They were always making that. But they had to hustle a bit, and it's 30 for 2. Freddie goes on. Topley hasn't played a first-class game for 4 years, and maybe being a member of a 4-man seam attack instead of 5 with Clark might have been a bit much for him to shoulder.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and I think as well for James Taylor. I've seen a bit of James Taylor in pre-season. He's been bowling very nicely in pre-season. He brings a bit with the bat as well, does James Taylor, but no, I can see exactly where you're going with that.
This is full, and it nails Pope on the boot, but down the leg side, I think. Thompson searching for a Yorker, and had Pope in a bit of trouble, but it was always going leg side.
Yep. Always looked leg-sidey, that one, didn't it? What I would say, though, and I've sort of mentioned it, is I like the fact that Ralphie Albert's playing.
Yes.
You know, he can bat, we know that, but he's also a left-arm spinner. And I know it's April the 3rd, but it's, you know, it's a positive step, that, from Surrey.
Thompson hurries in, goes for another Yorker. This one's on about the line of off stump, and Pope gets himself into an awkward position to play it, but hits it out of the middle of the bat to mid-on. So he got the most important thing right, which was where the bat was going.
Yep. Well bowled again, though. Well played by Ollie Pope.
He's not going to give him 3 in a row, is he?
No. Well, he
well,
might
maybe
try
he is.
it.
He's finding the Yorker at will. Here he is again, Thompson, who is sharpish, and he does go fullish. And Pope is able to get into position to turn that one along the ground to mid-on.
He's the same sort of build as Bamber in a way, isn't he? He's sort of strong top half, very whippy action.
Yes.
Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, that's a fair comparison. I think probably a fraction quicker than Bamber. Bamber maybe would swing it a bit more. We'll see. Be interesting player to watch as we go through the season. Again, reasonably experienced already. He's been playing for Yorkshire for a while. 3 slips weight, and he has Pope playing defensively late, but very sturdily up to mid-off.
I always think if you can get a Jordan Thompson at this time of his career, it's a good time to get them.
It is.
Because he's got experience, yes. But I'm sure to himself he still has a lot he wants to achieve in the game. And sometimes for that fresh start somewhere else can brighten you up a touch, can't
he's
it?
29, so he's still got plenty of time. Want to come in this over. I've got a local radio update in about 40 seconds. Hopefully it'll fall nicely between the overs. Thompson bowls to Pope, who gets his drive away up to mid-off. But that was a pretty good over from Thompson. It's 30 for 2. And Sibley's 8. And it's been a rather tortuous effort. Pope is 9. And an interesting first hour. Warwickshire with the advantage, but they would, having won the toss and put Surrey in, I'm sure they would like another one before lunch, which we will expect on time at 1 o'clock. Having started, not all the games haven't started on time, but here we did. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have made a good start on the first morning of the County Championship season here against Surrey. Their newly reorganised seam attack has started very sharply against a strong Surrey batting lineup, taking 2 wickets. The first of them, something of a bonus, with Rory Burns calling for a single that Tom Sibley was always going to refuse, and being run out by Ed Barnard in only the 3rd over for 4. Jamie Smith played a couple of handsome drives before edging one off Ethan Bamber to the wicket-keeper. That was 17 for 2. No joy for Chris Wokes in his first spell, although he bowled with great control. Surrey, after an hour's cricket when they were put into bat, are 30 for 2. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And Nathan Gilchrist has started another over in the meantime, but Sibley has pushed the first 2 balls away safely for no run.
I think from a Surrey perspective here, it's been a tough first hour. Only a couple of wickets down. Now, Warwickshire dearly love 4 by lunch.
Yeah.
They really would. As Gilchrist comes striding in once more, but the sun's beginning to come out as this one's left alone by Sibley. So there is a break in the cloud now, and the sun is beginning to emerge.
Yeah, they might have had the best hour of
Yeah.
bowling conditions of the day and did bowl well. I mean,
They
there could have easily have been 1 or 2 more wickets.
They did, but if it just brightens up as the day goes on, batting could get a bit easier. As Gilchrist over the wicket he goes once again to Sibley. That's come back. That jags back at Sibley. Good lead from Dom Sibley. Very good judge of where his off stump is D. Sibley. Comes down to do a touch of gardening. Ollie Pope wanders down to have a natter with him as well after that delivery from Gilchrist.
The forecast for the week, for the first game of the season, he's not bad, incidentally. If you're a cricket fan, you've been waiting for the first game of the season, you probably know this already.
So for the wicket again goes Gilchrist. Forward goes Sibley. Pushes away towards cover point, and there's no run.
If you're a cricket fan, even if you live in Birmingham, you probably listen to everything up until including the shipping forecast to find out what it's going to be like first day of the season. But there are 1 or 2 showers forecast for later this afternoon. But other than that, it is a largely dry forecast throughout the 4 days, with some suggestions of sunshine here and there. Indeed, there is exactly that. It's a suggestion of sunshine at the moment.
Absolutely is. Gilchrist is in, goes a bit wider on the crease this time. Forward goes Sibley. That runs off the face of his bat down towards Thompson at third man. Sibley will get the single. 1 more to Dom Sibley. And he moves on to 10. Surrey move on to 32 for 2 here on 5 Sports Extra 3.
I think you've been done by the scoreboard. It's very fast here.
Oh, yes, of course it is. 31
very
for 2.
fast.
My apologies. 31 for 2.
The story card at the moment, after Rory Burns, reads 999.
Well, that's about right.
He could have been if a couple more of those awkward deliveries from Wokes had found the outside edge. Thompson starts his 3rd over. That's a nice line, just outside off stump. Sibley left it reasonably comfortably, insofar as he's done anything comfortably so far, Dom Sibley, and he hasn't done very much.
Well, the other thing here, and all hail the ground staff, is there's a good bounce and carry into the gloves of Kai Smith as well. So, it's an encouraging sign, this, for the game. Here's the sun.
Proper sunshine for the first time today. Thompson bowls, goes for his for the Yorker, maybe hoping to catch Ollie Pope, still his eyes adjusting to it.
Yes,
but
blinded by the sun.
Sibley, rather. But Sibley's had everything behind it.
He's disappeared now, but for that delivery, it was lovely, wasn't it?
That was it, folks.
That was really gorgeous for that delivery.
That was the cricket season sunshine just going past. Now it's here again. Look, it's always... People don't realise it's always like this in Birmingham. It's always equatorial in Birmingham.
I've been here when it's been positively tropical.
Yes. Hasn't been in my garden, really. This is full again from Thompson, but it curves down the leg side such that Sibley tried to flick it to fine leg, made no contact, and Kai Smith didn't take it cleanly, but they don't take a run. So that really did go a bit.
Yep.
He's looking for these in-swinging Yorkers.
His action suits it as well, doesn't it? Because as I say, it's a whippy, strong top half action. So it suits that. Just up on the toes, coming back in at you.
31 for 2. Sibley battling away, as he always does. And he's going to get into double figures nicely here by levering this wide of mid-wicket for 4 runs. And that was a very Sibley sort of shot.
Yes.
Steered it around Alex Davis very carefully, and he goes to 13 with that.
Yes, and Jordan Thompson will know that if he gets it slightly wrong to Sibley on that line and that length, Sibley will just do that all day if you let him.
Tom sends me a message to say he's listening on his way to Hales Owen against Stamford. Up the
Ooh,
Yelts.
Hales Owen.
Hales Owen. It's not that far from here.
No.
The Yelts having quite a good season, I think, in... I can't remember exactly off the top of my head which division they're in. Thompson is buffeted by the wind. It troubles us all. And on his way in...
Especially over the Easter weekend.
I should say so. So he's aborting that delivery. He's going to have another go. Hales Owen in Southern League Central, I think, off the top of my head. I may have that slightly wrong. Anyway, they've been challenging near the top of it for most of the season. They're at home to Stamford today. A lot of bank holiday Friday football, both in the league, in the Football League. The Premier League seems to have knocked off for a month. But in the Football League and in the non-leagues today. For in comes Thompson, and Sibley is defending on the leg side.
That was very well bowled and very well played by Dom Sibley. Again, got a big stride in there for Dom Sibley.
I should say, if you want to mix your sports today, your BBC local radio station will cover your Football League games in detail. We are on WM. CWR, not in action until late, because Coventry, both their Easter games are 8 o'clock kickoffs, which means for all the Warwickshire fans in the Warwickshire end of Warwickshire, as in not in the city of Birmingham,
right?
And so they'll be all Sky Blues there, so you can get a full day's cricket and follow the Sky Blues. What more could you want? In comes Thompson, and Sibley's hitting this one more firmly through mid-wicket than the previous one, but getting the same result for 4, and that was his most confident stroke so far. 2 boundaries in the over, take him to 17 out of Surrey's 39 for 2.
You might find he loses a slip. Thompson for his next over, just to plug that gap, because you can see what he's trying, but again he's just on the pads of Sibley, and Sibley just rolling the wrists on that, and it whistled away to the boundary rope for 4. 39 for 2 then, came together with the score on 17. Rory Burns was the first to go this morning, run out for 4 in the 3rd over of the day. And then Jamie Smith caught behind off the bowling of Ethan Bamber for 9. So the field now 3 slips, 3rd man, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And the long leg for Nathan Gilchrist over the wicket to Ollie Pope. And Pope's allowing this one to go outside his off stump. And again, this nice bounce and carry there into the gloves of Kai Smith.
A bit more correspondence. It's lovely to hear from you all, and it's nice to even work out that we're still here after the winter. But it's nice to know that you are.
I thought you were going to say after the first hour of play.
No, I'm hoping to make it through the second. Nev says, "I hope the rain we're getting down here in Sussex gives you a miss." So far, so good, Nev.
It's nicely bowled again by Gilchrist, just nipping back a touch. And some oohs and ahs again behind the stumps for that one.
Started well here, Gilchrist.
Yes.
Nevy's looking forward to a day of cricket with the snooker on silent later. Well, that's the good thing about the snooker. You can have it on silent.
Are we World Championships yet?
Nearly.
No, we're nearly there, aren't we? We're nearly there.
Yeah. See, when I was a kid, that used to be on in the Easter holidays.
Yes, that's what I mean.
I spent most of it watching it.
That's what I mean. As in over the wicket once again comes Gilchrist. Forward goes Pope. Again, solid looking shot from Ollie Pope. Full face of the bat, straight back up the pitch. Gilchrist does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
I feel on about at this point, in case the current Mrs. Taylor has strayed across this channel, that I obviously don't intend to be spending most of the evenings later this month watching the snooker.
Right. I'm glad she knows that now. Of course, the Masters will be on
there.
But
I will have my phone there.
Yes.
Well,
yes. It's not long till the Masters now. As over the wicket again goes Gilchrist. This one's left alone. Wideish outside the off stump again.
Oh, yes, the Masters. Oh, yes.
Yes, we're nearly there.
That's another thing I definitely won't be watching.
Well, you can almost. I don't know about you, but you can plot your year by what sporting events are on, really.
Yes, you can.
So it's always round about this time that the cricket season starts. Then the Masters is always on.
I've always thought I should do it by family birthdays, really, but I find the sporting fixture slightly easier to remember.
Much easier. Waits again does Ollie Pope, and lets Gilchrist go. Good from Gilchrist. He's just probing away on a good line and a good length. On or about that off stump of Ollie Pope.
Here's Peter on to say, it's good to have Championship cricket back. It's not a holiday here in Paris, says Peter. Although,
Ooh la la.
being in Paris, I'm not sure that we'd have an enormous amount of sympathy for that, seeing as you're there. But on the other hand, we're here, so that's good.
In again comes Gilchrist. This one's left alone once more. That was too wide. Outside the off stump, nicely taken again by Kai Smith, tumbling away to his right. End of the over. Sorry, 39 for 2.
However, Peter says, it's not a holiday here in Paris, but I had a few days leave to use up. So I've taken the day off to celebrate the new season. Well played, sir. I was in the UK a couple of weeks ago and managed to pick up the Cricketer magazine with the fixtures wall chart, which is now on my fridge.
Oh, very good.
Pretty good.
Very good.
It's what fridges are for.
Yes.
Glad to hear the sun blue sky. When I put the live video stream on earlier, I tried to turn up the light level before realising it was already a maximum and Birmingham just looked like that.
It now looks brighter everywhere.
It does.
There are patches of blue. So it's looking a little more like cricket weather now. Still not warm.
Thompson starting a new over. We're going full again to Sibley, who is driving off a thickish edge, I think, to Davis at mid-wicket.
He just tried to plug that gap, but he hasn't lost a slip yet. Still got the 3 in there as Jordan Thompson.
I mean, there's been enough happening this morning to justify, gambling a bit longer with keeping the slips there.
Oh, absolutely. And also, he knows that he just got those 2 slightly wrong, but he'll still be looking to get that ball back in at Sibley.
Leg slip's gone for the moment, though. As Thompson bowls full on the line of off stump, and Sibley checks a drive, controlling it back past the non-striker up to mid-on. So it's still quite you might call an orthodox attacking field now. 3 slips, quite a deep set point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg is quite square. I might say deep backward square leg. Nathan Gilchrist. Although on that boundary, you're never all that deep.
Well, even if you had to fall back to protect that boundary, you can't protect it.
No.
It's such a short boundary out there.
It is. It is quite short. Thompson circles like a plane burning off fuel at the end of his run before setting in, casting a shadow as he arrives to Sibley, who is slightly turned around by that, trying to nudge it to mid-wicket. And it comes maybe off a bit of bat and pad and drops down on the offside.
Yeah, just straightened on him a touch, I think, that one. You can actually see the sun now glinting off the back of the Sibley bat. So really, but by 3 o'clock this afternoon, it'll be blue sky, 20 degrees, shorts t-shirt weather.
Like in the brochures.
Yes.
Here comes Thompson, very chest-on approach to the crease, and he bowls wide enough of the off-stump this time for Sibley not to play a stroke. And Pope goes through some warming-up exercises, I suspect in the literal sense.
Well, look, the most important thing is it's dry.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And when I was driving this morning up to Birmingham, it was pouring down with rain. But by the time I got here, that rain had stopped. It was still pretty gloomy. But we got underway on time, and it is definitely brightening up all the while.
39 for 2. Thompson goes wider on the crease and bends that one in gently from outside off stump. Not soon enough to bother Sibley. Although he is sufficiently bothered to go and prod the pitch where... well, I was going to say where the ball landed. Actually, he's prodded an area of about 4 square feet. So it's anywhere over there.
Yeah, he did. They're doing some proper gardening here this morning.
Something to do. It's either that or look at the crane.
I power hosed my dear mum's patio the other day. Oh, it's so satisfying.
Thompson bowls, and that one starts wide and goes wider. Taken by Smith. End of not the most threatening over he's bowled. A maiden though. 39 for 2. There's a lot of brownie points in there.
Well, I'm not really into gardening in any way, shape or form. I don't even have a garden. So
yes, I don't know if power hosing a patio counts as gardening.
Well, it felt like it did, and it was satisfying.
Was it?
Oh, yes. and I was very pleased at the end of that. And actually, I have to admit, when the sun came out, the paving stones shone. So I
think we've learned a lot about you in the last half hour.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
I'm easily pleased. As Gilchrist from the pavilion end continues to do battle with Ollie Pope. He's up on the toes of Pope here. He's whipping this into the leg side. Davis, good chase, dive and stop. Very good work by Davis there. Got round quickly. Timed the dive. He's all on his own down there at long leg.
Tell you what, he's got a pretty good arm for a fella who's mostly kept wicket in his career. Because that's a long throw.
Most keepers are really good in the field, aren't they? You tend to find that, you know, if a keeper for some reason ends up doing some fielding, they're absolute naturals in the field as well. As Gilchrist is over the wicket to Pope. Pope forward. Pushes down towards backward point.
And some people as well, when they pass the captaincy on, and I did get the impression it was a passing on of the captaincy, not a somebody deciding to replace the captain. Sometimes it just gives a cricketer a bit of a fresh bounce.
He can just concentrate on batting now.
Yeah.
Alex Davis doesn't have to worry about bowling changes or anything. Ollie Pope, that's a naughty shot again, and you can see from his own reaction it's wide outside that off stump, and he's gone after it on the drive, and he was looking heavenwards, was Ollie Pope. It's a tick in the box for Gilchrist.
Yes, that's the second one of those.
Yeah,
he would have been very cross to get out to that.
Yeah, he would, and as I say, he ended up looking towards the heavens there. Did Ollie Pope, as Gilchrist over the wicket he goes again. Pope doesn't play at this one, just lets it go.
Yes.
Outside his off stump, but you know, Gilchrist, same spot again, can't blame him. But Ollie Pope on that occasion just let the ball go.
You could feel the hair shirt weighing heavy there on Ollie Pope. I'd love to hit this.
Yeah.
It's juicy outside the off stump. I'd love to hit it, but I mustn't.
Yep.
I mustn't.
He's just
I'm in detention.
He's having to tell himself at the moment not to go after those as Gilchrist is into him. Oh, Pope gets turned round. He's trying to work that leg side. It's straightened on him. He's going to get 4 here to the short offside boundary is Ollie Pope. It's straightened on him. It's hit the outer half of his bat, sped off through cover, but on this shorter offside boundary, it has, well, gone over the rope for 4.
Well,
so Ollie Pope picks up a boundary. He moves on to 15.45 for 2, Surrey.
What Ollie Pope's learned from that, he's got a very good bat.
Yeah, they all have these days.
Some of the middle appears to be on the edge.
As Gilchrist in again, and then Pope's forward. Playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 45 for 2. With Pope on 15, Sibley on 17. Well, you see it so much now with the T20 and franchise cricket. They completely mishit it. And yet it still goes 20 rows back.
Well, I mean, you can edge the ball for 4 on the ground. People do it all the time.
Yeah.
But you don't often edge it along the ground for 4 in front of square.
Yeah. And it beats the fielder on the chase from mid-off.
Yeah, you don't often edge it there for 4 runs. So, however, it's helpful. It's a great morning, says Robert on email. First day of the county championship and 2 previously missing episodes of Doctor Who for 1965 were put on iPlayer this morning.
Yeah.
Thompson starts a new over to Sibley, who allows this to go past outside the off stump. So
well done for finding those.
So if that's your bag as well, and Robert has pointed you towards iPlayer for that once the cricket's finished. Our friend Phil, who is not here in the box with us, says I'm tuning in from Orlando.
Oh, that's where he is.
You knew he would be.
Yeah.
Good man,
Hello,
Phil.
Mr. Britt.
I saw him at the press day last week. He was looking in prime form already, so we shall see you soon. Bring us back a stick of rock.
Yeah, he's probably on those funfair rides over there, isn't he?
In comes Thompson to Sibley, who's defending firmly back up the pitch. If you want to get in touch with your messages, greetings, heckles, complaints, then you can email me to wm.britt wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. Please enclose a stamped addressed envelope, and then Mark will write back to you.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just thinking, with the weather for Phil Britt in Orlando, I think it'll be quite nice in Orlando this time of the year.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Thompson is going to bowl again to Sibley, who's pushing away into the offside. We usually have a thing here that says whatever the weather is at New Road, we're going to get it in about 3/4 of an hour.
Ah.
I suppose you could do the same with Orlando. In whatever the weather is there, we'll get it in about a week.
Yes. Yeah, well, hopefully.
Knock a few degrees off, but
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Britt's having a lovely time out there. Probably on, I don't know what but he might be at one of those water parks.
He'd be on a log flume.
Yeah,
He's definitely a log flumer, I reckon.
He'll be taking some photos, won't he, while he's doing that?
Looking for a non-league football match to photograph.
Yes.
In Florida, there's bound to be one somewhere.
Yep.
Thompson's doing his walking around in circles at the end of his run thing again, waiting for Sibley. And here he is now to bowl full and straight, and Sibley drives up to mid-on. Do you reckon they wear those, the footballers now wear, the little GPS things that count how many steps they do?
They've had those for a while now
because
in the field, I think.
Jordan Thompson runs his numbers up. Mm-hmm. Because at the end of his run, he's want to walk through a little circle.
Yes.
I noticed that. So he gets a few extras in there. And he's made all the bowlers have made a pretty sharp start so far. 45 for 2. And Thompson is going wider of the crease, trying to angle this into Sibley's pad, which he does, and Sibley plays it with the natural angle to, I'm thinking the snooker again. He's hit it straight to Davis at mid-wicket. And there's no run.
I'll run through the scores from elsewhere here, Mr. Taylor. Well, they're underway, Hampshire and Essex. And Essex are 15 for 1. So Hampshire with an early wicket. Dean Algar is the man to go. Oh, guess who's got the wicket? Carl Abbott. So you can go away for 6 months and then it's all still the same, isn't it?
Still going to get you.
Yep. Glamorgan and Yorkshire yet to get started.
This is Sibley guiding this next one through the gap at Gully, and there's going to be a chase, or two-man chase. They're almost elbow one out of the way. You can tell it's the first day of the season. And Mosley wins the chase with Sam Hain, who looks full of beans this morning. 1-0 to Mosley and 2 runs to Sibley.
Yep.
The scoreboard's already moved round to the next over. 47 for 2 in 21 overs, Surrey, which the scoring rate gives you an idea of how tricky it's been after they've been put into bat. But they're still only 2 down. And they'll take that at lunch.
Sussex are flying. 120 for 1 they are against Leicestershire in the 22nd over. Haynes 54, Clark 34. So welcome to the first division, Leicestershire. Somerset 53 for 2 against Nottinghamshire. As here is Gilchrist from the pavilion end to Pope. Pope plays this one down into the leg side and there's no run. Kohler Cadmore gone for 4. Lammonby for 3. So Somerset 53 for 2. In Division 2, Derbyshire solid start, 76 without loss against Worcestershire. Durham 85 for 3 against Kent. As over the wicket once again goes Gilchrist, driving his Pope. He's not in control of that. It's off a thickish outside edge to the left of backward point. He's just rehearsing again, trying to get bad head all over the ball. Gets a single though. 1 more to the total. Pope moves on to 16, 48 for 2. Middlesex 44 for 1 against Gloucestershire. And it's De Keres who's gone for 12. There. Over the wicket is Gilchrist to Sibley, who's looking to turn this leg side. It actually squirts straight back up the pitch, and Gilchrist does the fielding off his own bowling. And the other score in Division 2, Lancashire 72 for 1 against Northamptonshire at Montage Road. So those are all the other scores. This, of course, the first day of this championship season of 2026. And we have half an hour to go until the lunch break as Gilchrist in again. Forward goes Sibley. Plays this one down into the leg side. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket and there's no run. That big crane away to our left. I won't get to see it in movement, sadly, because they're not going to be here over the bank. But it's always fascinating watching. It's a tough old job, that, being a crane driver, I'd have thought. Although we always used to say back in South London, if you like cricket, it's the ideal job. As Gilchrist is in, this one's left alone and just snakes back a touch at Sibley. It's taken by Kai Smith away to his left hand side.
It's a little bit of a dangerous leave, that, because we saw a few earlier from Bamber that he was tailing them back in. Gilchrist bowled nicely controlled in this spell.
He's bowled really nicely. He really has.
Good start.
Into his 5th over now, number 8. He's got all the attributes of a quick bowler as Gilchrist. And he goes again, and this one's left alone outside his off stump by Sibley. End of the over, 48 for 2. His action, you always get reminded of other bowlers. Now, I'm not saying he's quite at this gentleman's standard just yet, but his action reminds me of Pat Cummins.
Yes, it's very angular, isn't it? And that sort of.
And he's obviously a good athlete as well.
I found interviewing him last season. He's somewhat taller than I thought he was going to be, and I thought he was going to be tall.
Yes,
but I did feel
the old tall for his height.
Yes, that would be. That's
yes.
It. Now, with 90 minutes into his captaincy of Warwickshire, in terms on the field, Ed Barnard decides it's time to get his hands dirty. He's already got his flannels dirty, running out Rory Burns. But he's going to bowl from the city end. He's rolling right arm medium fast, and his first ball is pushed away into the offside by Pope.
I think Big Bo's getting warmed up as well.
Yes.
So I think we're going to see a bit of Bo Webster as well, who I think could be quite hard work out there. Very good cricketer, Bo Webster.
He's had a good year. He would have played more of last season here had he not been called up to play for Australia in the Caribbean. And Barnard, he's just trying to nibble that one back in at Ollie Pope, who has looked in some form this morning. He's been adjusting very late where necessary. He had to adjust late there, I think, just to tuck that away to mid-wicket.
I just wondered to Barnard whether Kai Smith would even consider getting the helmet and getting up to the stumps, because Pope's batting outside of that crease. Barnard wouldn't do it yet because he wants to hit a line and length.
There's an easy action, Chris. Ed Barnard, when he beats Pope on the outside edge. There's not been many that have properly beaten out Ollie Pope this morning, but that one did. He was groping for it.
Yep, that's very well bowled by Barnard.
Ed emails to say, listen to the cricket's getting me through a 6-hour car journey. Don't envy you that. Interesting that Jamie Smith batted 3. Wouldn't have thought England would have asked Surrey to do that, so an odd decision in my opinion. So says Ed. Here is Ed Barnard to bowl again to Pope, and he hits him on the pad with one that tailed in. Maybe did he hit it? Yeah.
Yeah, otherwise he could have been in all sorts of bother there. Good bowling from Barnard.
Do you remember towards the end of last season when Warwickshire were at the Oval, there was a terrific contest between Ed Barnard and Ollie Pope, and he did get him in that. Warwickshire bowled very well in that session, and Barnard was at the heart of it. And he's rejoining that battle now, and he gets the outside edge, and it's put down by Kai Smith, going a long way to his right to claim that. It might have been first slip's catch. He's pouched one like that already today, Kai Smith, but he didn't hold that one.
Well, he's gone flying to his right, got the glove to it. I thought he'd taken it. I think it was when he hit the ground. I think it could have been one of those where elbow hit the ground and it's just jarred the arm and it's come out. But that's a big life for Ollie Pope.
That's exactly
I thought he had it.
Yeah, it was in, and then we almost, from our angle, we just happened to see it spill out of the glove. But not quite. Barnard, he's in again. And he hits Pope, not playing a shot. And they are all like this for LBW, but the umpire doesn't. And that was a very troublesome over that Ed Barnard bowled to Ollie Pope, and he might have had his wicket 3 times. He should have had it once, and he had a decent claim with that LBW shout. That's worth another squint.
Yeah, well,
on the replay.
He's not offering a shot.
No.
Ollie Pope. So,
well,
has it come back enough? That's the only thing I can think. It's tight because he's not offering a shot. It's tight. Very, very tight. In the old parlance, Mike Taylor, I've seen those given.
Yeah. He didn't offer a stroke. He was... he pushed his front pad out a long way.
He did.
Which is the only thing that might have saved it.
Yeah.
That was a really challenging over.
It was. It was a terrific over from the captain. He's had a good morning in charge, hasn't he? He would like another wicket, though, before lunch. Or a couple, ideally. But, yeah, Ollie Pope there. Life on 16. Now, Ethan Bamber's coming back into the attack. So, replaces Nathan Gilchrist. And Bamber back into the attack from the pavilion end to Dom Sibley. And that's Sibley letting it go. But I think if you see that Kai Smith catch again, he's got it. He hits the ground. Elbow hits the ground. It just jars the ball out of the glove.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
And he took a terrific catch to get rid of Jamie Smith. But again, I think that would have gone straight to Sam Hain at first slip.
Yeah, the only question is whether it would have carried all the way, because he's quite a bit further back than Smith. I think probably would have done, though.
As this one's just nipping back a touch at Sibley. Hits him high up on that front thigh, rolls away. You don't mind that too much, though. Seeing the worst one is where it's half-half. So you see a keeper go, and then they decide not to, and it puts first slip off.
Yeah.
You know, he's not put Sam Hain off at all there, because Sam Hain never even got a chance to get near it, because he fully committed, diving away to his right hand side. Sibley waits once more on 19. Bamber into him, and that's a no ball from Bamber, and it's tucked off his hip by Sibley into the leg side. So Sibley will move on to 20. That should be the 50 up.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, they haven't seen it.
They haven't seen it on the scoreboard.
Signalling away.
They're signaling. So that should be the 50 on the board for Surrey. It may get a sort of late response of applause.
Yes, an applaud.
Oh, there we are. Thank
yeah.
you. There it is. There it is. 51 for 2. Sorry. As Pope on strike on 16 from 54 deliveries. Bamber right arm over the wicket to Ollie Pope. He's flicking this fine down to the boundary rope on the leg side. So went across his stumps and then just helped it away down towards the golf buggy that the ground staff used to get around the ground. Cool, it's a long old chase down there to get the retrieval of the ball for Sam Hain, and he can't find it. So there we are. The ball's got under the buggy, I think.
Yes. Well,
has he got it now? Yes, he has.
The ground staff are in temporary headquarters because their
course.
hideout was always where the building site
Of
is, as a
course.
sort of section of one of the exits in
It's
that
not there
stand.
anymore.
It's not there, no. So they're in temporary accommodation at the city end.
Ah, yes, I did. Do you know what? I hadn't even thought of that.
That's why all the paraphernalia
Yes,
is
down
down there.
Of course. So
the
used
blossom
to sort of
machine.
seeing the hover cover on that side of the ground as well. As Bamber is in, and shout for LBW's got Ollie Pope. That's the delivery that just jags back at Ollie Pope, and that did look fairly adjacent. You're not at all surprised to see the finger going up. Ollie Pope didn't look that surprised either, and that's a good bowling change as well by the captain, bringing Bamber back into the attack, and he picks up the big wicket of Ollie Pope, and Ollie Pope goes for 20, a bowling point for Warwickshire, and Surrey a 55 for 3, Mike Taylor.
Yeah, I think that was a straightforward one. He hadn't gone anywhere this time, Ollie Pope. And he was playing a shot at that, but the big difference from the one in the previous over was that he hadn't really got outside the popping crease much, and I reckon that's hitting middle and leg 2/3 of the way up. So joy for Bamber, who I was thinking that over was shaping up in a way that's what Ethan Bamber's trying to get away from. But a couple of good balls, then leaked one down the leg side. That's what he's trying to iron out. But he's knocked over Ollie Pope, so that's, in anybody's book, that makes it a good over.
Yes, and Dan Lawrence is making his way out to the middle. But yes, you always know with the bat, you can just see from their reaction when they know they're in trouble. And Ollie Pope knew he was in trouble there. So it's very good bowling that from Ethan Bamber. We have no Dominic Sibley at the moment. He's used this. Well, the wicket of Ollie Pope. I think it's a comfort break, as they say, for Dom Sibley. He'll know where he's going anyway. So Dan Lawrence has got out there, and he's got nobody to bat with at the moment. Here he comes. Back comes Dom Sibley. And Dan Lawrence, who also had a very good summer last summer for Surrey. 922 runs, 200s, 550s, average 54.23. And just still, he's one of those players, Dan Lawrence, that if you were sort of nodding off in the crowd, I'm not sure you would be, but you'd wake up now. He's just one of those players, Dan Lawrence. They're going to have a leg slip for him straight away. He's out there in a long sleeve shirt, no jumper. Right-handed, of course. Dan Lawrence just had a chat with Dom Sibley. First ball then for Dan Lawrence as Bamber over the wicket to him, and Lawrence lets the first one go outside his off stump. So Kai Smith will feel a bit better about everything now, having dropped Ollie Pope on 16, I think he was at the time. And now Pope gone for 20.
And Ed Barnard, having been the wronged bowler, but as captain, you don't have to feel jealous anymore.
No, absolutely.
Because they're all your wickets, especially when it's the first over of a new spell after you've made a good bowling change.
As I say, I think he's had a good morning.
Yes.
As here is Lawrence forward, turning into the leg side that runs away towards mid wicket. And there is no run. So Ethan Bamber with the wicket of Ollie Pope. And Surrey 55 for 3. And Warwickshire have their first point of the season.
Oh, they do, yes.
They're 1-0 up.
Yes. Yes. If we all walked off now, then they'd be very happy. They'd have to extend the field of champions that you were walking past earlier on. But they have 3 wickets, represents, I think, the minimum that they would have wanted, having won the toss. And there is still about 20 minutes to go. Generous applause for Bamber as he comes down to the boundary. And Ed Barnard to start a new over and bowl to Dominic Sibley, who's been there all morning for 20. And he allows the first ball to pass outside the off stump. Bamber now 7 overs. 2 maidens, 2 for 19. He bowled by far the most overs in the Championship last year for Warwickshire, over 460. And it wouldn't surprise me if that happens again this year, although there'll be a fair bit of competition for the places. Barnard bowls to Sibley, who is poking this back past the bowler with an economy of movement and hitting it straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, he's hit a great line of length straight away, is there, Barnard?
Well, I did ask him last week about, he's been in tremendous form with bat and ball since moving here. Had a very good year all round last year. And he goes close to the stumps now. Sibley so far forward he almost ends up on one knee, pushing that away into the offside. Sometimes when someone steps up to be captain, it does affect their own form with bat or ball. Last year 900 championship runs, 29 championship wickets, loads of runs again in the One Day Cup, and was the top wicket taker in that as well. In comes Barnard, and Sibley lets this pass outside the off stump. I mean, he seemed reasonably relaxed about that. What else can he say? But he does seem at a good point in his career to take this on, Ed Barnard.
Yeah, well, he's confident. That's number one. He's got the respect of his team, number two. So why not?
He's confident without ever being brash about it. Certainly, he's far from that. He bowls again to Sibley, a bit wider of off stump this time.
No, what I mean by that is he's confident in his own game.
Yes.
So he knows his place in the side is secure. He's got the respect of his teammates around him. So that's an ideal time to take the role on. I think it's always tough if I don't know, if you hit a bad patch early and then you start worrying about your own form and everything.
He brings that one back late to Sibley, and you could tell it was late because Dom Sibley jerked his front pad out, almost a reflex at the last moment. It went past everything, but I don't think it was very far from anything. And it's another good maiden from Ed Barnard, who started with 55 for 3, sorry.
Yeah, very good bowling again from Ed Barnard. So yeah, I think perfect time really for him to take the captaincy. And it's a big old job as well. I don't think people quite realise how much goes on behind the scenes, and it does take over everything, really, being captain of your county.
His 4th season here since moving from Worcestershire.
So, Ethan Bamber from the pavilion end. About 15 minutes to go till lunch. Bamber comes over the wicket to Dan Lawrence, and Lawrence lets this one go outside his off stump.
I've had a flood of emails. And by the way, as anybody working in radio will tell you, 4 emails or calls in the space of 15 minutes is a flood.
It is.
When people say we've had hundreds of emails and calls, they sometimes mean as many as 4 in an hour. Yes. Radio folks, listen, you know what I mean. Ross says, it's not cold when you're digging out a patio.
Well, no, it wouldn't be. As in over the wicket comes. Oh, Bamber! And he's gone after this as Dan Lawrence absolutely flung his bat at a shorter length delivery. And it's ended up going past his outside edge and into the gloves of Kai Smith.
If he hits it, it's probably 6
to
the short boundary that side. Ross says it's still dry but dark in Kidderminster. Oh. So noted, because that would be on the track for the weather usually to here. So that's worth bearing in mind. Thank you, Ross, and good luck.
As in over the wicket again. Oh, it's Bamber. That one comes back a touch. It's good this from Bamber.
Incidentally, Ross, when you've done the patio today, if you fancy a bit of overtime, there's quite a bit available on the site here.
And also, Ross,
and they're very much at the digging out stage.
All I would say to you, Ross, as well is, once it's bedded in after a year, if you need it jet washed,
I know somebody.
Jet cleaned, yeah.
Good man. Good luck, Ross.
Available, as long as you've got a long extension lead. That's the key. As in over the wicket once again goes Bamber, left alone by Lawrence outside his off stump.
Riff says it's great to hear your tones once again and to have cricket on the interweb. Been waiting for this for what feels like a long time. Gosh. And we're not letting you down now, Riff. Best to you and Senor Church.
Thank you very much indeed, Riff.
Thank you, Riff. Rowan says, enjoying the coverage live from the lambing shed in the Brecon Beacons.
It's that time of the
Good
year.
man, Rowan. The weather is better in Edgbaston than it is here.
Over the wicket again goes Bamber, left alone again by Dan Lawrence.
Mate, you've got time to email us at this time of the year in the lambing shed.
Can I just say, I've just visions of one hand doing one thing and the other one typing on the laptop at the moment.
Shame about Smith this morning, says Rowan. Do you think he's still in the picture for England this summer?
Yes,
yeah,
I do.
So.
But I think he needs runs at the start of the summer, definitely. I think they all do. The start of the summer. Waits again, does Lawrence. Bamber's into him and left alone again by Dan Lawrence. So end of the over. Good one from Bamber. 55 for 3 then, Surrey. Lawrence yet to get off the mark. Sibley has 20. 3 wickets to have gone. Rory Burns with the first. Run out in the 3rd over. And run out for 4. Smith caught behind by Kai Smith off Bamber for 9. Then Ollie Pope, LBW to Bamber for 20.
So there are, what now, 10 to 1, isn't it? So we've got probably 3 more overs to go until lunch. We've had 26 so far this morning. Here's Barnard to bowl his 3rd with a wider delivery that sort of lollops through, not unlike
Just to say,
much as a lamb would, rather tamely through to the wicket.
I've just had a message from one of the great men of Surrey and Warwickshire,
Oh yes,
Ricky Clark, saying he jet washed his own garden patio yesterday. So there we are, it's catching.
You'd have thought that someone of his standing would have had a jet washer.
Well, yeah.
In fact, I'm surprised you missed that gig.
I know.
It's Sibley edging this down to 3rd man for 1 run.
Well, the great man was
Yes.
in the Times, or was it the Telegraph? I think it was the Telegraph actually. The 30 best Championship players of this century.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that.
Clark came in 8th.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wouldn't argue with that.
No, not at all.
Only was very good in all formats, in all disciplines here,
Yes.
but a superlative catcher.
Oh, unbelievable hands. That's why he cleaned his patio so quickly yesterday. As there's,
Do you think the same skill set is
I
involved?
think absolutely.
Leg slip's gone in. Barnard bowls to Lawrence, who's pushing away to the offside, still looking for his 1st run. I hadn't connected those 2 skills, but I'll tell you
Very,
whatever.
very much so. Got to be strong as well, Mike. You've got to be strong with the old jet wash.
That wouldn't be a problem for R. Clark.
It was for me. I must say, by the end of 3 hours of that, God,
3 hours?
Well, it wasn't Mum. Mum hasn't got a massive patio. It's just I couldn't keep holding the thing for long enough.
Lawrence hits this off the back foot up to mid-off. Oh, I see. So you cleaned the windows at the same time, did you?
Then afterwards, I had to clean her windows because I just basically hadn't really thought any of it through, and covered the windows in
Well
what
played, sir.
was on the top of the patio. But there is something very satisfying about it.
Lawrence is waiting for Barnard to move into him, and the first run scored off Barnard, and the first run for Dan Lawrence is just guided to 3rd man. Bamber does the fielding. 57 for 3. Mrs. Taylor bought one of those extendable washer poles, window
I've
washer
seen
jobs.
Those are very clever.
Yes, it is. So it's now occupying. It hasn't moved in our utility room for quite a few months, so I suspect we're both leaving it to one another. Barnard bowls outside the off stump to Sibley, who doesn't play at this. He's still 21. Dom Sibley, it's 57 for 3. With 10 minutes just under to go to lunch.
Yeah, all Sibley and Lawrence will be worrying about is getting to lunch here. They would dearly love another one. Would Warwickshire. I'm looking at some tall buildings of Birmingham city centre at the moment, but how people go up on those long bits of rope and clean the big buildings' windows. God dear. I wouldn't want that job. I don't like heights for a start, and I'm not that keen on washing windows, so probably not the job for
not
me.
really your métier, is
As
it?
Bamber is in, and now leading edge, looking to work leg side, Lawrence. This could run all the way down to the long off boundary rope, but Chris Wokes does well and puts a boot on it. There's going to be no diving there from Chris Wokes towards the rope, but Andy gets a huge round of applause and doffs his cap there to the Warwickshire supporters, and it's 2 for Dan Lawrence. He's on to 4, 60 for 3. Oh, he's picked up 3. My apologies, picked up 3. So Sibley comes back onto strike on 21. I tell you what, after what happened to him in that test match, every time he goes chasing a ball,
Yeah. You won't be diving.
I was reading Adam Hose's interview about that horrible injury he picked up in the 100 last summer. As driving, here's Sibley up towards mid-off and there's no run. It was horrible, a horrible injury. Thankfully he's back now, but he said for the first couple of games it will be in the back of his mind what happened.
Bound to.
Because his studs got caught in the grass, didn't they, when he was chasing around to do some fielding in the 100. Horrible, really horrible.
Happened to a player in one of the women's blast games here last year. Just one of those inexplicable things that that happen, and the players stretch it off.
The sun's out as Bamber's in, and this one's left alone by Sibley. Taken by Kai Smith, moving away to his right hand side. Well, the worst one for that was Simon Jones in that test match.
Yes.
Oh dear. Horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. So, the good news is that Mr. Wokes has recovered from that and is out there at mid-on. Opened the bowling this morning and got a huge round of applause for using his boot there to keep the ball inside the boundary rope. Now that's a shout for LBW. He's got a stride in again as Sibley. It's hit him on the inner thigh. Ooh, that will have hurt Dom Sibley, but it's good bowling once more by Bamber. But I think the fact that Sibley got himself going forward, and height may have been an issue, but he's just desperately getting himself at least going forward. Oh dear, that would have hurt.
Yeah, might have been tailing leg side, but it's not far
a bad
away.
Shout. Not a bad shout. He's a tall lad though, isn't he, Sibley? Tall fella. As Bamber is in again. Forward he goes, Sibley. Plays this one back up the pitch.
Too many people have had too many cheap shots at Dom Sibley over the years, and his record rises above it.
Oh.
But today he's never looked in at all.
No,
he's been there an hour and 55 minutes and not looked remotely in.
But this is Sibley all over.
Yeah.
He can do this.
Yes, he can withstand it better than most.
It's been a horrible morning if you're a batter, but Sibley's just trying to get through the morning. As Bamber's in, and that one's left alone by Sibley. Outside is off stump. Bender the over, 60 for 3. Lawrence 4, Sibley 21.
But it's precisely those attributes that have made him such a good cricketer.
Absolutely.
Because he withstands all that, and he's still around for when it's all beer and skittles later on.
Yep.
That's the plan.
Yep.
So we'll see. 60 for 3. And, well, 1 over if they don't hurry it. 2 if they're sharp. The umpires are James Middlesbrough and Steve O'Shaughnessy, by the way, who are both dressed for the Arctic.
Not
such that they're so well wrapped up, it's quite hard to tell them apart. Here comes the start of what might be the last over before lunch. We'll see, as from Ed Barnard. It's been a jolly good spell, and he has Lawrence turning this first ball to mid-wicket.
It's been a fascinating first morning.
Yeah, really good. This is what we've all missed, folks.
Absolutely.
A couple of Surrey batters who want to be thinking quite the same way about it. It's wide of off stump and going further away. Lawrence looked at that in a way that suggested he might have hit it at 3:30, but he's not going to hit it at 2 minutes to 1. So,
look, it's going to be tough for Surrey again after lunch. But I think if they can get to lunch only 3 down, I don't think they'll be too upset.
That's all right in the circumstances. Barnard trying to stop them doing that, and Lawrence is pushing up to mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, the positive spin on this from Surrey's point of view is they've, for all the good bowling there's been and all the chouts and all the ones that have tickled the outside edge or nearly hit it, they've only actually lost 2, if I say proper wickets.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? Because the Burns one is just one of those things that happens occasionally. Batters get on the wrong wavelength. Barnard hits Lawrence on the pad. How's that? But it's going probably leg side. They're going to get a run of some description. Maybe hit an inside edge in there, because there's no signal of leg by. Maybe it's inside edge into the pad, and it's gone away backward of square on the offside for 1.
Yeah, it could well have been, but for some bizarre reason, it always seems to speed up off your inside edge as well, doesn't it?
Well, by the look of Dan Lawrence's response to that, it certainly sped up somewhere. 61 for 3, knew about that. Barnard bowls to Sibley, one that's curving across him, and he hits it with that curve to mid-wicket.
So, but Warwickshire will know, right, we've picked up 3, we've got a bowling point. We'd ideally love 4 or 5, but we've picked up 3. We are going to come straight out after lunch and go hard again. Because what they do not want is Surrey getting to sort of midway through the afternoon session.
Barnard bowls outside off stump, goes through to the keeper, and they're going to try and hurry round between the overs. They'll have to be quick because it's already showing 12:59 on the scoreboard clock.
Is that the one they go?
I imagine so.
Yeah.
Unless, there's a digital clock on the scoreboard
and an old-fashioned one.
Yeah, the old-fashioned one's obviously been there forever, and that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I've got good enough eyes to tell, but it looks as though it's not quite
I don't
vertical
think it's quite there yet.
So I think that we are going to have another over.
We are. So it's going to be Bamber to bowl it. But you've seen enough of these sorts of mornings where they could come out straight away after lunch, pick another 3 quick ones.
Yep.
But if Surrey could get through just the 3 down, I don't think they'd be too upset about that. As Bamber's in and forward goes Lawrence, plays this one into the leg side, and there's no run. And I suppose what Warwickshire will be hoping is the weather sort of stays like this with a bit of cloud cover, etc. And Surrey will be hoping that the sun does come out at some point. Although, as I say, that it's just broken through the clouds a touch.
I mean, Warwickshire have found that they're starting the season with bowlers who look in a bit of form.
Yeah.
Which is encouraging.
Absolutely is. Bamber's in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. And Lawrence goes for a wander, because you can have all the conditions in your favour, but you sometimes get it wrong. But they've been pretty good this morning with the ball. Have the home side. Nice atmosphere around the ground. Lots of people sort of catching up, I suppose. Might not have seen each other for 6 months.
A big part of it.
Apart from our dear friend in the Holly stand, he's still sat in his favourite seat, right at the back on his own. As this one's left alone by Lawrence outside his off stump.
But that's a big part of coming to the cricket. Just as some of you have been very kind enough to send us a message today, and there are a lot of them along the lines of "It's nice to be with you again," and it's, trust me, the pleasure is all ours. But it's much the same if you're going to the cricket, isn't it? People who you only see at the cricket or whatever sporting event it is.
We do have a lot to catch up over the winter months, of course. Bamber in. Oh, he's gone. Dan Lawrence looks to drive. Outside edge. Taken by Bo Webster at 3rd slip. And they do have that 4th wicket. And Dan Lawrence looking for the drive. Big edge. Webster in his big hands, hanging on to it. Good bit of bowling from Bamber. Sibley's got through the morning. He's 21 not out. Lawrence goes in the over before lunch for 5. And Surrey will go to lunch. Mike Taylor, 61 for 4.
And Warwickshire's leading wicket taker from last season, Ethan Bamber, 3 for 22 in the first session, so he will really enjoy his lunch. A very strong start in favourable conditions, but making them count from Warwickshire's newly refurbished seam attack. Surrey going to lunch at 61 for 4. We will draw the commentary on Sports Extra, and for those of you listening on YouTube, to a close for now at this point, as Warwickshire, as you can hear, being loudly applauded off the field. We'll pick it up in just under 40 minutes. Shortly on this line, you'll hear an update for BBC local radio listeners. But for now, we shall wish you a good lunch and be with you for the commentary in about 35 minutes from now. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where on the first morning of the County Championship season, Warwickshire's bowlers have made a fine start here against Surrey. After winning the toss in favourable conditions for seam bowling, Ethan Bamber, last season's top wicket taker, has led the way, claiming 3 wickets, including Dan Lawrence caught at second slip just before lunch, having taken Ollie Pope, LBW, to an in-swinger a couple of overs previously. He'd also had joy in removing Jamie Smith, caught behind early on. Rory Burns was run out in only the 3rd over, so with 3 wickets for Bamber, Surrey going to lunch at 61 for 4. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
time you get there this afternoon, it'll be resurrection. I'm sorry. Mike and I. Oh, one of the greats from Warwickshire and Surrey has been straight in touch with me. And she's now hosted. Saving my money for lager this year, I've decided, so I'm just to help me sleep. Yeah, yeah. And I've got to talk, I must talk you through absolutely unbelievable. Oh no, it's lovely. But she's incredibly laid back. So good looking. It's absolutely ridiculous. For some bizarre reason, it seems quite like me. So yeah. So but
It is 1:35, so we will resume the commentary at this point for those of you on Sports Extra, and if you're listening to us through the BBC Sport website or indeed the YouTube feed. On the YouTube feed at the moment, you won't be seeing any cricket. You might have seen during the break, there were lots of people on the ground, which is always a cheering sight to see, especially the first day back after the winter. So, and that's really now at Edgbaston. Especially from this vantage position in the pavilion where the majority of the fans are and Warwickshire members are, but you can't see them from where we are. So once they all come out onto the field at the break, and that's discounting those who have stayed in the restaurant to eat or whatever, then actually you suddenly see there's quite a lot more people in the ground than you think there are. But now that the sun is coming out a little more, it might tempt one or two out towards the open side at the city end, which is the best place to get a tan. I'm not sure there's too many tans around today, Mark Church, but we have seen some competitive cricket.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting morning. For anybody who wasn't with us this morning, Warwickshire winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. Actually, across the board, looking at all the scorecards, everybody's bowled first on April the 3rd in these conditions. And Surrey at lunch, 61 for 4. Rory Burns was the first to go in the third over. Ran himself out, looking to drive a ball, which I think he thought he timed it better than he had, up towards mid-off. And the captain, Ed Barnard, dived to his left. Awful throw back to Kai Smith. But Rory Burns was stood next to Dom Sibley, so Smith had time to gather the ball, dive back to the stumps, and run Rory Burns out for 4. Then Jamie Smith played a couple of gorgeous shots, but then looked to punch a ball off the front foot or ease a ball through the covers off Ethan Bamber. Got an outside edge. Good catch from Kai Smith, diving in front of Bo Webster at first slip. Ollie Pope was dropped by Kai Smith off the bowling of Ed Barnard, but was then LBW to Bamber for 20. And then just before lunch, in the final over before lunch, Dan Lawrence looking to drive Bamber outside edge, and the big hands of Bo Webster doing the job at third slip. So Lawrence going for 5. Dom Sibley's been there throughout, playing as only Dom Sibley can really in these conditions. Interesting one really, Mike. Look, Surrey could have been 6 down at lunch, but in a way they should only really be 2 down, if that makes sense. So yes. I think this first half hour after lunch will be absolutely critical, because Warwickshire will come out again, all guns blazing, quite rightly, because they've had one session of bowling this morning. They've picked up 4 wickets. Surrey will start with Sibley and Folkes. They bat a long way down. Whether batting's going to get any easier as the day goes on, we'll have to wait to see. There's a bit more blue sky, but it's still sort of cloudy and broken cloud. You can see Matt Walker down there getting ready to hit a few catches.
I mean, it may get a bit easier, although I don't think it's done loads off the pitch.
No, I think it's done enough.
Done something in the air. It's done a little bit.
Yeah. I think what's been interesting is you can sometimes get pitches or conditions where it almost does too much.
Yeah.
But I think this has done just enough in the air. If you get the ball in the right spot, you're going to make life very, very difficult for the batters. And we've seen that, haven't we? Even Sibley, it's gone past his edge a couple of times. But
certainly if you can do it consistently,
absolutely.
That's the thing.
I think it is that boring job of running in, hitting the right line or the right leg, ball after ball after ball after ball. But I think, Warwickshire will be happy to have got Lawrence before lunch. I think had Surrey gone in 3 down, I think they'd have been a bit disappointed. But 4 down, you take that. You're happy enough with that, aren't you?
I think they will be, especially with the calibre of the players they've got out. They've got 4 internationals out. Now, I appreciate there's 2 more internationals batting now, but nevertheless, that's a pretty good start for a seam attack that now should, or he's well equipped to maintain that consistency, as well as the fact it's the first day of the season. But good bowlers there. Sibley, and again, I think sometimes people slightly damn Dom Sibley with faint praise by saying, he battles through. I mean, he's a good player, but it's those fighting qualities that have got him through the morning and in a position to take advantage in the event that the conditions are easier.
And I think as well, what you saw this morning in these conditions is your technique is going to get sort of forensically looked at. And Sibley's technique, he works out a way, doesn't he?
It's got him through again.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, Bamber's still got a couple of deliveries to go in this over from the pavilion end. So it'll be Ben Folkes who's on strike. 61 for 4 then Surrey. Sibley 21 not out. Folkes yet to face a ball. And Bamber with a couple of wickets today. Smith and Lawrence.
3 for 22 in 9 overs, Bamber. So he was the only actual successful bowler before lunch after all that.
Yeah, very good.
But,
again, picking up where he left off last season, really, as the leading wicket taker. Of course, Ben Folkes here last year got 174 not out in that high scoring draw. That was Tom Latham's debut for Warwickshire in that game last season. So 3 slips, leg slip for Bamber. The right-handed Folkes is on strike. And Bamber from this pavilion end comes right arm over the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes punches his first ball down to backward point and won't get a run. And the first ball after lunch is greeted by the sun as well. So there we are, the sun came out for that delivery. We had Sibley almost got blinded by the one time that the sun came out this morning when he was on strike.
It's not warm,
no,
that's for sure, but it is brighter than it was.
At least it's dry.
Yeah,
that's the key thing. So this will be the final delivery of the over. As Bamber's into Folkes, and Folkes lets it go outside his off stump. That completes Bamber's over. Surrey 61 for 4. Folkes yet to get off the mark. And Sibley is 21 not out.
He is. This afternoon, in a little while, we shall hear from Dermot Reeve. I think we may well also hear from Brian Halford too on this commentary. If you want to get in touch, you can email me to wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. And it's lovely that so many of you were able to do that this morning. It's great to hear from you all, and that you're in good form. Ed Barnard, who bowled 4 accurate overs before lunch and was unlucky not to dismiss Ollie Pope. He's going to give way, though, to his senior bowler, Chris Woakes, who seemed to drop into a nice groove. He didn't take a wicket in his 6 overs, but he was very recognisably Chris Woakes, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And he's going to reclaim the city end with 3 slips, all with... How many jumpers do you reckon Sam Haynes got on there now?
Well,
he looks well padded.
He called for the long sleeve one on top of his short sleeve during the first session. He's had an opportunity to put on another long sleeve, I think.
Well, he looks as though he's got plenty there. Rob Yates next to him, and then Bo Webster, and this is nudged by Sibley wide of the 3 slips and away along the ground to third man for 4 runs, which I think tells Chris Woakes he's probably in about the right area.
Yeah, I think Chris Woakes was telling Dom Sibley that as well
Sure
after that delivery. It was a nice conversation after that. But yes, nicely bowled by Chris Woakes. But actually, again, with Sibley there, he's not pushing hard at that.
No.
Just let it hit the bat. And then it's rushed off down below us to the third man boundary rope for 4.
Yeah. Well, in the opposite way then to the 2 fellas who nicked off before lunch. But Woakes bowls again right in the target area, about a stump or so wide of off stump, but Sibley knows where that's going and lets it go through.
I'm pretty sure Mr. Westwood would have just said same again.
Yeah,
straight after lunch. You don't need to do anything different.
No, you just need to keep doing it, which is that's the test of the bowler's technique here, how repetitive it is. Woakes, who's always been strong in that area, goes a bit fuller this time, and Sibley dabs it to mid-wicket.
I'm going to be very interested to see who comes in next for Surrey. I think it'll be Ralphie Albert. I think Ralphie Albert will bat 7. 1 above Abbott.
Yeah.
No Jordan Clark for Surrey. He's not well, poor chap.
Has some ability, doesn't he, though? Albert, we saw that back end of last season.
Not half. He's a proper talent, that one.
Webster with hands on his knees at third slip, and that's edged low and a good catch by Yates, and they've dislodged Sibley straight after lunch, 65 for 5. A first wicket for Wokes, back in the county groove, getting his back slapped. And Warwickshire will be delighted to see Sibley gone. He only pushed gently at that one as well, but it went low to Rob Yates. The safest hands in the Warwickshire team held on, diving to his left. And immediately after lunch, Surrey 65 for 5. Sibley caught Yates, bowled Wokes 25.
Well, that's just a very good bit of cricket from Warwickshire straight after lunch. Good delivery. Little outside edge, terrific catch from Yates, low down to his left-hand side. Yep, it will be Ralphie Albert coming out at number 7. So out comes Ralphie Albert at 7. Bit of a job on his hands here, but that's a big wicket for Warwickshire to get rid of Sibley straight away after lunch. And it's a good bit of bowling from the captain. Just did enough again. From Wokes, apologies, just did enough again. Not doing too much.
All you got to do, isn't it? Keep putting it there. 65 for 5. Well, this is going to be an examination for a young cricketer, isn't it? Against Wokes, even with the ball now 30 overs old. And the pressure firmly on the side that have won the title in 3 of the last 4 seasons.
Yeah, Wokes would have enjoyed that one, wouldn't he? Especially as it's Sibley.
4th slip has gone in. Mosley's gone in at 4th. 18-year-old Ralphie Albert has to wait. That probably won't help him if he's got any nerves.
Bails have blown off.
Yeah, Wokes is put off by that.
So Ralphie Albert, he made his championship debut in the final game of last season against Hampshire. Made 60 odd in the second innings. And Surrey again were in real trouble in that game.
Wind's very stiff now coming in from Wokes' right as he bowls full to Albert, and he hits it firmly enough to mid-on for no run.
And I think after that innings, everybody now knows that he is the grandson, of course, of Jimmy White.
Yes.
I think that was the one thing that innings did.
Yes.
Was enable people to say that is the grandson of Jimmy White. But yeah, he's got a job on his hands here.
Yes. Well, if he scores 147 here for Surrey, he will have done a good job, and I've no doubt I'm not the first to make that joke. And he's not going to, because he's bowled neck and crop by Wokes to his first delivery, pushing forward to one that came back through the gate and knocked the lot over. Albert bowled Wokes naught, 65 for 6.
Yeah, this is exactly what we talked about, and it's Wokes who's doing it straight away after lunch. And there is the 6 down now. And Ralphie Albert's second ball just nipping back as he pushed forward, knocking his middle stump out the ground. And Warwickshire right on top now, have a second bowling point. Sorry, 65 for 6. So they've 4 for 2 after lunch. Both those wickets falling in this over from Chris. It's just good bowling from Wokes. It really is. He hasn't given Ralphie Albert a sight of that at all. Second ball, nipping it back and knocking out his middle stump. So Surrey really do have a bit of a problem at the moment, and it's very good stuff from Warwickshire though. And that was the final ball of the Wokes over. But talked about that first half hour after lunch.
It's a danger, they might capsize completely here.
Well, they could do. I think Tom Laws has come out here at number 8. Yeah, so it is Tom Laws at 8. Sean Abbott, of course, still to come. Matt Fisher and James Taylor. So it's going to be Ethan Bamber from the pavilion end. So Sibley gone for 25, Albert gone without scoring. 3 slips and a leg slip for Bamber as the sun comes out again to Ben Folkes, and Folkes is off the mark in lovely fashion. Just drifted onto his pads, a touch there. Did Bamber, rolls the wrists on that, and the ball is over the boundary rope in front of the Hollies stand. Alex Davis goes off to retrieve it, and first runs for Ben Folkes this summer. He's on to 4, and Surrey move on to 69 for 6.
Yeah, again, Bamber just occasionally strays, which that's the bit he's trying to iron out. Because he bowled a lot of good balls again today. And folks, he's too good a player to turn down a leg side half volley like that.
Just checking the field again there, Ben Folks, because leg slips come a little closer now. As Bamber over the wicket he goes too, folks. Folks is forward. Plays this one back up the pitch. And there's no run. I think that wind's picked up a bit now, hasn't it?
One step short of playing without bails, he's playing without umpires' hats. Because...
Well, no doubt they've got the heavy bails on already, yes. Mike Taylor.
Might need a heavy hat.
They can't.
One has already gone without. Square leg.
Or a tighter one. As over the wicket once again goes Bamber. And in behind this goes Folks. Plays it away into the offside. Rolls out there towards extra cover and there's no run. So Tom Laws, who almost got Surrey over the line against Nottinghamshire. Almost. But Josh Tongbom, one of the best spells of quick bowling you could ever wish to see in that game last season. Slightly different here for Tom Laws on the opening day of the season. Bamber is in once more as this is left alone by Folks outside the off stump. Sun's hanging around for a little bit here.
I'm just looking at the replay of the Albert dismissal, and my impression from here was that the ball had come back through the gate. It didn't. He's taken guard on the leg stump and basically shown Chris Woakes the whole target.
So he's
beat him on the outside edge and hit middle stump.
There you go.
Which is, I'm not enough of a technician to say, but...
Lets this one go outside his off stump. Just Ben Folks, taken by Kai Smith, down low to his right-hand side.
If you examine the replay of that, he's literally, at the moment of the bowler lets go of the ball, he's showing him the whole target.
You miss. You hit that old adage.
So he's just nibbled away a tiny bit off the seam and beat the outside edge and hit middle stump.
That's wind again. That's put Ben Folks off. Oh dear, one of the boundary boards has blown over. It's all happening out there.
He's really quite strong.
Yes, Ben Folks there sort of walked away and then one of the boundary boards has blown over.
The clouds are moving so fast it's hard to tell if the sort of crane jib is moving a bit in the wind, but the bit on the end that dangles down from the top of the crane assuredly is.
Technical description from you there, Mike Taylor.
The crane technicians will let us know.
As this is pushed off the back foot by Ben Folks down towards backward point. And there is no run. Now look at this. The umpires, you know what they're doing here? You mentioned it. They're going with baseball caps.
Oh, that's
because they'll probably stay on their heads, won't they? Whereas the big sun hats are in danger of blowing off.
Can I write to MCC about that?
Well, I
haven't waited all winter to see umpires in a baseball cap.
I have noticed over the years that umpires sort of get more and more equipment every season, don't they? They've now got their own wardrobe, it seems. And not only do they have the nice big hats, they've now got the baseball caps as well. So there they are, Messrs O'Shaughnessy and Middlebrook, both in their baseball caps. But sensible because they're less likely to blow off their heads.
Yes, you'd think so.
You would have thought.
4 slips in position. Woakes, with 2 wickets in his last 3 balls, he's going to attack Tom Laws. And his first ball is nudged away, square on the offside.
Been working hard on his batting over the winter. Tom Laws got a lot of talent.
Well, he's about to find out how hard he's been working, because this might be one of the trickier examinations he's going to get in conditions that have helped against some really challenging bowling. And the fielding side right on top, 69 for 6. Woakes brings that one back into Laws, who plays it from the crease, but in well-organised fashion up to mid-on.
It's interesting this, because Gareth Batty sort of before the season started, said Tom Laws has the attributes of a young Chris Wokes.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Now he's facing
Yes.
an older
And not
Chris
quite
Wokes.
so young
Yes.
Chris Wokes, yeah.
But I know exactly what Gareth Batty means by that, especially with the bowling side of things.
Wokes bowls and Laws drives for 4 runs. Well, the young or old Chris Wokes wouldn't have minded playing a shot like that. Spanked it through the extra cover for 4.
He's played that on the up, hasn't he? And absolutely timed it to perfection. With a bit of a flourish there from Tom Laws. Over the rope it goes. So his first run's a boundary. Well, Burns got off the mark with a boundary. Sibley got off the mark with a boundary, didn't he?
He did.
And
So did Jamie Smith.
Jamie Smith got off the mark with a boundary, as has Tom Laws, as did Ben Folkes.
Wokes bowls to Laws straighter, and Laws coughs this quite confidently to mid-on. And he's made a tidy start, Tom Laws, at 73 for 6. Surrey needing somebody at the very least to look as though they can hang about with Ben Folkes.
Well, all logic says that Surrey will be doing a fair bit of bowling today. But actually, in these conditions, I don't know if that's the end of the world, really.
No. Wokes is in again. Laws is turned around by this, and it comes off a thick outside edge, maybe even the back of the bat, and runs along the ground, fortunately for him, to extra cover.
Lovely bit of bowling again from Wokes. It's fantastic to see him back in Championship cricket. It really is.
Well, his appetite is certainly there for it. Sam Haines now dispensed with the sun hat, which really is the things have come to a pass.
That windy.
4 slips tightly grouped. Wokes bowls. Oh, he brings that back, and I think hit the inside edge on its way through to Laws's pad as he was trying to flick it to the leg side. And Chris Wokes was working him out through that over, but Laws has won the round. He's got through it and scored 4, 73 for 6.
Yeah, little inside edge on that saved him. He'll look to be positive as well. That's just the way that Tom Laws plays. It's no bad thing because folks will just go at his pace at the other end. So Ethan Bamber to continue from the pavilion end. It's actually quite well, I'm sure out in the middle it's not that pleasant with this wind, but sun's out. Oh dear, one of the advertising hoardings has just blown off as well. Away there in the distance. So the wind's causing havoc at the moment. That's Bamber from the pavilion end. Will come in over the wicket to Ben Folkes. Short ball, that'll be 4, will it? No, well fielded. Folkes will feel he's missed out there. Went to punch that through the covers, but got it a little too close to the captain. Stood at mid-off. And Barnard diving away to his left-hand side. But from this distance, it looks, and we're in an enclosed commentary box, of course,
yeah,
but it looks quite pleasant out there now. The sun's out. But then when you look at the flag, well, not only the flag, but the flagpole could be off in a minute. Down there at the city end, as Bamber's in. And folks will look for a single. We'll get a single, just pushing this one up to the right of Chris Wokes at mid-on.
Well, I did see the headline that was reported, I think, yesterday, that said gales and snow forecast for the weekend. And I thought, here we go, it must be the cricket season. But it turned out to be in the north of Scotland.
Oh, well, there you
So,
go. Yes.
but nevertheless, I dare say, of the storm, which, and you know, enormous amount of points whoever came up with this one, but Storm Dave, did you see that?
But it goes every. We talk about this every year. It goes in the alphabet. Doesn't
does, yeah.
Yeah, but they probably used up.
Derek, yeah.
In over the wicket once again comes Bamber. Shout for LBW as Laws is trying to work round that front pad. Shake of the head from umpire Middlebrook. It's not the most spectacular sounding storm, though, is it? Storm Dave.
I don't know whether can you put that on your insurance form?
I'm sure you could. Whether you'll get away with it, I don't know.
Dave.
Yeah.
Dave damaged my house.
Storm Dave. Bamber comes over the wicket to the right-handed Laws, and Laws is forward. And plays this one solidly, straight back up the pitch, and there is no run.
I am going to move aside at the end of this over.
Yes, sir.
And Dermot Reevy's going to come in alongside
Excellent
you for a
stuff.
bit, if that's okay.
Lovely.
For the next half hour after that.
Just having a little look at some other scores from elsewhere at the moment. Hampshire and Essex. 50 for 2, Essex. They still haven't started Glamorgan and Yorkshire. It was lovely down there yesterday. As over the wicket goes Bamber, forward goes Laws, plays out into the offside, and there's no run. Sussex 163 for 2 against Leicestershire. Somerset 95 for 3 against Nottinghamshire. In Division 2, Derbyshire 112 for 2 against Worcestershire. Durham 150 for 3 against Kent. Middlesex 75 for 2 against Gloucestershire. And Lancashire are 112 for 1 against Northamptonshire. So those are all the other scores from around the country on this opening day, as Laws is beaten on the outside edge. That's very nicely bowled by Bamber. End of the over. Thank you, Mike
That's a
Taylor.
nice spell. Yes, I'll leave Dermot with you for half an hour.
Thank you very much indeed. And former Warwickshire captain, England all-rounder, Dermot Reeve with us, which is an absolute joy. And Chris Wokes will continue from the City end of the ground. If you're just joining us after lunch, Surrey have lost Dom Sibley, caught by Yates off the bowling of Wokes for 25. 2 balls later, Ralphie Albert bowled by Chris Wokes without scoring, which means that Surrey, having been stuck in by Warwickshire, 74 for 6. Couple of bowling points for Warwickshire today. Ooh. The other thing is, we now have Huey Lewis and the news in our headphones, Mr. Taylor. Yes, the power of love from the movie motion picture Back to the Future, which I wasn't expecting. As in over the wicket comes Chris Wokes, and Wokes goes forward and plays this one down into the offside, and there is no run. But thank you very much indeed to Mike Taylor there. He's got one of these newfangled boxes. I didn't know how to turn the headphones down. Dermot Reeve, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, lovely to be here.
It's an absolute joy to have you here.
And the sun's out.
Well, you've arrived and the sun's come out. So here is Wokes once again in over the wicket, and Wokes is in behind this, plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run. Been hard work for Surrey so far today, Mr. Reeve. It looked a good toss to win for Warwickshire, but they bowled pretty well.
And, well, you do have out there in folks someone who I've always thought, is right up there as a batsman, even without the gloves.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. He was interesting. He was asked sort of about the England stuff in the sort of pre-season media day, and he sort of said he doesn't really even think about it anymore. It's just, I think he's just going to concentrate on what he does for Surrey. But as you say, even without the gloves, batting wise,
Yeah, he was doing brilliantly for England.
As he waits again, as over the wicket goes Wokes to Folkes, and Folkes is forward solidly, playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. I think what's been impressive from Warwickshire today, sort of as a 5-man attack, is they haven't really tried to do anything too spectacular. They've just used the conditions very, very well.
Webster's not bowled.
Not yet. Not yet.
And he's fit to do it.
Yeah, I think so. As over the wicket once again goes Wokes. Oh, beats folks with a beauty. And that's taken by Kai Smith, moving away to his right-hand side. Actually, Wokes looks better for that first spell this morning straight away after lunch. He's right on the money at the moment, making life very, very hard for the Surrey batters. 4 slips in there for Ben Folkes. He has 5. As over the wicket again comes Chris Wokes. Up on his toes goes Folkes, tucks this one into the leg side, And there is no run, because it's a very different looking bowling attack now for Warwickshire than we saw last year, in the fact that Jordan Thompson's obviously come from Yorkshire. Nathan Gilchrist played, what, 2 or 3 games last year
good.
on loan, and started very nicely this morning. Having this fella back, Chris Wokes, to play in the Championship is a lovely thing to have. Then, of course, you've got Ethan Bamber, who took the most wickets last season, and then Keith Barker back here at Warwickshire, not playing in this game as this one's turned into the leg side by Folks, and there's no run. End of the over, 74 for 6. Now, if they can keep that bowling attack on the park, they'll cause some real trouble, won't they, this summer?
If the wickets help,
Yeah.
you know, from what I witnessed a lot watching last year, was when there was a good wicket to bat on, it was like both sides seemed to struggle with the ball. But then when you got a wicket that did a bit, or I remember the Somerset bowlers finding reverse swing,
Yeah.
and that made a huge difference. So this time of year, generally, the ball seams. You know, there's more moisture in the wicket than you're going to get in the middle of summer. If you come up and hit that seam, I have to ask you, are we using Dukes or Kookaburras?
We're Dukes. We're back to Dukes and nothing else, Mr. Reeve.
Well, the bowlers are like that.
Yep. As the captain's brought himself into the attack now. Ed Barnard into the attack from this pavilion end. We saw him from the city end, replacing Ethan Bamber from the pavilion end. There was a lovely moment, though, in the Surrey pre-season press conference, I think you'll like this, where Rory Burns was asked his opinion on the Kookaburra ball. Are you pleased to see the back of it? And he said, they're my new bat sponsor. I'm not sure what I can say now. As in over the wicket again comes Barnard. This is clipped by Tom Laws up towards mid. No, that experiment has finally been put to bed.
Yeah.
The Kookaburra experiment. Never really understood why we were bothering using it anyway, to be fair, but this season it's just all Dukes, which I think actually everybody's pleased about, really.
It'll be Kookaburras for the one days, though.
Oh yes, it will still be that for the one days. Yeah. As up on his toes goes Laws, punches this one out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Although the irony being, of course, that 2 of Surrey's wins last year were with the Kookaburra. One at Worcestershire and one at Durham. So, but it never, that sort of experiment never really made a great deal of sense, because they thought it was going to replicate what you get in places like Australia. But as we saw, it didn't really help that much. As in over the wicket once again is Barnard. That's a good looking shot from Tom Laws. He's just waited on the back foot and then threaded this between cover point and cover to that very short offside boundary. So you haven't really got to hit it too hard, and that's over the boundary rope and away for 4.
It was a fantastic shot.
Yeah,
Both these batsmen are what I would say punchers of the ball. You know, they don't play with really soft hands. They don't, you know, Folks, who's really good, he doesn't always let the ball come to him. He gets out in front of his pad a bit.
Barnard's in, and Laws plays this one away into the offside, and there's no run. I don't know how much have you seen of Tom Laws? Have you seen?
No, not much at all.
No, he's yeah. Well, as I say, Gareth Batty compared him to a young Chris Wokes, and I can see it with the bowling. And he's very highly rated, 78 for 6. As Barnard's into him. And forward he goes, Laws. Plays this one back up the pitch. And there is no run, but he's worked really hard on his batting this winter, as Tom Laws. And they need some runs from him this afternoon to Surrey, because Warwickshire right on top on this opening day. Still hearing now a little bit of Elton John in our headphones. I think this will keep us going for the afternoon.
No, I haven't got it.
Have you not? Oh, that's good.
Maybe I have, but I'm a bit deaf.
Well, no, don't worry about that. We did have Huey Lewis in the news. Now we seem to have a bit of Elton John this afternoon. it will be.
So where has Tom Laws been working on his batting in the winter?
Well, he went on the England Lions tour, sadly picked up an injury, and has been back, well, just in South London, working hard back at the Oval as Wokes is into Folkes, and Folkes is up on his toes. Thickish edge down towards third man, and they will pick up a couple. So he's been doing a lot of work with Jim Troughton.
And that would be mainly indoors.
Indoor school, yeah.
Indoors until
Although,
a couple of weeks ago.
What Surrey they use the marquee now, so they have a marquee back at the Kia Oval, and in that marquee is, I think I'm right in saying, and Lee Fortis, the head groundsman, might well be listening to me now, but I think they've got 6 pitches in there which he gets fully prepared, and then they started about 5-6 weeks ago in there.
Right.
So they can actually play on grass, but at home, if that makes sense. And they've got it down to a fine art now.
Huge help.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Very wise.
As forward goes Ben Folkes, turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run. So they can train outside in the marquee, but they're at home. They've got their own dressing rooms and everything, but Lee Fortis and his ground stuff get the pitch immaculate, and then they've got the six pitches to work on in the marquee. And as I say, I think they started in there about 5-6 weeks ago, and that's rather than flying over to South Africa or wherever. As Wokes is in, and this is turned away by Ben Folkes off the straight, but nicely timed away through mid wicket. Nicely played by Folkes. He's on to 11, and Surrey move on to 84 for 6.
I would think Wokes was probably going for a quicker, straighter one, trying to get him LBW, but it was easily dealt with.
Yeah, he likes batting here as well. Got 174 not out here last summer, but that was a very flat pitch. That was a high scoring draw.
The thing about outdoor pitches, and no two are the same. You've got to get in on that pitch.
Over the wicket once again goes Wokes, and Folkes just turned around a touch with this delivery.
And I've seen many a professional cricketer with a great work ethic and practice, but practice indoors. Want wickets that are quicker and truer than, outside when you get on turf.
Yep.
And they work really hard, and then first ball, drive slightly on the up, caught gully.
Yep.
And indoors they would have gone through mid-off for 4.
Cut away by Ben Folkes down to backward point, and there is no run. The interesting thing now is, so during your winters you'd have been away with England on tour, or in your earlier days done something else, but of course these lads are all on 12-month contracts now. So I think the way they block it is October through till January. It's just all fitness. They don't go near cricket bats or anything like that, and then they slowly build it up. But from a Surrey perspective, they're building it up out on grass, as this one's just chopped away by Ben Folkes. Just waited for this off the back foot, and they will pick up 2 more. Nicely played by Ben Folkes. End of the over. Surrey 86 for 6 here on Sports Extra 3. Folkes has 13, and Laws is on 8.
And can you tell me who picked that up at backward point?
I think that was Mr. Yates who got out there to do that bit of fielding. Scampered across to do the fielding. But that's now with the 12-month contracts, if you're not away on tour or playing franchise or whatever, you're going over to play club cricket, I think they block it out that October through to January you're just working on fitness and getting it in you. And then there might be a bit of hitting in the indoor school to start off with, but then you're out on grass. And as you say, it does make a hell of a difference, because it is a completely different environment. Here he is, Bo Webster. Comes into the attack. So Bo Webster into the attack for the first time today from the pavilion end. Of course, was here last summer as well, and then got called into the Australian Test lineup in the West Indies. Can bowl his off breaks as well. Very versatile cricketer is Bo Webster. And he will be bowling to Tom Laws with 3 slips in there as Webster is in and Laws is forward. Pushing at this. Rolls back up the pitch and there's no run. He's a terrific cricketer, I think, Bo Webster.
Absolutely. Nice and high with his action, swings it out, and he's quite an attacking cricketer, an attacking bowler.
Yeah, he is. And everything he does well as he's in. And driving his Laws, good looking shot, and away for 4. Interesting, slips like that. And they won't mind Laws playing that. Right, he played that nicely, but the slip called and like that delivery from Bo Webster. It's over the rope and away for 4. Laws on to 12. Very positive start from him. Surrey move on to 90 for 6. I think Webster will just try and stick around about there to Tom Laws. Here he comes once again. Over the wicket to Laws, and Laws lets this one go. Outside his off stump. Because sort of on that line and length, Dermot, yes, you might get driven for 4, but then there's also a chance that it might just do something and that slip cordon comes into play.
Well, it looks like both batsmen are going to play their shots. They're not going to, you know, keep letting it go outside off. They both want to get bat on ball.
Interestingly now, they've stuck a sweeper out on that cover rope. It's not a long carry out there though. It's all driving uppishly. Here's Laws. Again, he's playing that as if it did just shape on him a touch. He's trying to hit that straight back down the ground. Again, it's a positive looking shot from Tom Laws. He wanders off towards square leg.
Yeah, we just went to 2 slips in a gully and backward point. It's gone out to the boundary. So before that, it was 3 slips and a backward point.
Webster over the wicket, he comes to Laws, and Laws was just drifted onto his pads, tucks it away into the leg side, should get 2 here. Davis has got a good arm, goes to the bowler's end, but Folks is quick and gets back for 2, and Laws moves on to 14. Very interesting cricket this at the moment. Webster turns down below us once more.
I am right in thinking Alex Davies is still captain.
No, there has been a change. So Ed Barnard is now in charge.
Oh, right.
So Mr. Davis can just concentrate on his batting now and scampering around and wanging the ball in from the boundary rope when he's not keeping.
Oh, well, I was wondering why he was down at fine leg if he was.
Oh, I think
he was still captain.
He probably can now have a bit of a break, can't he, and think about things. But yeah, Barnard's in charge now. So Alex Davis can, as I say, just concentrate on his batting. 92 for 6, Folks 13, Laws 14. I was saying to Mike, there's, as you come through the concourse, I saw your picture a lot this morning because there's a very nice new, all the trophies that Warwickshire have won, and each individual story behind the trophy. As forward goes Ben Folks, playing this one straight back up the pitch. Barnard swapped ends now, so Webster's overs enabled Barnard to bowl from the city end. So Wokes comes out the attack and Barnard comes into the attack. 5.1 overs, 2 maidens, none for 7. As over the wicket comes Barnard, sun's out again, and Folks drives up the ground. Good looking shot from Ben Folks. That's really nicely played. Despite the dive of Alex Davis, he was never getting to that. That is beautifully played by Ben Folks. It's a lovely bit of cricket from Folks, isn't it?
Yeah, it was the placement. He drove it hard enough. You know, it wasn't a booming drive, but hard enough and timed it sweetly enough that just getting it to Barnard's left. So really hitting it straight.
Yeah.
And Alex Davies is slightly wide at mid-off, so he ran round and put a dive in, but he was still yards away from it.
Yeah, it's a very good-looking cricket shot, that,
And
from Ben
Folks
Folks.
has moved to 17.
As in comes the captain once again. Barnard goes shorter of length this time. Up on his toes goes Ben Folks. So yes, and along there, Mr. Reeve, there's lots of photos of you lifting trophies. It's actually lovely. It's a new addition, I think, through the concourse to get up here to the media centre. And I always think that's nice round grounds, just having a bit of a history of the ground. As stepping away again is Folks because of the high wind going across the ground. I know at Surrey now they have, round sort of the concourse now, they have photos of all the championship winning sides, and it's something for people and spectators to have a read of while they're wandering around to their seats or off to get something to eat. This is turned by Folks into the leg side, nicely tied, won't get a run on this occasion.
Well, I wake up every day and immediately I feel upset.
Right.
Because in my dreams, I'm 30 odd.
Oh, we all have
Still
that.
playing cricket.
Yeah.
Maybe I can't get my pads on right, but and then I'm going on 63.
Oh no. As forward goes, Folks turns this one into the leg side, and they will pick up a single. One more to the total. One more to Ben Folks. Oh dear. Yeah, Yates' cap's blown off, and it's actually blown all the way to the boundary rope in front of the Holly stand, and it's had to be retrieved there by Ethan Bamber. It's a good chase from Bamber, that. Yeah, I thought the cap was going to beat him over the rope for a second. 97 for 6. Yeah, I think we all have those dreams. As waits again as Tom Laws back on strike. He'll tuck this one from Barnard into the leg side. Rolls in there towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over, 97 for 6. Folks 18, Laws 14.
I couldn't get my boots on in the last one.
Well, to be honest with you,
And I needed to go out and bat with Chris Lewis, and I can't get my boots on. They're not fitting. You know, oh, where's my thigh pad? It's just like panic.
well, mine's always that I've got an exam and I've got the date wrong and I haven't done any revision for it, and I've got to do the exam. I'll be honest with you, when I get out of bed in the morning, I'm just quite glad to be able to put my shoes on these days. Bend down to put those on. I wrote. Did you realise, Mr. Reeve? It was, hang on, I've got to get it right. The Sunday before last was 34 years anniversary as Webster comes in over the wicket and driving his Folks up towards mid-off, and there's no run, of your World Cup semi-final win over South Africa, where they came out needing 22 to win off one ball. That was a couple of Sundays ago.
Right.
Yeah. So, I was reminiscing about the chaos of the finish of that game with the strange best over +1 or whatever the equation was, as in over the wicket goes Webster, driving once again his Folks up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I mean, South Africa were a bit cheeky with their tactics in that match, in that they only bowled 44 of their allotted 50 to bowl, and there's no punishment.
No.
So when you're batting, you're looking at it thinking you got 50 overs.
And you've only got 44.
And
as Webster's in, and Folks is in behind this, plays this one back into the leg side, and there's no run. And they also didn't they won the toss, but everybody knew rain was coming and decided to stick you in.
Yeah, I mean, it was a travesty for the crowd in that the lights are on. It's a night game, You could just wait for it to stop raining and carry on and play and finish the overs. But, rules are rules.
Webster's in again, and forward goes Folks, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
And, I mean, South Africa went from looking dangerous, and it was game on.
Yeah.
It rained for 20 minutes, and they needed 22 off one ball.
Well, it was originally, I think, it was 22 off 7.
Yeah.
and then it
17 off one.
It changed to 22 off one, as this is turned by folks down into the leg side.
I have
no run.
a distinct memory of Neil Fairbrother at that moment. Just, we're in the final. He didn't care.
Well, I think that
he
was
was
the
running
thing,
around.
I think that was the
Like
thing.
Speedy Gonzalez.
And I still say that was the best ever England one day kit. Absolutely the perfect kit, that. As in over the wicket once again goes Webster, and forward goes Folks. Nicely bowled again by Bo Webster, just hitting that line and length at Ben Folks with a little bit of movement, as Folks indicates there to Tom Laws. Folks 18, Laws 14. Good partnership this, worth 32. Surrey were 65 for 6 straight after lunch. They're now 97 for 6. Well, in fact, that your kit from the 92 World Cup was so good that England had it themselves when they won the 50 over World Cup here. It's sort of based on that kit. It was
Something
a lovely
similar.
colour.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket is Barnard. Oh, now Tom Laws, to say he's gone after that drive would be an understatement. He has thrown everything at that, and it beats the edge. And they've got a fielder in there now at short extra cover as well, catching.
Yeah, it was off the back foot, but as with a lot of batsmen these days, they rarely go back. They just stand up and go, well, I'll hit this for 4.
He's driving this time, beats the edge once again. Good from Barnard. Laws wanders off towards square leg. Looks like Gilchrist might be getting himself warmed up down there at long leg. It's good bowling from Barnard. Tom Laws couldn't resist having a drive. That time was on the front foot, looking to have a drive. Beat his outside edge. Over the wicket once again goes Barnard, and beats the edge again as Laws pushes forward. Very good from Barnard this. Tom Laws has just got to get through this. Ben Folks will come into play as well down there at the non-strikers end. It's just sort of nodded at Tom Laws as if to say, well done for not nicking that. Very good stuff this from Ed Barnard. Sun's out again. We've got some bank of blue sky now. As he's gone past his edge again. That's 4 consecutive deliveries now. First 2 were attacking shots. Next 2 defensive shots. So here comes Ben Folks now. Just have a word with Tom Laws. Not sure what he's going to say to him, but he's come down to give him some encouragement anyway. Two balls to go in this over. Barnard is in, and Laws gets bat on ball. Plays this one out into the offside. Almost got himself out the crease there before Barnard bowled it, just to get himself to the pitch of that. Did Tom Laws. It's a really interesting first day of cricket this. Surrey hanging in there at the moment. Barnard, final ball of this over. He's in. Oh, beats him again. Well, 5 out of 6 beat the outside edge, but Tom Laws is still there. So he gets through the over. Terrific stuff from Barnard. He'll get a punch of gloves. Will Tom Laws from Ben Folks to say well done for not nicking any of those. End of the over, 97 for 6. A very good over that from Barnard.
Yeah, fantastic over, and that just shows how cricket, there is luck involved. Barnard could have easily found the edge. Another batter could have come in and found the edge.
Yeah, as Webster is into Ben Folks, who drives all the out. Misfield at a wideish mid-off. And that is the captain, who's got a bit on his mind, obviously.
I think he was still thinking of his
I
over, his
think
bowling.
he was thinking, how did I not pick up Tom Laws? But that's away for 4. And Ben Folks will move on to 22. That boundary brings up the Surrey 100. 101 for 6. So the 100 finally arrives as all now shout for LBW. Huge shout for LBW here from Webster, and the slip cord just about, I would have thought, got himself outside the line there, did Ben Folks. Your thoughts, Dermot Reeve, on that?
Yeah, outside the line. I thought it might have been a catch, initially, because it went all the way to slip. But off the knee roll, outside the line, playing a shot, not out. Very good decision.
And Ben Folks wanders off towards square leg. Has a think about everything and then settles himself down over his bat once more as Webster is in and forward goes Folks. Solid looking defensive shot. As I say, Surrey hanging in there at the moment. This partnership is worth 36. And after those 2 quick wickets after lunch, Warwickshire would have harboured hopes of polishing off this Surrey first innings. They're still having a good day here, Warwickshire, as Webster is in. All Folks forward, thick inside edge, looking to go through the offside. Oh, now Tom Laws wants to, but Davis was quickly up to do the fielding. Gets it over the top of the stumps, a throw, and they keep it down to the single. So Webster will get an opportunity here to bowl at Tom Laws. Folks, once again, just strolls down to have a little bit of a chat with Tom Laws. 102 for 6, Surrey. 42nd over of the day. Right-handed Laws waits for Webster, drives, thickish edge. Yates gets something on this, diving to his right in the gully, and they will pick up a single.
Well, that last over from Barnard and a couple of balls that we've seen from Bert Webster, that one you're getting a thick edge. The batsman's trying to hit it to mid-off, and it squirts out past gully. It shows that there is still, movement. The ball's only 41 overs old.
Webster's in, and Folks turns this one away down to Alex Davis, and we'll pick up a single. Folks keeps the strike. 104 for 6.
But the key to being if you like, a medium fast bowler who can keep getting the ball in the right spot time and time and time again. That's the difference between, say a Wokes, who generally, he might go at 2 and over because he's keeping it tight, as well as
really interesting.
With Webster, you do get the odd, leg stump half volley, and
that's well bowled by Barnard. Start of a new over from the city end. I always use Ricky Clark as the example of what you're talking about, because he said when he got to Warwickshire, it was Graham Welch who was the bowling coach. He said, you're talented, but you can't hit the same spot time after time and after time. You get here half an hour earlier than you normally would. As in over the wicket once again comes Barnard. This one's left alone outside the off stump, and we'll put a target down. And you come in half an hour earlier, and every morning you will run in and you will keep hitting that target, hit that target, hit that target, hit that target. And Ricky says that he learned how to bowl, basically. He had all the skills, but he couldn't hit the same length time after time after time. And well, what a fabulous cricketer he was, as this one's pushed into the offside by Ben Folks, rolls out there towards cover. And Graham Onion said the same thing. He said, look, you can have all the tricks in the world, but if you haven't got a stop delivery and you can't hit the top of off stump, I can try and teach you everything, but you've got to be able to do that. As Barnard turns once more, comes in over the wicket to Folks, who's forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
So I feel it's had sad, really, for Graham Welch, in that he would have had a day where he would have learnt that. And it was against Lancashire in Benson and Hedges here, where he bowled his overs, but they went for 100.
Right.
And
right. In over the wicket once again goes Barnett. Oh, that's well bowled.
And he was moving it, he was swinging it out, he was swinging it in, but 2 balls and over were gimmies that, you know, the batsman could free their hands and get it out of backward point. And I felt it's going to come. He's swinging it. He's a good bowler. And I actually kept him on. It would have been maybe I could have bowled Roger Twos for a little while, but...
As Barnard again goes past folks' outside edge. Another very good over that from Barnard. End of it, 104 for 6.
But interestingly, Toosey wasn't keen that day. When I said, how about you he's gone, oh no, you know. But he'll come good. He's a good bowler. And we all wanted him to do really well. But that just in his career, just, you know, one of his first games in the first team, one of his first one-dayers. But
now
he would have learnt from that lesson,
yeah,
and became a great bowler.
And also he is now a great bowling coach as well. As Bo Webster's in, forward goes the right-handed Laws. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run, because the number of players you speak to who talk about him as a bowling coach. It's like with Jade Dernbach now at Surrey. You know, Jade slipped into that role perfectly because he gets it, he understands it, and you know, he invented some of these tricks as well as driving his Laws. Just pushed it up there a bit more, did Bo Webster. Laws was tempted again with the drive. Beats his outside edge. Taken by Kai Smith, moving away to his right hand side. I think at the end of this over on bringing Mike Taylor back in. And yes, indeed.
Well, I'll give you a tip about Laws. He tries to keep his bat straight when he holds it up, but it just comes down slightly from sort of third slip.
He's driving here, out towards cover. There's no run.
There's an in-to-out movement.
Yeah.
That he's probably someone that favours the offside. But he's not keeping the bat as straight as he could do.
Oh, he's still there at the moment. These Tom Laws being tested by the Warwickshire bowlers. Turn this one off his hip. They're taking the quick single. They'll get the quick single. That's good running from Messrs Folkes and Laws. 105 for 6. Partnership has moved on to 40 now. Bo Webster's in his 4th over, none for 14. I saw Gilchrist getting himself warmed up. I'm not even sure he's on there now though. I think he may have nipped off, maybe changed his boots or something. As Webster, in over the wicket he goes, and forward goes Folkes. That's well played. Keeps that bat perfectly straight and gets a single down the ground. And Folkes moves on to 25, 106 for 6. No, he is, there he is. Mr. Gilchrist getting himself warmed up again. So yeah, I think we'll be seeing a little bit of Nathan Gilchrist shortly. He bowled very nicely this morning. As Webster into Laws, goes wider of the crease this time. Laws lets it go. End of the over, 106 for 6. A few more thoughts from you, Dermot Reeve, and then you will be joined by Mike Taylor.
Thanks very much. And it has been a fight back by Folkes and Laws. Partnership now worth 41. Warwickshire have been employing an attacking field for, you know, there was 4 slips at one point, 4 slip catches. We're down to two and a gully now.
Yeah, still been threatening, but without quite getting the edges to go in the right place. This is pushed away by Folkes for 1 run into the covers to go to 26. But this is, I mean, it's a sort of a steadying partnership for Surrey, but it still looks as though there's a wicket not far away with a lot of the strokes being played.
but Barnard's bowled brilliantly.
He's been
He's
right on it this morning and this afternoon.
That perfect line and length.
He's here again to bring one back into Laws, who's defending firmly up the pitch. Some techniques examined today, but some players do sort of really rise into it when they're given the captaincy. He's done it in the One Day Cup for the last 2 seasons, but stepping up in the Championship as well. Been in such outstanding form over the last couple of years, with bat and ball. He's in again to bowl to Laws, who plays this a little jerkily from the crease, and it runs away into the covers. He doesn't get a run. But this feels like a good time in his career to step up now for Ed Barnard. And
I actually whispered in Andy Lloyd's ear last summer.
Yeah, thought he might be good. He certainly has earned everybody's respect since moving here from Worcester 3 years ago. He brings this one back in and hits Laws on the thigh pad. He's got a nice manner about him, Ed Barnard. He doesn't strike me as the sort who's a big shouty captain, but I think he'd have all the players on side.
I just felt that a couple of games last year, Alex Davies had some extraordinary fields. At one point he had 3 men down at third man just to stop a reverse sweep in the Somerset game.
Barnard bowls to Laws, who is driving slightly on the walk up to mid-off. And they don't get a run. Still 107 for 6. So it's an opportunity for Davies as well, as in if you step back into the ranks, then he can focus on scoring runs and regaining his own form, which has been there at times.
I'm sure Alex has got a good cricket brain.
Yeah.
So he shouldn't shy away.
No. No, I'm sure Barnard will want to call on it.
That was one of my rules when I was captain.
Barnard, he gets Laws pushing this next one back to him. It's the end of another over. Well, you want other players in the team
I said to Nick Knight, I said, if you boys have got something to say on the field that you think is going to help, and you don't share it, at that moment you're playing for the opposition.
Yeah.
You must share it. And I might go, I'll have a think about that. I might not, do what you're suggesting, but please share. And with that environment, someone like Nick Knight, the whole time he was coming up and going, what about a leg gully here, Skip? And
so you're putting ideas into the pot?
Well, you're wanting all the players out there basically to captain in their minds. Because you don't know who's going to have the little gem one day.
Yeah, absolutely. Nathan Gilchrist is going to bowl from the pavilion end at 107 for 6. After this over, Dermot, I'll give you a break for a bit and we'll get Brian Halford to come in here for a little while. Forward comes Folks to push the first ball of a new over from Gilchrist back up the pitch. Gilchrist was here. I don't know whether you would have caught him the back end of last season.
I did.
In those 2 or 3 games he played on loan.
Fast,
Yeah, and this is a big chance for him. Signed a 3-year contract and bowled a good spell this morning. So a real opportunity for him stepping up into Division 1 back into Division 1 from Kent. And he bowls wide of the off stump, but a ball that was lifting and taken by Kai Smith up by his chest. Still early in his career, Nathan Gilchrist, but looks like he's got good attributes, and he's tall, slim and quick.
Well, that last ball was an example of, it wasn't a perfect line and length, but it raced through it and bounced. So he's got that, in his game, in his action.
Yeah, he's getting something different to the other bowlers from this surface, and this time Folks rides the bounce of this and plays it on one bounce down to gully, where it's well fielded by Mosley, diving to his left.
He basically, at delivery, really puts in.
Yes.
Really lets it go, while other bowlers sometimes at delivery are really focused on a good line and length.
Yeah.
And let's try and get a bit of swing.
Here he is, and bowls. Ooh, and a ball that was threatening to come back towards the off stump. Folks made quite a late decision to leave that, by the look of it. And again, it was rising on its way through to Kai Smith.
He'll get a few wickets in his career, Gilchrist, with the batsman letting the ball go.
Yes.
And the ball will bounce up and go off the face of the bat to the keeper.
Yes, he can hurry batters.
It's an unusual way to get a dismissal, but he's got it in its armoury.
He bowls now to Folks, who adjusts late and turns this to mid-on. And they don't get a run. 107 for 6. Plenty of bowlers to rotate through, of course. We've seen 6 seamers so far today. And an interesting mix, although it's 6 right-arm seamers. We've seen 1 or 2 different styles. Gilchrist would be the quickest of those 6. And here he is to bring Folks forward, defending, facing straight back down the pitch in the end. So it was a good start to a new spell from Gilchrist with a maiden. 107 for 6. Dermot, I'll give you a pause at that point, and Brian Halford's going to pop in.
And compliments of the season to you, Brian. Lovely to see you again.
So, Brian in there. We'll hear from Dermot again in a little while. We'll hear from Mark Church again in a short while too. And back goes Ed Barnard, who's bowled 9 overs today, to try again from the city end. And here he is. Familiar rolling action in to start a new over, and Laws is hitting this away, not quite timing it, but he's going to get 2 runs through extra cover by the time that Mosley has run back to get it towards the long boundary. And it's 109 for 6. And Brian Halford is here. How are you?
Hello, Mike. You well? Well, good afternoon to you and everybody.
I'm all the better for being here for the start of a new season. The fact that we're playing as well, which is always a bonus.
And the sun has come out. It's remarkable for April the 3rd or 4th,
yes,
or whatever it is. But Surrey digging in effectively here. They've got a long, long way to get to a competitive total, but Folks and Laws putting just the makings of a stand together.
Barnard bowls to Laws, who hits this confidently up to mid-on, but he doesn't get a run. And it stays 109 for 6. I mean, just the start that Warwickshire would have wanted today with this sort of refettled bowling attack.
Yes, really the best bowling attacks come at you in waves, don't you? You don't just see off the openers and then relax. You want several shifts of bowlers.
Got that here as Barnard, who's been very accurate today, has Laws pushing this off his pad into the leg side.
Wokes and Bamber have shared 5 wickets so far. Nobody else has taken one, but they have bowled well, haven't they? Ed Barnard, particularly the captain.
Barnes bowled ever so well.
Much has been spoken and written about the new guys coming in, but Barnard has bowled well in the last 2 seasons, hasn't he? And again today.
He's here again, still looking for his first wicket, but he's conceding a single here to Laws. He went up on the back foot and hit it into the covers, didn't really time it, but gets 1. And I do think, I was just saying with Dermot, this feels like a good time in his career for Ed. He's certainly got everybody's respect here from his performances. I think he'd be a quiet leader, but one that you would imagine would command some respect.
Mike Brearley type, I think.
Yes. Well, he'd settle for that, wouldn't he? He's put off his run here by the strength of the breeze.
He's probably listening to us on his headphones, and he was taken aback by the comparison to Mike Brearley.
Yes. 2 slips and quite a deep set gully now. Webster's taken a pace back, and he's short from Barnard and cuffed for 4 runs by Folks, who was onto that very early. We've seen very few attempts to bowl short today, and we may not see many more because that rather bunny hopped up to
it was
Folks, who swatted it away.
That's proof, if we need it, that this is a pitch to get it right up there, because there is a little bit of nip on the pitch away from the bat and just off the seam generally, and even the quicker bowlers haven't tried too much short, so I'm sure that one just slipped out.
114 for 6, And, that's a much better one. He's trimmed the outside edge almost. Folks, who was properly beaten by that. But he survived. It's the end of another wicketless over for Barnard, but he will seldom bowl better than in his 10 overs so far today without taking a wicket. He's no wicket for 20, and it is 1-1-4 for 6.
Yes, Ed Barnard is played really well with bat and ball since moving across from Worcestershire, hasn't he? And it is strange how some players seem to be written up as potential England players, and they have to do very little. They seem to get straight onto that merry-go-round. But Barnard, not so much. Gilchrist starts another over, and Laws is forward driving, but only up to mid-on. Ed Barnard, to me, has got all the makings of an international player. He bowls wicket-taking deliveries. He bats beautifully. And he's a good fielder. That's pretty half-decent cricketer.
He's got most bases reasonably well covered. I mean, I mean, who knows exactly what criteria they're looking at.
Gilchrist is in again, and Laws is solidly forward here.
Certainly, if, as we are now being told a bit more recently, it seems that performances in the Championship are going to count for a little bit more, and I don't quite know how the PCA crunch the numbers of this, but they keep putting out these most valuable player rankings every year, and you'll generally find Ed Barnard quite close to the top of it. So he's doing something. Anyway, he feels like a right time for him to take a county captaincy, though.
Indeed, and he's just made a tweak in the field as square leg goes back to long leg for this next ball from Gilchrist, but it's on the off stump, and Laws plays it up to point in the shadow of the very large and imposing crane, which is standing dormant. I assume there's not going to be any work going on during matches. The building site that was the groundsman's hut underneath the Raglan stand is very still today, full of diggers and one enormous crane in the middle of it. This is clipped away into the leg side by Laws, and he'll take 2 to move to 21. 116 for 6. Yes,
that's 50 partnership.
50 partnership, and very good effort after Surrey lost 3 wickets in 9 balls either side of lunch. They desperately needed something of a revival, and Ben Folkes has batted beautifully, and Tom Laws has supported him really well. But yes, that side of the ground will be a building site this summer, Mike. A strange backdrop, but there is obviously still plenty of room at Edgbaston and many other seats in the ground. Here comes Gilchrist again, drops this one a little bit short, and not much pace in that, even from the pacey Gilchrist, and Laws paddles it away very comfortably down to long leg for a single.
I shouldn't think there'd be much work on it, certainly in this game, because it's because of Bank Holiday Monday as well. So whether there's any work going on during the other games, I don't know. What I am confident in saying is that even though it's the prevailing wind is to push the ball away from that, there are going to be some cricket balls hit into there quite often in the T20 games.
Indeed.
So
be a good view from the top of the crane as well, I have to say. Gilchrist in to complete his 7th over, and this one is well left by Folkes. Leaves it on length. It rises over the top of the stumps and is taken by the keeper. 117 for 6. Surrey. It's been a very entertaining opening session and a half of the season. Warwickshire winning the toss and not wasting any time in getting their newly refurbished bowling attack into action. They astutely arranged for cloud cover first thing this morning as well, so those bowlers could get to work in it. 2 wickets for Chris Wokes, 3 for Ethan Bamber. Helped by a run out. Rory Burns went for a single that I think only he saw, and ran himself out very early on. So it was a bit of an accident-prone morning for Surrey, but they are fighting hard now. Folkes on 30, Laws on 22, as you say, Mike. The 50 partnership has just raised. They've nearly doubled the score.
I don't know as well. I'd want to be looking. It would be a very good view from that crane, but not today. Today's not the day.
Yes.
I think
Swaying a little
in this breeze. Start of a new over from Jordan Thompson. He's going to take over from the luckless Barnard at the city end. Bowled 5 overs before lunch. And again searching for a full length. He did go looking for the Yorker now and then this morning. And bowled a couple of good ones. But he hits Laws on the pad with this first ball of a new spell. And it's 117 for 6. 2 slips and a gully are waiting. Thompson bowls wide of off stump. And there isn't a run. I should have introduced you as Brian Halford. People will know you from various publications, but now of the Bear website.
Oh yes, of course, Mike. And Jordan Thompson is writing a column for us, which is really nice. The Bears fans might be interested in. It's called the Bear website on Counterpress platform, and we're basically, myself and 2 colleagues, Aaron Viles and Paul Edwards, are just trying to fill the gap left by regional newspapers' retreat from county cricket.
Thompson bowls, and this is driven on the up by Laws. Good shot. He's going to get 4 between extra cover and mid-off, and he's certainly punching the ball with confidence.
But if you Google the Bear Counterpress, up it will come, and we are trying hard to get some good stuff on there. Jordan is writing a fortnightly column for us, and it's basically features and interviews and reports that you would have in the old days got on regional newspapers. And the Counterpress initiative, it's covering 17 of the 18 counties, so I mean hopefully this is the future of county cricket media coverage alongside the BBC, of course.
Thompson bowls and Laws defends back up the pitch for no run. So, because the regional press, which you did, people we originally used to bring you on these commentaries as Brian Halford of the Birmingham Post.
That's right, yeah.
And then of the Birmingham Mail. Yeah. So that's which rather I suppose underlines the point.
Well, that's right.
But there it is.
But it's a long time since any regional newspaper other than the Yorkshire Post actually sent a human being to a cricket match.
Yeah. Certainly on any regular basis.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Jordan Thompson bowls to Laws, who flicks this off his hip to Davis at mid-wicket, and either side of him would have got 4, but he didn't. He's along the ground. To Alex Davis, who I wonder how this game must feel a bit strange for Alex. First game in the championship for a couple of years.
Yeah, it was quite strange timing, the change, wasn't it? Quite very late in the close season.
Yes. I didn't get the impression that it was in the nature of the late change last year when the first team coach changed. It felt like a handover. I don't know. Jordan Thompson bowls to a slightly shorter length. Laws drives out to extra cover. And there's no run. 121 for 6. Didn't feel quite the same. Yeah. It felt like, I don't know, I didn't get the impression it was a forced handover.
No, and I'm guessing, we can only guess, can't we? But I would think that it might have been known in the dressing room sometime earlier.
That's my feeling too, yeah.
It was just made public later on. But you would think in theory it's good for both. Barnard, I think, is more than capable of handling the captaincy, both cricket terms and in terms of managing players and media responsibility. And Alex Davis can free up and just bat, and if he does that to the best of his abilities, then Warwickshire will be very strongly placed. Folks, works the first ball of Gilchrist's next over down to long leg for a single and moves to 31, and batting probably as comfortable as it has been all day, which the top order Surrey batsmen will be thinking, well, that is the way of county cricket these days, isn't it? The new ball is probably more dangerous than it ever has been. The pitches tend to flatten out quite quickly. Here comes Gilchrist again, and this is met by a very solid forward defensive by Tom Laws.
Yeah, I mean, it is the nature of county cricket in the last little while. It's also the nature of Dom Sibley's game, because I do think sometimes he gets a bit of a bad press.
because people just sort of label him as somebody who just sits there and chivies away. But the value of it would have been if he could have hung around until now.
Indeed. And this is pulled, but not very effectively by Laws. Just gets a bit too close to that one and ladles it along the ground to mid-on. Yes, Sibley 25 from 85 balls today, and it wasn't an innings, I think, to have Brendan McCullum tuning into the live stream from New Zealand, and of course then he was cleaned up by a cracking delivery from Woke straight after lunch. But even without Sibley's 25, if he'd have gone early, Surrey could have been all out by lunchtime. This is another false shot from Laws, trying to force Gilchrist through the offside. Again, just scuffs the ball to mid-on.
He's bowled quite well today in 2 shortish spells so far, Nathan Gilchrist.
Yeah.
He's looked on target. None of the bowlers bowled badly, it's just that only 2 of them have taken a wicket, but they've all looked competitive. So often when teams run, when you knock over the first few wickets quickly, you just think, oh, they're just 1 wicket away from really breaking through now.
Gilchrist, and again, this over has been a little bit leg side from the bowler, and again it's just eased away to the man on the deep mid wicket boundary for a single by Laws. Ed Barnard's got a bit of thinking to do. The 2 wicket takers, Wokes and Bamber, have both bowled double figures overs already. Chris Wokes particularly, you would think, would want relatively, I know he is fully fit, but he's coming back after a long period of injury with his shoulder, so he wouldn't want to be overworked as this over concludes with 1 left outside the off stump. So Ed Barnard's got to hope that one of his other seamers can chip in with the wickets now. Ethan Bamber bowled very well, didn't he? What a wicket-taking bowler he is. There's always something happening.
Yeah, I was saying a bit this morning, interesting talk. It's always interesting talking to Ethan. It's easy to see when you meet Ethan as to why people tend to quite like Ethan Bamber, in my experience. But
Yeah.
he is hard on himself, and his major point he was hard on himself when he was talking last week was saying, look, yeah, I did bowl quite a few wicket-taking balls, but I also bowled a lot of 4 balls in those spells, and I'd like to bowl more of one and less of the other. And there was a little bit of that today, but obviously he came back strongly with 2 more wickets before lunch. Yeah. But I see what he means. If you can just iron out the odd one that drifts down the leg side, then he'll be an even better bowler.
Yeah.
But he's certainly done well since coming here. Jordan Thompson's going to bowl now from the City end at 123 for 6, and has Laws pushing back on the offside.
We've spoken quite a lot about the seam options. Of course, there is always Dan Mousley and Rob Yates if Ed Barnard wants to try a bit of spin, although I'm guessing that's unlikely. The wicket is still offering a little bit for seamers.
I'm not sure how often, at least at this end of the season, we're going to see either of the 2 sort of specialist spinners, Tazim Ali and Jake Lintott, in the Warwick side, such is the number of seamers they've got.
The 3rd slip comes out as it goes to mid-wicket, and mid-wicket goes back to field underneath the grain.
And as if to suggest that for that fielding position, Thompson goes full towards the leg stump, and it's flicked away for 4 runs because of a misfield on the rope by Alex Davis, who's cross with himself, although he had made a lot of ground to get there. I suppose it might be why he's cross, having got all that way round.
Yeah.
So 4 to Laws, who joins Folks on 31. There is still Abbott, Fisher and Taylor to come, so not quite through Surrey yet. Fisher got 100 in this fixture last season, I think, didn't he? Well, got one, was a couple of years ago for, I forget, but certainly can bat. There's something square of the wicket bothering the players. Can't be bothering the batters from there, what is it? Oh, is it? There might be. Is a photographer? Is the sun glinting off his lens?
I think that's Tony Marsh over there, making a nuisance of himself. He was. That you're spot on there. He was, because he's moved back into the shade, hasn't he?
Yeah, so it must be just glinting. But
Yeah.
from mid-wicket, it's catching somebody's eyes.
So, yeah, who on earth could that be interfering with, Mike, other than the guy at cover?
I don't know.
I've never seen play halted because a photographer's lens is interfering with the fielder at cover before.
127 for 6. And in comes Thompson again. He's heading to the leg side, and it's pushed by Laws for 1 run.
Tony, you'll be furious at that, because he's such a perfectionist. He will have worked out that of the 25,000 seats in this ground, that's the one.
That's the one
for the best photograph, and he's been moved from it.
128 for 6. Laws up to 32. Warwickshire still trying to dislodge him. And Folkes turns this into the leg side for no run. So it's suddenly they've changed to a different gear in field placings in the last 5 minutes. It's suddenly gone a bit leg side heavy. As far as you can protect that short boundary, which is not all that much. There's a man at backward point, but deep backward point, who's a very long way away. And if the ball comes to him down there, he'd be throwing back into the wind as well, so it'd be like throwing up a mountain. Anyway, Folkes is hitting this with a little bit of movement in the air, again straight to mid-wicket.
Do you think Warwickshire are potential champions this season, Mike?
I think the potential, in that they look better equipped to bowl teams out. Just because, look, if they can't do any more, one of the problems they've had in recent seasons is they seem to run out of fit bowlers by the end of June.
Yeah.
Well, if that happens this season, there really isn't anything else they can do.
Yeah.
So, to that extent, they could. Thompson bowls wide of off stump, and Folkes lets this go. It's the end of the over. I do think that it's probably time for this squad to. It would be a successful season if they can at least challenge really strongly in one of the competitions. That should be within their reach, I should think.
Yeah. And they always say that it's bowlers that win your matches, isn't it? Well, Warwickshire seem to have an array of potentially match-winning bowlers, but this is an interesting test now because they've got Surrey on the ropes a little bit, or they did have them on the ropes at 65 for 6, and a ruthless side will now nail Surrey and get them all out for certainly under 200. But Surrey, of course, are a very resolute, talented side. So we'll see. Laws defends the next ball from Gilchrist, just up to mid-on. Surrey, of course, were very keen to get their hands back on the championship, which has been their property in recent years until Nottinghamshire nicked it off them last year. It looks like quite an open championship race, actually.
I think so. Well, I mean, Notts showed last year that you can actually beat Surrey if everything goes well.
Yeah. Gilchrist, poor delivery, ladled down for 4 runs by Laws. That was a long hop outside leg stump, and it got what it deserves. Laws moves to 36. He's overtaken Ben Folkes now, who's on 31. 132 for 6. It's got a little bit flat for the first time today for the Bears. So I wonder if one of the 2 main wicket takers might be limbering up again soon. Or Bo Webster's only bowled 4 overs so far. Gilchrist, perhaps stung by that poor delivery, will give us a real good one this time. It says exactly the same. Length side long hop, paddled for 4 by Laws, who moves to 40. Successive boundaries for the Surrey batter. And Gilchrist exchanges a few words with skipper Ed Barnard on his walk back. So
yeah, this just allowing the pressure to leak away at the moment. So this is an awkward spell for Warwickshire.
Successive 4s for Laws. What can Gilchrist come up with this time? It's a better delivery on middle stump, but it's crisply driven by Laws off the front foot up to Chris Wokes at mid-on. Chris Wokes, who's I think played 12 championship matches in the last 9 years for Warwickshire, so he
could play more than that this year if everything goes really well.
Warwickshire will be delighted if he does. Gilchrist is in again, and this is another good delivery which Laws attempts to force into the offside, but again he finds only Wokes at mid-on. Chris Wokes warmed up with a respectable first spell and then really hit his straps in the second spell with 2 wickets in his first over after lunch. Tom Sibley, the vital wicket, caught in the slips, and this is slashed away for another 4. The third boundary of the over for Tom Laws. This one wide outside the off stump, and Laws.
Yes, I'm just going to have to nip in to do a local radio update. If you'll forgive me just a moment, and then I'll pick up. So I'll do that. Warwickshire have become a little bit stuck in the last hour. Surrey have moved to 140 for 6. With a good partnership between Ben Folkes, at the moment a former England wicketkeeper. A lot of people think he'll get back to that one day, but we'll see. He's 31. Tom Laws joined him, played some attacking strokes and has made 44. Warwickshire have threatened to take wickets several times in the last hour. Particularly good spell from their new captain, Ed Barnard, went unrewarded. But at the moment they're just got a little bit stuck. A partnership of 75, reviving Surrey from a very delicate position at 65 for 6. They're now 140 for 6 midway through the afternoon session. And a new over begins with the first ball pushed away for 1 run, down to third man by Folkes, who's gone up to 32, and he's playing very responsibly here. He's letting Laws make the running. Laws seems happier doing that and playing his shots, and it's bringing them some benefit so far, bro.
It's working very well. Warwickshire supporters will be interested to know that Ollie Hannah-Dolby's taken his first wicket for Worcestershire. Immensely popular figure at Edgbaston.
He's pushed away into the covers by Laws for no run. And yet, look, I'm absolutely sure there was no desire really from anybody here for Ollie to move on. At the moment it's just a lone spell, but equally it's perfectly understandable that he wants to play cricket. It's a rather harder job to get into the Warwickshire first 11 this season than it was last.
Yep, indeed. Professional sport can be brutal, can't it? Ollie Hannah-Dolby has pretty much carried Warwickshire's pace attack for much of the last 5 years, but all of a sudden it's a very different attack, isn't it? There's a case that he should be a member of it, I have to say, Mike.
No, there's an argument for it.
It's a big call, isn't it, on selection? Who do you leave out when all these guys are fit?
Yes, that was miscued back up the pitch a little bit by Laws. I'll bring Mark. I'll bring Mark back in with you, Brian, for a moment. Yeah, I mean, what I would say about Ollie is that there were a lot of times last season where I thought he bowled better than his returns, only 11 wickets in the season, would suggest. Anyway, I'll bring Mark back in for a short while with you, Brian, once I've seen this ball from Thompson, which is defended by Laws into the offside. 141 for 6.
Yes, Ollie Hannah-Dolby has much to give, still, without a doubt. And Warwickshire supporters will be hoping that plenty more at Edgbaston, but we'll see how it goes at New Road for him. Churchy, welcome back.
Thank you very much indeed. I don't know what you think. It's looked a little bit easier when the sun's come out.
Yeah, it certainly has, but these two have applied themselves well as well, haven't they, as Thompson comes in, and that's beautifully driven for 4 by Laws, who is batted. He's punished any indiscretion of length and line, hasn't he? That's his 4th 4 in I think the last 10 balls. He moved to 48 and really changed the whole mood of the game, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was saying with Dermot, and I said to Mike earlier, he's worked very hard on his batting during the winter, and batting at 7 in this game as well. So yeah, he's a talent. There's no doubt whatsoever. We know about him with the ball, but with the bat as well. And yeah, 48 now from 72 deliveries, and this partnership 80. Crucial runs at the moment from a Surrey perspective.
Thompson in to finish his 8th over, and Laws thinks about trying to drive this, but in the end just scuffs it up to mid-on. And yes, at 65 for 6, Mark, it was Surrey were in a pickle.
They certainly were, and it was also the fact that, you know, got Sibley straight away after lunch, did Chris Wokes, and then bowled Ralphie Albert. And at that point, yeah, Surrey were in a lot of trouble. But I think what these two have done very, very well is, yeah, the ball's gone past the outside. In one over for Tom Laws, what was it, 5 out of 6 deliveries from Barnard, but he didn't let it bother him. And if they've had a scoring opportunity, they've jumped on it. So they played very well so far. Nathan Gilchrist it'll be from this pavilion end over the wicket, and forward goes Folks, plays this one off a goodish length out into the offside, rolls out there to Bo Webster at cover.
How's Surrey going into this season then, mate, for those of us up here? I think Surrey were widely expected to take the Champo again last year, but got pipped.
I think they were very honest. They weren't at their best last season. I think what they did was hung in there, and then it all came down to that Nottinghamshire game. As over the wicket again goes Gilchrist, runs here for Folks as he turns the ball into the leg side, and they will pick up a single. And they had opportunities in that game to win that game, but Nottinghamshire, to their credit, when it really mattered, and Josh Tong came in and bowled one of the best spells of fast bowling I've seen for a long time live, and cleaned Surrey up. I think if Surrey had won it last year, I think they would have been honest enough to say we almost tripped over the line rather than playing our best. As Gilchrist is in, and that, I don't think he's played that badly actually, no. Tom Laws. I think he's pulled the bat inside the line of that. That's well bowled but well played by Tom Laws. So I think what it's done, because as you've seen, there's no changes to the squad. Yes, Sean Abbott's come in, and I think getting Chahar as well for 8 championship games at the back end of the season was a big thing. But actually I think what it's done is it's focused them up again, and sort of, and I think that's the whole thing for them as well this season is they're actually sort of chasing knots rather than being the ones that are being chased, is what they keep talking about. As Gilchrist is in, and this is clipped by Laws firmly back up the ground, and there's no run. But they weren't at their best last season, and I think as well, to be fair to them, I think they came across, and this is going to happen. Notts will find that this season that you may get to grounds and actually not a lot's going to happen. You've got to work out a way to take 20 wickets basically, and they couldn't work that one out last season. As in over the wicket again comes Gilchrist, and this is clipped uppishly by Laws. One bounce up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So I think it's a case of go back to what we were doing before, really.
Well, it is slightly reassuring that if Surrey aren't at their best, someone can pip them, because you know, you don't want the championship to be dominated too much by one team.
And look, that Nottinghamshire game was an unbelievably good game of cricket as well. As Gilchrist beats the edge this time, that's nicely bowled. Laws pushing forward at that one, beats his outside edge, and it's taken by Kai Smith away to his right hand side. End of the over, 146 for 6. But I think getting Chahar back, I think they probably had a decision to make between. It's not a bad decision to have to make, but of course Saiki Shaw came over as well, the left arm spinner. But I think Chahar's just one of those bowlers that picks up wickets, and Hampshire in the second innings of that last game just couldn't play him. And I think at that time of the summer to get him for 8 championship games, I think that will make a difference.
Yeah. Well, they're fighting hard today, and that is what potential champions do, isn't it? You're not going to be on top all through every game, and It was a wretched start for Surrey, 65 for 6, but 146 for 6 on a pitch that is doing a bit. If they can get to 250 or something like that, I think they'll be pretty happy. Bo Webster is back in the attack from the city end and starts with a wide delivery, which is driven by Folks, and they'll scamper through for a single. Folks, the junior partner in this partnership, but he's really, I think it was him who really set the tone, wasn't it, for resistance and resolution, and he's batted really impressively.
Yeah, he has. He hasn't looked in too much trouble at all, has he? And I think the other thing, and there's a number like this, there's a few out there that need to have a good sort of 4, 5, 6 championship games at the start of the season if we're thinking England.
Webster is in again, and this is driven up to mid-off. They go for a single very quickly, and they'll get an overthrow if Laws has not gone too far at the city end. It was a quick single and he went a long way past the stump, so the overthrow doesn't happen, just a single to move Laws to 49.
Yeah, he almost ended up in the stand there. Tom Laws then decided he was going to. He'd been running about 40 yards, I think.
Yes.
But yes, so I'm thinking of the likes of your Popes, your Smiths, your Atkinsons, those guys. You know, they're going to want runs and wickets at the start of the summer.
Yeah. Here comes Webster again, and just on the leg stump again, and tickled away, and a single to Folks. The bowlers have just lost their line in the last half an hour. There's too many easy little singles down to the leg side and 3/4s for Tom Laws. It's after a very, very good 2 hours. The Bears bowlers have just lost a bit of direction in the last hour, and Folks and Laws have taken advantage. The bowlers will be happy to see a bit of cloud rolling back in. Not particularly heavy, but some cloud above them at least. Laws on 49, and he'll go to 50 with this controlled edge down to the third man boundary. Laws 53 from 79 deliveries, a super knock which has got Surrey back into this game.
Yeah, it's been a really good innings this from Tom Laws. Tough at the start, but he came out, he was positive straight away. I think Folks has helped him as well. Very cool, calm head at the other end. But yeah, 53 in difficult conditions as well. That's the other thing.
Yeah, really good, valuable innings for his side. Now, will he celebrate with a 6 over the crane? No, he won't. Just tucks it up to mid-wicket and Davis fields.
It was very interesting. I don't know if you saw it, but Gareth Batty compared him to a young Chris Woakes.
Really?
So yeah, he said that we've seen him with the ball. He is talented with the ball. We all know that, but also with the bat. And said, yeah, he a young Chris Woakes.
It's a very interesting comparison as Webster is in again, and this is driven crisply by Laws, but he won't be mid-off. 153 for 6 at the end of the over. So we're just talking about Chris Woakes earlier on today, Mark, and I was obviously we all know he's very, very fine bowler. I just wonder if he might score quite a lot of runs in the championship this season. He has played some lovely innings, but of course, especially for England, he's well down the order. I think if Chris Woakes had never bowled, he could almost be a specialist batsman.
Well, they used to say, didn't he, that sort of technically in that England lineup, he had the best technique, Chris Woakes. I saw him get that 100 against India at Lord's, and he played beautifully that day. He really did. But no, I thought it was an interesting comparison that Gareth Batty made there to Tom Laws. And also, he sort of challenged Tom Laws, I think, this season to be the season where he really steps up and, you know, grabs the opportunity by the scruff of the neck.
Well, he's going to have some spin to deal with,
well, this is interesting, isn't it? Yates is coming into the attack. Now, Surrey have gone with Ralphie Albert, and they also have Dan Lawrence up their sleeve. So, the last thing, in a way, that Warwickshire would want to see is this spin square on April the 3rd, but I'd be very surprised if it does. So, Yates He's coming with his off breaks in. Oh
Oh, dear.
my lord, well that's not going to spin square because it hasn't bounced, and that has just been picked up and deposited by Ben Folkes over the long on boundary rope for 6. So yes, I think that's fair to say that was a loose now.
Yeah,
yes,
first ball of the season.
Yes, 159 for 6, not using the facilities kindly provided by the ground staff there.
Yeah.
Mr. Yates, and well, I think Ben Folkes would have thought, well, I'll cash in now while I can.
Oh,
so
yes,
he's popped that one over the boundary rope for 6.
Of course, a club cricketer like myself would have ladled it straight to deep mid.
I would have defended that. I would have been quite happy just to pat that back. As Yates is in. Oh, it's another full toss. He gets away with this one because it's whipped by Folkes into the leg side. And the fielding's done at short mid-wicket. But yes, yet to land one.
But wait till he does.
Yes, exactly.
It'll be a gatting ball.
He's in again here and pushed down into the leg side by Ben Folkes. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket. It's a difficult art at the best of times, especially on April the 3rd. In he comes again. That's better. Clip leg side by Folkes. And there is no run. But yes, just looking at that Surrey 11, I was really hoping that Ralphie Albert would play. So obviously it hasn't worked with the bat. First time remember that will happen. But obviously he bowls left arm spin as well.
Yeah.
Yates is in. Forward goes Folkes, drives up the ground and won't get a run.
Yeah, I saw him play. Would it be for the Lions or the under-19s
19s
at New Road last year?
Oh yes, that'll be 19s. Yeah.
Against India, and he bowled really well.
Yeah, he bowled nicely in the World Cup as well during the early part of the year. That's short from Yates. That's worked by Folkes out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll get a single. And that'll be one more to the total. That'll move Folkes on to 42. Laws has 53, 160
Church,
for 6.
I'm going to leave you in the honourable company of Mr. Dermot.
Lovely, Mr. Halford. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you very much indeed. And Brian Halford. Absolute joy as always to hear from Mr. Halford. Dermot Reeve making his way back into the seat away to my left hand side. And Bo Webster will continue down there from the city end. Folkes will be on strike on 42. Tom Law's 53 not out. This partnership is worth 95 now as Webster comes in over the wicket, and this one's left alone by Ben Folkes. Outside his off stump, taken low down by Kai Smith, moving away to his right hand side. Webster gets the ball back in his hands once again as Folkes settles himself down over his bat once more. 2 slips in there as Webster comes in over the wicket to Folkes. Folkes forward inside edge down towards long leg. They'll get a single and that will move Folkes on to 43, 161 for 6. Dermot Reeve, welcome back. So
French cut.
Well, it's a very useful shot, the French cut, is it not? It's difficult to set a field.
I do have a story on it, though.
You far away, sir. You far away. The only thing with the French cut, I've never quite worked out, was it invented in France? Where did it come from? As Bo Webster is in, over the wicket 2 Laws, beats the edge. Gets a bit of extra bounce there. Does Bo Webster from that height?
Well, my naughty story is I was in Australia and Rod Marsh was commentating, and there was a man who sort of, I think he read the news sometimes, he was sort of the anchor, the professional, and he said to Rod, why is it called the French cut? And then it was like, if any viewers out there know why.
As Webster's in, and that beats the edge again of Tom Lawes' bat, and it's taken by Kai Smith, moving away to his right hand side.
So I got put through to the producer. I phoned the whacker and said there was a Frenchman who played for Kent called Philippe Dubois, and he was notorious for playing this shot. And that is why it's called the French card. And this is just, and they aired it all over
the famous
Australia.
Kent batter, Mr. Dubois, as this one's turned into the leg side by Tom Laws. I've never actually known where it really comes from, the old French. It's like French cricket, isn't it, where you have to stand with the bat between your legs and you have to bat that way.
Well,
is that the way they play in France? I don't know.
I think it's a poor shot.
No.
And the English don't like the French.
As this one's turned off his hip by Tom Laws down towards long leg. He'll get a single. Tom Laws moves on to 54. And Surrey move on to 162 for 6. Just looking 7 overs until tea. Warwickshire would really like to break this partnership, because it's worth reminding everybody, in the second over after lunch, Surrey suddenly found themselves 65 for 6. So these two have done an absolutely tremendous job here.
Now we've gone from attacking fields for the seamers to just 2 slips and plenty of space, and now Yates is bowling with just a slip. Plenty of protection on the boundary.
I have a message for you, Mr. Dermot Reeve, from Mr. Cameron Steele.
Cam Steele!
Cam's just messaged me saying, send my best to Dermot.
Oh,
please.
good on him.
Ooh.
That's up in the air, mid-off circle, but couldn't get under it. And that's one of the reasons that Yates is bowling, just to see if the batsman would get too extravagant, fancy him too much to hit.
Yeah, Tom Laws
And
there.
Laws has got away with that. He tried to come down and hit it over a long off of 6 and skewed it straight up in the air. And now he's a good line of length from Yates and pushed out to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, Tom Laws isn't just going to let Yates
Yeah, I was wondering, is
lob it up to him.
Cam still, sorry, isn't
Yes,
he?
he's
I know
injured
he
at the moment, poor fella. So he's coming back from injury.
This one's down the leg side, worked nicely by Folks to beat backward square for a single.
Yeah, so at the moment, just getting back from injury, but very proud of him. He's writing. He's got a column now in the Times. He's a fabulous writer, Cameron. And he's got a column in the Times of London now.
Well, Yates has gone through it, didn't put him off, and this one he is nailed over long on for 6 balls.
Yeah, very good batting from Tom Laws. Said he wasn't just going to let Yates bowl to him, and he's walked down the pitch and slotted him straight back over his head, and that is the 100 partnership now. 105. Terrific partnership from these two. Very good bit of batting again, that from Tom Laws.
Well, I think America could have won the 2020 World Cup if they'd got Cam Steele in there.
Well, he could have done. He could have played, couldn't he? But no, he fingers crossed he's back very, very soon playing. But in the interim, his writing career is beginning to take off as well.
Yates comes past the stumps.
Shot.
And again, this one has gone over deep mid-wicket. Ball was using his feet, having no trouble at all. There was a man out at long on. Consecutive 6s. And he moves to 67.
It's a lovely strike, isn't it? From Tom Laws. Lovely use of the feet. And this now his highest first-class score as well. Previous best was 58.
Well, you did have a moment where you felt when Webster came on, it could be 120 all out.
Yep.
You know, I think they were 80 for 6 at that point.
Well, as I say, when
And now 176 for 6.
when Ralphie Albert was out in the 31st over, 65 for 6. And now, Surrey after 58 overs, 176 for 6. The only thing that Surrey won't want to see here is the ball being changed. Because I'm wondering whether it's gone into the stands. They're just checking it at the moment, the umpires, with all their bits and pieces that they have in their pockets these days. I always think that, but they have so many bits of gadgetry and things these days, the umpires, that I'm sure they'd survive if you dropped them in the middle of a jungle for weeks. They've got all sorts in there now. But yeah, they're just checking the state of the ball. Surrey won't want it changed, but Warwickshire probably would at the moment. But they're sticking with the one we've already got. So, Laws 67, folks, 44, 176 for 6. As the right-handed folks is on strike here to Bo Webster, and folks just reaching for this ball. The touch outside is off stump. That rolls away there towards extra cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, a little bit of risk involved in that. Occasionally you see them squirt as a second slip or backward point. But he got it back in the ground and it went to extra cover.
Well, as you say, it's a more defensive field now for Bo Webster. As forward goes, folks plays it straight back up the pitch. Webster gets a hand on this. I wonder if they will keep going with Yates, or haven't seen a huge amount of Jordan Thompson this afternoon with the ball. He's down there at backward point, encouraging Bo Webster. Sun's out again here at Edgbaston. 176 for 6 as Bo Webster is in over the wicket. This one's left alone by folks. Outside is off stump. Almost looks like Jordan Thompson's getting himself warmed up here. But Yates has come on for a couple of overs, and his first delivery was struck for 6, and then a couple of sixes in his last over off the bat of Tom Laws. Sorry, just moving along at the moment as Webster over the wicket he comes, and this is just clipped by folks up towards mid-on. Won't get a run.
Yeah, Webster's pushing up into a breeze as well.
Strong old breeze today. I think it's dropped a touch, but you can see with the Warwickshire flag down there at the city end. It is
I mean,
breeze.
Yates probably should have bowled it from that end, from the Birmingham end. I know it's a short leg side boundary, but that could be so tempting and lead to a mistake.
Left alone by folks. And of course, Bo Webster can bowl his off spin, can't he? From his great height. Very versatile cricketer is Bo Webster. And you can also see with the white sheeting that's acting as the sight screen down there at City End, that's like a sail at times on a ship in the wind. Final ball of the Webster over. He's into folks, and folks is solidly forward. He's played very nicely here, Ben Folks, up towards mid-off, end of the over. So what have we got? 5 overs until the tea break. Folks on 44, Laws on 67. Surrey 176 for 6. Ball now 59 overs old. Now we are getting a change in bowling down at the pavilion end, but it's going to be Ethan Bamber coming into the attack. So Ethan Bamber, who picked up the 3 wickets before lunch. Smith, Pope and Lawrence back into the attack now from the pavilion end. But that ball would have got soft now in its 60th over.
Comes in past the umpire, starts with a leg stomp half volley and gets hit for 4. Laws is putting everything away that he should, and a few others that perhaps he shouldn't. He's putting pressure on the bowlers. Both these batsmen have.
Yeah, they've been a good combination, these two. Folks has just gone about his business the way he does. But I think for Laws, Folks was a good guy to have at the other end as well. Very calm head is Ben Folks.
Bamber in again, number 54 on the back of his shirt. And a single out to deep cover. And sweeping up there, it was a slight misfield. And that's that slight in-to-out shot that Laws plays through the offside.
I think Chris Wokes is getting warmed up as well. I think we'll see a little bit of Chris Wokes before tea.
Bamber's in wide of the crease. And that stayed a little low. Well watched by Folks. Defended it nice and late.
Oh, I'm getting messages from everybody to say hello to you, Dermot Reeve. Don Topley.
Don Topley
Says,
Toppers.
he says, say hello to Dermot, my old mate, and I'll be in Edgbaston in 2 weeks, so hopefully see him then. There you are. Hello, Toppers.
Bamber, good line and length. Well defended by Folks. No run. The bowler does the fielding. Yeah, I was on the ground staff with Toppers. Got some.
I bet you got some.
Had some
good
interesting.
stories.
Yeah, it was actually a game against Surrey, and in the warm-up, he threw a ball into the score box and hit my mum on the nose.
Did he mean to, or is it just errand?
Yeah, accident.
Oh dear.
Cut for a single, short and wide from Bamber. And Folks is now down at the pavilion end. One ball left in the over.
Am I right in saying that your mum scored a test match in India on your tour to India?
She did.
Yes, that's yes.
Clem Driver had a little bit of a heart condition, and I think Mum took the book in at Eden Gardens.
Wow.
End of the over. Nice dot to finish. Good line and length from Bamber. Surrey 182 for 6. Partnership now worth 117.
Yeah, and again, I just think these two have been a really nice combination. They've had to be, because Surrey were in all sorts of bother at 65 for 6. But Folks has just played in his calm fashion as always. And then Tom Laws has been positive from ball 1. Yeah, it's going to be Chris Wokes into the attack down there at the city end of the ground. So Wokes will get a couple of overs before the tea break.
And please make sure, Mark, you pass my regards back to Cam Steele.
Oh, of course I will. Yeah, absolutely.
I had 6 months coaching him in Perth.
Yeah.
We won the one-day title, but hell of a good bloke, hell of a team man, and a real thinker.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why he's such a good writer as well. Very intelligent is Cam. And as I say, he's got a column in the Times now.
Wow.
Not many have those. As, oh dear, Chris Wokes has been blown off course already. As he was coming in on his run-up, just got blown off course a touch. So he'll try again. I think he's slightly exaggerating it now as he wanders back to the top of his mark once more. He'll try again here, Will Wokes. In over the wicket he comes, and Ben Folks onto the back foot, just plays this one straight back up the pitch.
Well, you would think Chris Wokes is a senior, cricketer out there, and that Bamber would be coming up into the breeze, and Wokes might be.
It'd be very Chris Wokes, though, wouldn't it, to say, "I'll do that job. I'll
push up
I'll
into
push
it."
into the breeze." Folks waits again. Chris Wokes over the wicket to him, and forward he comes. Ben Folks plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Of course, everybody loved it when Wokes and Folks played Test cricket together. It's difficult when they're on the opposing sides, though, especially on the old commentary. Wokes and Folks. And then, of course, Stokes as well. So that was the dream. Wokes, Folks and Stokes. 182 for 6. Over the wicket comes Chris Wokes. And Ben Folks again just covering up, playing this one down into the leg side. Bo Webster moves round to his left.
I can't quite, with the brightness on the screen, I can't quite pick up the ball in Chris Wokes' hand, because he does possess that, amazing delivery, the wobble seam that nips back.
He's in, over the wicket. Forward goes Ben Folks. It's a good battle, these two. Ben Folks goes for a little wander. Off towards square leg. After this, over 3 till tea. Warwickshire would dearly like to break this partnership before the tea break. That's 65 for 6. Well, they would have been thinking about batting by now. Oh, he's gone wide of the crease here as Chris Wokes. That wasn't him being blown off course by the wind. He just suddenly jumped out wider of the crease. But played away by Ben Folks out into the offside. I'm going to vacate at the end of the over. Bring Mike Taylor in with you, Dermot. Take us up to the tea break. 20-minute tea break, and then into the final session of the opening day of this summer. Final ball of the over from Chris Wokes. Oh, has he done him? Oh, he's got an inside edge on a drive, and Kai Smith couldn't hang on to his left. That is a life for Ben Folks. Big inside edge. Kai Smith flung himself to his left, got a glove to it. Great bit of bowling by Chris Wokes. That was the one, nipping back, getting the inside edge. Smith couldn't hang on. End of the over, 183 for 6. Dermot Reeve will continue commentary, and in a moment he'll be joined by Mike Taylor.
Well, he could have gone with 2 hands. It wasn't that wide. And they'll be thinking that now. But it's a chance that has gone. Super bowling from Wokes. It would have been a wicket maiden.
That's 2 that have gone down from Kai Smith today.
And Bamber starts with a dot.
Neither of them has been straightforward. There was one off Ollie Pope this morning, which didn't end up costing anything because Ed Barnard got him almost immediately afterwards. But, well, that one might cost more. And again, it's not an easy one for a wicketkeeper changing direction like that.
Nice drive up to mid-off for none from Folks. Apologies, I was a bit late on the commentary then. You sometimes forget, don't you, that you're doing the live.
Ben Folks is reminding us what a good player he is, though, again. And he's been a very steadying hand in this partnership.
Bamber bounds in, wide of the crease. Oof. 4 runs, down to third man. A good delivery, but safely dealt with, and Folks moves to 50 off 93 balls with 1 6 and 6 4s.
Well, it's altogether amounting into a very substantial partnership now.
122, the partnership.
I wonder where they think a good score is, where both teams think a good score is.
Bamber's in, and that's worked nicely by Folks. Really good shot. It was a bit short, a bit leg side, but put away with precision. Just flicked it off his left hip, but got it so far in front of square he reached the boundary, and that's a big boundary out there.
It is, but was always going to get there. He's timed it really well. So, just struggling to retain control here, Warwickshire. And
the fielder goes out to deep mid-wicket. Defensive shot to a good line and length from Bamber. Doesn't look like he's getting much movement now.
We did see quite a lot of times last season where the first 25 overs or so of a new ball was very dangerous, and then there was a sudden drop-off. And, well, the sort of tail of the scorecard, at least today, suggests today's another example of that. The overhead conditions have changed a bit this afternoon, but not an awful lot.
Bamber's in and outside off, and Folks lets it go through to the keeper. I always found here at Edgbaston that because it's a test ground and it's well looked after and manicured, it's green.
Yes.
You can still shine the ball up normal. After 60 overs, you can get normal swing. But you have to work hard on the ball.
Well, they're doing that at the moment. Alex Davis is shining it and throwing the ball to Chris Wokes. 2 overs to come before tea. 191 for 6. And now just 2 slips for Wokes in this, the 63rd over. So we're about an hour's cricket away from a new ball, potentially, later. I'm sure they'll want Wokes for that. He's bowled 11 overs so far today, 2 for 29. And now he bowls short, and that's eased by Laws away for 4 runs. I'm not sure how much future there is bowling on that length. And Laws helps himself.
Yeah, a very accomplished pull shot, though.
Yeah, he's looked a pretty good player, hasn't he? In this session.
Well, he's got stacks of ability. He's got a good eye. Fast hands.
He's 12th for to go with the 2 sixes he hit off Rob Yates. Out of which is a big chunk out of 76. And he's waiting again for Wokes, who is fuller this time. And he meets that with a firm, well-organised drive up to mid-off. So the breeze is very strong, ruffling the tarpaulin that's serving as the sight screen at the city end, with somebody sat right on the edge of it. There's always somebody sat right next to it. 2 slips. Sam Hayne's gone quite a bit deeper at first than Rob Yates at second. This is maybe just sneaks through a bit lower, judging by the way Laws played that. It jabbed off the bottom of the bat and played it out to extra cover. The hardier souls here today are in the city end, where you're out in the open over there. You can never quite tell how many people there are in the various corners of the pavilion until the break, now where they come out onto the outfield and have a look, and then there were a lot of people at lunchtime doing that. In comes Wokes, and this is forced off the back foot by Laws, not quite out of the middle this time, but ran along the ground to backward point.
Yeah, he's just getting a little extravagant. And he's played shots all through the innings, but there was a drive to mid-off that wasn't quite a half volley. And that was squirted out to backward point.
195 for 6. And here's Wokes again to bowl to him, and that was wider. And he square drives for 1 out to the boundary. I'm going to have a local radio update to do in just a few moments, but not quite yet. Just listening for a shout for that. 196 for 6. There'll be 1 over after this until lunch. We've seen all 7 bowlers have had a go in at this partnership so far without quite managing to break through. Here's Wokes to bowl again, and Folks is standing up straight in the defence to play this up to mid-off. 1-9-6 for 6 with 1 over to go until tea. He has got so many options now, Ed Barnard, with the way the side is built, that he can at least rattle through short spells, which is probably going to help. But he's going to ask Bamber to bowl this final over. Dermot, I'll take this over if I may, just so that I don't have to talk across you when I'm calling for a local update, just in the next few moments.
No problem.
2 slips and a very tall gully in Bo Webster fielding there. As Bamber runs away from us and bowls full to Laws, who drives on the up to mid-off, and he doesn't get a run. Stays 1-9-6 for 6, and Ed Barnard, the Warwickshire captain, is just shining the ball. Let's do this update now. We're in the final over before tea. Surrey have revived their first innings somewhat from a very difficult position at 65 for 6 shortly after lunch. They're now 196 for 6 and playing with freedom. Tom Laws making his highest first-class score of 78, supported well by the former England wicketkeeper Ben Folks, who's also made a half-century, and they have taken the initiative somewhat away from Warwickshire, who made the most of the helpful bowling conditions this morning to really leave Surrey at 65 for 6 shortly after the break when Chris Wokes struck twice in an over. But since then, all 7 bowlers have been tried, including the off-spin of Rob Yates by Ed Barnard, without success, although there should have been a wicket for Wokes a few moments ago when he found the inside edge of Folks' bat, but Kai Smith, changing direction behind the stumps, couldn't hold on. So he survives 54, Laws 78, and with tea imminent, Surrey 197 for 6. And previous delivery was pushed away into the offside. 3 to come before we go to the interval. And here's Bamber with 2 slips and a gully still waiting, and Folks pushing away into the offside. Been very secure. Must be helpful for a young player like Tom Laws to have a fella like Folks at the other end.
With me with cricket, because it's one ball at a time,
Yeah.
you know, and it's you that's facing it, you're the one that's dealing with it. You know, sometimes it just feels a bit of an irrelevance who's
Right, okay.
at the other end.
This is Fuller from Bamber, and he lets it pass.
Well, you do get
the
a lot of,
wicketkeeper.
you know, you do get a lot of batsmen who, oh, he really helped me, and you know, I'm
Yeah.
glad I was batting with ramps, or, you know, but actually, you know, in that regard, it's very an individual skill batting.
So you take.
I think for
responsibility
Laws,
yourself.
we need a man on the drive after tea.
This is the last ball before tea, and Folks is punching it square on the offside, and he'll take a single, so he'll have strike immediately afterwards. 198 for 6, and a very well assembled partnership worth 133 as they go off at tea. Tom Laws is going to be 78 and can contemplate the prospect of a first championship century perhaps in the final session today, while Ben Folks batting with a view to the long term. Thank you, Dermot, for now. We will leave you for 20 minutes while the players take tea, and then we'll have the final session with 32 overs to bowl today, and Surrey 198 for 6.
Well, the applause you can hear is because the umpires, James Middlesbrough and Steve O'Shaughnessy, are walking back out to the centre of the ground here at Edgbaston. This is Mike Taylor opening the commentary on the third session with Surrey 198 for 6, and maybe we're heading back towards parity today. If Warwickshire could wrap them up quickly, then that would be a very good day's work still, but not as good as it might have been when Surrey was 65 for 6 5 minutes after lunch. Warwickshire would like another new ball. They still have a bit of time to wait for that. We've had 64 overs of this first day, so there'll be 16 more to come with the old ball, and then I assume, Mark Church, 16 with the new one.
Yes, unless something happens before that new ball becomes available, they'll have to take it, because Laws and folks have played outstandingly well there, really. 133 unbroken, this partnership. Just a reminder to everybody, second over after lunch, Ralphie Albert bowled, second ball by Chris Wokes, and he got Dom Sibley in that over as well for 25. At that point, Surrey was 65 for 6, and now 198 for 6. So they really did, Laws and folks, take the sting out of the Warwickshire attack during that afternoon session.
The first ball of this session is going to be bowled by Ed Barnard from the city end, and it is guided down to backward point by Folks, and there's no run. So Folks 55 and Laws 78.
Well, I was saying earlier, and a lot of people have asked me about last season, I'm not sure they'd have got out of this position last season. Sorry.
Maybe not. They're not entirely out of this one. This is edged low and just short of second slip. Robbie Yates gathers it, but on the half volley. And in terms of bowling, that's been Ed Barnard's day so far.
It has. He hasn't taken a wicket.
No.
None for 20. But in one over against Tom Laws, he went past the outside edge, 5 balls out of 6. So he hasn't had a great deal of luck so far.
I doubt he's bowled better than this and not taken a wicket. In fact, he wouldn't often have bowled better than this. Full stop. Here is Barnard now, and Folks rides that one, guiding it at the top of the bounce to deep backward point, and takes one.
What Tom Laws has to do is get himself back in again after tea, though. He was positive throughout his innings.
Yeah.
Up to tea, 78 not out from 99 deliveries.
And for a fella going on to try and score 100, tea came at a bad moment. Because he was gliding along nicely at 78, and Ed Barnard runs in, aborts when presumably he's hit by a gale, and then carries on running through 180 degrees before eventually deciding that's far too much like hard work in the 65th over of the day. So he walks back to start again. And here he is to bowl to Laws, who he's trying to set a tone for himself after tea, perhaps, with a very solid defensive stroke up to mid-on.
Yeah, he's played really well here, Tom Laws. Worked so hard on his batting during the winter, and he's doing this at a really tough time. That's the other thing.
Well, he's showing us that he's got some ability here and some concentration, because he needed it, especially at the start. And now he's driving pleasantly up to mid-off, but there isn't a run.
Well, I mentioned before tea, and there was an irony there, really, that Gareth Batty, and he was speaking to the Ray website, saying that Tom Laws reminds him of a young Chris Wokes. He walked out there to face that slightly older Chris Wokes with Surrey. What were they, 65 for 6?
And now he's facing not quite so old Ed Barnard, and he's beaten on the inside edge, I think.
Yeah.
That must have gone over the top of off stump.
Yeah. Barnard might have one of those days where he'll walk off having not taken a wicket.
Yeah.
But he could easily have had 6 for hit. And Tom Laws is actually chatting to Barnard about that now. Ended up walking straight towards him, did Tom Laws. But the other thing that Gareth Batty said was he challenged Tom Laws to really step up this season. Still a very young man, but really step up this season. Well, so far, on this opening day, he has stood up.
Made a pretty good start.
Folkes has just played in the Folkes manner. Very cool, very calm, very steady.
That's what they need from him at the moment.
Absolutely.
There may come a point where he needs to take the initiative in this innings, but for now...
Well, it's going to be Nathan Gilchrist to get us started after the tea break. 2 slips and a deepish gully, the sweeper on the cover rope, the extra cover mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square and the long leg as he's in. And that's very short and very wide, and well, he's missed out there, has Ben Folkes, because he's cut that straight to extra cover. And there is no run. Ground staff are sat by the hover cover.
Yeah,
it might be, it's just a very comfy place to sit.
There was a suggestion in the forecast that if we were going to have a shower during the hours of play, it would be in this period.
Gilchrist, right arm over the wicket he comes. That's on the toes of Folkes. He'll just turn this out towards deep backward square. He'll take the single and that will bring up the Surrey 200. So Surrey's 200 comes up. But this is reminding me, Mike, of when Surrey did win those 3 championships.
Yeah.
They often found themselves, well, not often, but when they did find themselves in trouble with the bat, with the much vaunted top order, somebody down low stuck with somebody further up, and they put on a partnership. That didn't really happen last summer. Gilchrist, over the wicket he comes to Tom Laws. Laws is forward, plays this one out into the offside.
Yeah, that's what happens. I mean, when the Warwickshire that won the title in 2012 was much the same. At around that era, they were quite often 80 for 5 and then made 400.
Yep. And that's what the really good sides do, isn't it?
Yeah, there's always somebody.
Find a way to put a partnership together to get yourselves into a position where your bowlers can have something to bowl at, really. And also worth remembering here that, understandably, Warwickshire Surrey would have bowled this morning.
I'm sure that's
perfect conditions for having a bowl. Now they're getting the ball checked. It ended up in the stand a couple of times off Yates's bowling in the afternoon session, and they showed it to the umpires, but Messrs Middlebrook and O'Shaughnessy have said it's still okay. Got to stick with this one for another 14 overs after this over. As Gilchrist comes over the wicket to Laws. Laws is forward. Plays this one back up the pitch. Good news is the sun's out for the time being. It's actually not been too bad a day. I'm sure for the players with this very strong breeze it's hard work, especially for the bowlers, but when I got here this morning I was slightly fearful whether we would get any play at all this morning. As Gilchrist is in, short, Laws goes after this, beats the outside edge, it's taken by Smith, away to his right hand side. Laws was looking to pull that into the holly stand.
Well, he'd have to be very strong to do that, although he would be hitting with the wind. I don't think that got up as high as he thought it was going. I think he's pulled over the top of that. And Gilchrist is a tall man.
Well, the ball is now in its 66th over, so it will be soft. As over the wicket he goes again, Gilchrist driving is Tom Laws. Out there to extra cover. This Tom Laws' highest first class score now. 78. Folkes 57. Partnership 135, and Surrey on this first afternoon 200 for 6.
Wonder where they think a decent score is. I mean, from 65 for 6, then
I think,
grab what you can. But
I think anything up over 250 from where they were, and especially after you've been stuck in, I think you take that. I think you take that. You know, obviously, ideally, they'd love 400 from here, but I think anything up over 250.
Yeah, you're in the game then, aren't you? Barnard sets in again to start a new over, and folks, he's pushing this very deliberately into a gap square on the offside and claiming 1 run.
Does like batting at Edgbaston, Ben, folks. That big 100 last year. We've got a plastic bag that is just blown. I think it's a bin bag.
Yeah, it's been blowing
just
around.
Blown onto the outfield, and then thankfully the wind's changed direction and blown it back again.
It's a strong breeze all day, particularly this afternoon. Forward comes Laws, hits this out of the middle of the bat without really forcing it. Up to mid-off. This is not quite, but nearly, according to Brian Halford, a record 7th wicket stand for Surrey against Warwickshire. The record at 145, and it's been there for 120 years.
Cool.
So far they've added 136, and there might be some more here. This is driven towards mid-on, and a nifty piece of footwork from...
See Wokes again.
It's Wokes, yeah, it's Wokes, isn't it?
Seen that twice today. The left boot of Chris Wokes doing good work.
There is still, I think, within Chris, there is a deep part of him that one day thinks that Unai Emery will pick the phone up. He was a winger, I gather.
Was he?
A youth team winger at Walsall.
There you go.
So, yeah, I could have been a contender.
Yes.
This is flicked away off his pads by folks for 1 run.
Just remind me who Keith Barker played for.
Blackburn Rovers, I think.
That's right. Yeah, he did play for professional football, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't know whether he played for the first team, but he was certainly a proper footballer. And Wokes was on the youth team books, I believe, at Walsall, which is not very far from the Great Bar area where he grew up. Here is Barnard again, and Laws up on his toes, punches this to mid-off.
Well, I think all cricketers think they could be footballers. I think all musicians think they could be cricketers.
Yes.
Don't they?
There was probably a time where quite a lot of footballers thought they could be cricketers. I'm not sure whether too many of them entertain that notion now, but anyway. Here comes Barnard to bowl to Laws, who drives firmly, and Barnard parries it in his follow-through, and it's the end of the over. 3 runs from it, 203 for 6. Ben Folkes before today, if I'm reading this correctly, well, it may even be including today, but averaging 142 on this ground.
Yes.
Which is not bad.
No, he does like batting here. Funny that, isn't it? There are certain grounds that players always make runs at. Feel very comfy at the ground and like the surface they're batting on. And he does enjoy batting at Edgbaston. Gilchrist it will be from the pavilion end. Coming in over the wicket to Ben Folkes, and Folkes will pick up a single here, turns this one off his pad, out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up one more. I can say the name of the player now because they've retired, but I remember doing a game down at the Parks, a pre-season game, and somebody said, I'm sure that's Rob Green watching. So we went for a little wander, and lo and behold, it was Rob Green.
Rob Green.
And he loves his cricket, and he's a good cricketer. As forward goes Laws, plays this one out into the offside. They'll pick up a single, one more for Laws. He moves on to 80. But the only reason I mention it, he said that he still played a little bit of, if he didn't have a game of a weekend, but he changed his name because they printed the scorecard in the paper.
Oh, well.
And he obviously didn't want the club to know that he was, as a goalkeeper, with your fingers and all that.
So he was.
But he loves his cricket.
Adam Ringer.
Yeah, it was something along those lines. Yeah, as in over the wicket once again goes Gilchrist. This one's left alone outside the off stump.
I think there is probably a level of footballer beyond which you couldn't get away with that.
No, well,
I would have thought Rob Green would have been quite close to that at one point.
No,
but
I think
anyway.
he was. I think he was at almost at that point from what he was saying.
He just say I spoke to him because he's presenting there for BBC London sometimes, isn't he? I saw him at Brentford the other week in the game I was covering and had a chat with him on air. But he's
loves his cricket. If you meet him again, as forward goes the right-handed folks, plays this one down into the leg side, takes a single. One more to him. He moves on to 61, 206 for 6. Well, Steve Agrizovic,
yeah.
He was a very good cricketer, wasn't he?
Played for Shropshire.
That's right.
I think he played in the Shropshire team that beat Yorkshire in the Benson Edges, as was.
Yep.
In the early to mid-80s.
And then Beefy Botham, he played for Scunthorpe, didn't he? Yep. As in over the wicket once again goes Gilchrist. Runs here for Laws, turning it into the leg side. They'll take another single. One more to Laws. He's on to 81, 207 for 6.
Don't know who the last would have been consistently. Chris Balderston, I think, did.
Yes,
and Phil Neal, the Worcestershire captain.
He was very good,
into the 80s, but can't really think of any since the 1980s.
Well, one of my favourites was, do you remember, different sport, but do you remember Jeff Wilson, who played one-day cricket?
Yeah,
he played full-back for the All Blacks.
Good,
How good's that? As in over the wicket comes Gilchrist, and this is turned by folks into the leg side. He's thinking about 2, pushes the first one hard, can't get back for the second, and they pick up one more. End of the over. Folks 62, Laws 81 now. 208 for 6. We often see the former Crystal Palace manager Alan Smith down at the Oval. Loves his cricket as well. But then, as I say, most musicians want to be cricketers, and most cricketers want to be musicians. I don't know why the two go hand in hand, but they seem to.
Yes, the grass is always green.
Yes.
Now, Wokes is all Aston Villa.
Is that it?
Yes.
No, there is no one else.
Oh, in comes Ed Barnard to start a new over and brings the ball back on a rather lazy arc after it had passed Ben Folkes. So it's taken safely by Kai Smith. He's had an odd day behind the stumps. He stopped almost more or less everything that he should have stopped. And taken one really good catch and put down 2 really quite difficult ones. The one on Folkes just before tee looks expensive at the moment. This is defended by Folkes up to mid-on.
Very good this from one of the great men of the game. Mr. Jack Brooks has just been in touch.
Yeah.
Saying pro footballers, Stuart Hull, Warwickshire 2006-2008, Wycombe Wanderers early 2000s under Tony Adams, Oxfordshire opening bowler with myself growing up.
Oh, there we go.
Brooksy, there you are, you see. He still talks about your footballing skills, no doubt.
Barnard hustles in again to bowl to Folkes, who's pushing this around his front pad, and hitting it straight to Bamber at mid-wicket. And Warwickshire in a little bit of a holding pattern at the moment. I'm not sure they can really afford to be in a holding pattern. With still 11 overs to go until the new ball, and by then they might have 250, and already have a decent score on the board. 3 to come in this over. Barnard rolling in again, and Folkes is very careful to him. Defends back up the pitch.
Nigel Mansell played in the Australian Open golf.
He did.
Didn't Ivan Lendl? He was a very good golfer for a while, I think. Yeah.
Mansell, I think, was good enough to have been near pro standard, I think.
Yeah, I think very, very good. Got around the course very quickly as well, which is good for everybody.
Here comes Barnard, and Folkes defends back up the pitch. From these parts, of course, Nigel Mansell.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, but I can never get my head around the Jeff Wilson one.
No, that was something, wasn't it?
How cool was that?
I remember him being a pretty tear-away quick bowler, as I recall.
Yeah, he gave it a bit of a whack with the bat as well, and then just turn up and play fullback for the All Blacks. pretty good, isn't it?
Folks is on strike, guiding this ball from Barnard to backward point. It's the end of the over. A maiden from Ed Barnard. Not his most threatening, but a very tidy one. Folks is 62 at the end of it. And it's 208 for 6.
Of course, Mickey Stewart, Charlton and Surrey.
Yeah.
D. Compton, Arsenal.
Yes.
As well. For Arsenal.
Am I imagining it? Did Trevor Bailey not play a bit of league football?
Did he?
I think he might have done.
Yeah.
Anyway, if there's any we haven't thought of, do let us know,
Yeah.
by the way. You can
Yeah.
email me, wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. It's a well-worn quiz question. A future well-worn quiz question, by the way, answered today because it will be Tom Westley, the first county championship player to be subbed out.
Oh, is he?
Under the
I
new
saw
regulations.
That he got hit on the
Yes,
finger.
yes.
So he's been subbed out.
He's been subbed out.
For like for like.
Yes.
Excellent.
Been replaced by Noah Thane.
Ah. Well,
Um,
the medium quick all rounder like for Tom Wesley. Yeah. As in comes Gilchrist, short ball, pulled out towards deep mid wicket. And they will pick up a single. One more to the total.
He's like for like in the 2 arms, 2 legs,
Exactly.
although possibly not with one gammy finger, which is why it's
well,
an
yes,
old point.
yeah, I know.
Anyway.
I'm only being facetious.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's a regulation that I suspect they're going to need to review from time to time.
I do remember a game where Mornay Morkel was bowling very fast for Surrey against Somerset, and it was poor old Jack Leach actually that got concussion, as in over the wicket once more.
Oof.
Comes Gilchrist. That's very short and very wide, and that's cracked away off the back foot by folks out to the sweeper on the cover rope, and Somerset went to Surrey and said, we're going like for like with Roloff van der Merwe, and so I went no.
Yes.
No. So poor old Max Waller had to come down, got there, had to come overnight, following on, walked out to the middle, got hit on the head first ball by Mornay Morkel, and then was out. As in over the wicket once again goes Gilchrist, short ball, swaying inside it is Tom Laws. Actually, that makes sense. That new regulation, it really does.
It does. I mean, I think I've seen some quotes from Mickey Arthur saying it's a bit open to abuse as it stands.
Well, it can be.
It can be. So it depends. I suspect they're going to have to go back over it. I think there is like a 7-day suspension.
Yeah, you can't play. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it 7 or 8 days?
7 might be. Yeah.
Yeah.
So presumably Tom Westley can't play next week.
No, as this is short again, swaying inside it. And look, the injury has to be done on the pitch. I'm sure you couldn't sort of, I don't know. You get into trouble with the bat, and you need, and one of your batters just happens to slip over coming down the steps to breakfast, and then you bring in your big fast bowler. It can't work like that.
No. Yeah, there are various ways into it. I think Mickey Arthur's making his point about, you can end up with players being rested. And
As this is punched beautifully off the back foot by Laws, but straight to the fielder at cover.
So if it's the last game before the 2020 break, and your it looks like you're in for a long day in the field, then your fast bowler might suddenly.
The interesting bit about it as well was there was one bit, I can't remember what it was, that the chief executives get asked.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I hope they're there on the
Yeah, well,
occasion.
Okay.
As turning again is Gilchrist, and there's a short ball, and it hits the thigh guard down towards fine leg, and they will pick up a single. But yeah, it's also for things like, I don't know, if someone in the family's ill, or someone's about to give birth. 211 for 6. I'll probably not describe that terribly well, actually.
No, but look, it's a humane regulation
yes,
change.
Indeed.
But it's just got to be properly policed with a certain amount of trust,
Yes, indeed.
as not to be abused. First leg bye of the day, to make 211 for 6. So we'll see how it works. But anyway, it's been invoked by Essex today. 26 overs still available to Surrey today at 211 for 6, and Laws on 82 defends the first ball of a new over from Barnard.
Dan Norcross asking the question, had we mentioned Chris Balderston?
I I think I did briefly. Yes,
Huddersfield, Carlisle, Doncaster, and Queen of the South.
Oh yes.
There you are. Played in Scotland. Then.
Only just in Scotland.
Yes.
Queen of the South.
Yeah.
Barnard bowls to Laws, who nudges this not quite off the middle, but he's going to get one between mid-on and mid-wicket.
I do remember Lord Botham, though, playing for Scunthorpe.
I don't know how many times he played for Scunthorpe.
Quite a bit, actually. Yeah, I think
remember.
he did. Graham Gooch used to train at West Ham, didn't he? He used to train with West Ham in the off-season.
2 slips wait for Barnard to bowl to Folkes, who strikes this gently to backward point.
I played in a charity game against Gary Lineker once.
Did you?
Yeah. Yes. I was taking the place of Martin Kemp of Spandau Ballet and EastEnders fame.
Okay.
He didn't turn up. I probably got a better offer. And I was working the bar, and I stepped in for Martin Kemp.
Did you man Mark Lineker out of the game?
I didn't do that bit.
Barnard bowls to Folkes, and I think an inside edge. He's going to get him 4 runs. It's more consternation for Barnard, who looks after that, sees the ball trickling down to the rope. And if it wasn't for bad luck, he'd have had none at all today. Ed Barnard, 150 partnership now raised.
Well, that is the record, isn't it? Now?
Yes.
7th wicket partnership. Yeah, push forward, nip back, hit the inside edge, flew off down to the short fine leg boundary rope. Problems here at the moment for Warwickshire.
216 for 6. And now forward comes Folkes, drops his bat on that, nudges it away on the offside.
So it was a charity game for Paul Downton's benefit year.
Okay.
Yes. And I'm trying to think who else was playing. Anyway, I was working the bar, and Martin Kemp, no sign of Martin Kemp. So I got to bat, and as I walked out, I was announced as, and I was only about 14, I was announced as the bass guitarist of Spandau Ballet.
Splendid.
Yeah.
Your future could have taken another direction after that. Now he's found the other edge of Ben Folkes' bat, and this has also gone for 4. This time Folkes just reaching a bit outside the off stump, and that's gone wide of the 2 slips and away to the boundary. So Ed Barnard found both sides of Ben Folkes' bat in that over, and probably wished he hadn't bothered because they both went to the rope. So Folkes now 71 and Laws 83, and they're just... Well, they're not quite adrift here, Warwickshire, because Barnard is still threatening the edge of the bat. But it's not quite happening, and there are still 9 overs to get through before the new ball.
Yeah, that's the key thing. 9 overs till that new ball. Now, Folkes and Laws would have had a chat about that, I'm sure, without doing anything silly against this ball that's only got 9 to go. This is where you want to do a bit of run scoring, as in behind this one goes Tom Laws. Start of a new over from Nathan Gilchrist. So yes, as I walked out to bat, and the bass guitarist of Spandau Ballet, Martin Kemp, I got a standing ovation. It was fantastic. I would have thought people would have realised I wasn't actually, obviously, Martin Kemp of Spandau Ballet. And then I got asked for my autograph.
Did you? Did you
as
sign
Martin Kemp?
Good.
Yeah. As in over the wicket once again goes Gilchrist, pulling in the air, gone. Tom Laws goes to the short ball, and his fine innings comes to an end. Gilchrist banging this one in, looking for the hook shot. Tom Laws, it's a cracking catch out at deep backward square, diving forward, and Tom Laws's fine innings comes to an end on 83. The partnership is broken on 155, and Tom Laws marches back to the dressing room. He will be disappointed, and he bangs the ground with his bat in frustration, but he's played wonderfully well there. But he goes for 83. They needed that wicket, did Warwickshire, and Surrey are 220 for 7.
Couldn't resist it. But even with the win, it's a long way to try and carry, to hit the ball over deep square leg. And although it was well held coming in from the boundary by, I think, Dan Mosley, subject to confirmation, it was still quite a long way from the rope.
Yeah.
So, in the circumstances, while it's a very fine innings from Tom Laws, there's an argument that says that that wasn't the percentage shot, but he's made 83, and it has certainly changed the tenor of this first day.
And a very fine partnership between Messrs Laws and Folks. It just balances it all up again at 220 for 7. Out comes Sean Abbott. Back for his 4th stint at Surrey now is Sean Abbott, but fine innings that from Tom Laws. Just a reminder, came in with Surrey 65 for 6.
Instead of 155 in 40 overs.
Very, very good partnership.
Yeah, it is indeed Dan Mosley, just to confirm.
Yep. You're right, it's a long old boundary there into the leg side. I just wonder as well whether it was that, what we sort of just mentioned, older ball, banged in by Gilchrist and saw it, went after it, didn't get hold of it, and good catch from Mosley. So first ball for the right-handed Abbott. Gilchrist is into him, and Abbott's off the mark straight away, punching this down towards third man. And Folks comes back onto strike on 71.
121 balls, 2 sixes and 12 fours for Tom Laws. His highest first-class score. He hadn't been past 50 all that many times, has he?
Once, I think it was.
So a super contribution. But Dan Mosley, looking at where he is now, he's gone back again now for Folks. And running forward and taking that catch low, he was 25 yards in from the boundary when he caught it.
As goes past the outside edge of Ben Folks' bat here. Does Gilchrist. That's a great length from Gilchrist, full of length. And Folks, as he just wandered off towards square leg, indicated with his right hand that one had just nipped away from him a touch. It's good from Gilchrist with this old ball.
Still the odd one around that's doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 for 35 today. As in over the wicket once again goes Gilchrist, solidly forward goes Folks, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. So yes, I signed some autographs. There's Martin Kemp of Spandau Ballet.
Did you sign anybody's album? Did anybody come up
No,
to you?
nobody brought the album
and
up.
saying, could you sign True?
No.
It'd be ironic if you'd signed it on the True cover, wouldn't it?
It would, absolutely. But then I spent most of my time having to take bits of paper to Gary Lineker to get him, because it was just after Italia 90. As this is cut by Folks for 4. Lovely shot. Little short, little wide, and Ben Folks has just got on top of that and cut it away to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Folks moves on to 75. Surrey move on to 225 for 7.
And so you took pieces of paper to Gary Lineker and said,
Well,
excuse me, could you sign for Martin Kemp now?
Well, yeah, exactly.
So I'm
Yeah,
fed up of it.
absolutely. No, but the thing was, Lineker had already agreed to play in the game before Italia 90.
Oh, okay.
But thousands of people turned up because they knew it was Italia 90, and he couldn't really come out the pavilion. So I got sent out to get people's bits of paper and take them back in, and that was my day. And then my friend, who was also drafted in because someone else hadn't turned up, took an absolute worldie of a catch to get rid of Lineker when he'd only got about 10, and he was booed roundly by the crowd.
Barnard's going to start a new over, and Abbott's playing this very delicately from the crease, out on the offside.
It was quite an afternoon, and all I was doing was helping in the bar sort of tidy up and pick up glasses. All of a sudden I'm striding out as Martin Kemp.
I tell you what, I'm slightly concerned or interested to know, you must have been a strapping 14-year-old to be mistaken for Martin Kemp.
I think maybe I was
in his Spandau Ballet
14,
days.
15. I did have slightly streaked hair, so I'd have got away with that.
That's probably all it takes. Barnard bowls. Abbott plays a very awkward stroke at that, sort of jabbing the bat coming down at 60 degrees, and didn't really commit to anything there.
Yeah,
missed it.
So what an afternoon that was. Yeah.
So
But
when someone went on stars in their eyes to be Martin Kemp, you say, well,
yeah, tonight.
with
tonight,
respect, it's a
Matthew,
gig I've already done.
I don't have to. I've already done it.
In comes Barnard, shadows being cast as he bowls to Abbott, who defends into the covers.
The lovely thing was, though, I was down at Beckenham a few years ago, and Paul Downton was there, and we were chatting, and then I finally admitted to him, do you remember you had your benefit game? I said, I was Martin Kemp in that. And he went, were you? And I went, yes. And then I found the brochure.
Very good.
So I brought it down the next day for him to have a look at, because he hadn't seen it for a few years, I don't think.
Barnard bowls, beats Abbott with an in-swinger that went, I think, past the outside edge. It came back very late.
But we were discussing the fact now that, can you imagine that Harry Kane says, oh yeah, I'll come and play in your benefit game after a World Cup.
Yes.
And then he turns up, and there's no crowd control or anything there.
No.
I don't think that would happen these days, would it?
In comes Ed Barnard, and Abbott. He's in position for this, another in-swinger, and guides it away into the leg side.
Oh, I've just remembered who my friend took the place of as well. Robin Asquith. Yeah. So he managed to injure himself in the first over whilst fielding by sort of trying to take a catch, running around in a circle, and it landed straight on his head, and he had to. But he came back later, and so he was Robin Asquith.
Did he make confessions of a substitute fielder?
Exactly.
Barnard bowls to Abbott, who defends into the offside, and it's the end of the over. Kids, ask your dad.
Yes, exactly.
It was it's a maiden for Barnard.
Yeah.
15 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 33. Better still, actually, don't ask. And there's 73 overs gone, 7 to the new ball.
Yeah, so that's who my friend was. And then he took this unbelievable catch to get rid of Lineker.
Right.
And as I say, got roundly booed by about 4,000 people.
Yes. So every time now Robin Asquith turns up and somebody comes up to him and says, I booed you off at Paul Downton's testimonial, he goes, what? Was I there?
Was I there? Well, he wouldn't have known that he was. Yeah. He was yes. 225 for 7, but that's who it was. And Bo Webster's coming into the attack to replace Nathan Gilchrist. So folks on 75. Abbott has 1.
Well, you don't know at the moment. He's Martin Kemp. He's currently making the commentary box at the Oval ready for himself next week.
Absolutely. Wouldn't that be
Give you a shock when you turn up.
Wouldn't that be a coup? It's just got a bit gloomier here.
Yeah.
As Webster from the pavilion end is in, and this is cut off the back foot by Ben Folks out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And they will pick up a single. Folks is on to 76. Surrey 226 for 7. Of course, on the bonus points front, 2 already for Warwickshire, and Surrey now 24 runs away from a first batting point, which seems a long way away at 65 for 6, of course.
No, they've had a pretty good afternoon, Surrey. But it's interesting, shows that they are in good order in a way to start the season, because they've been asked some serious questions today.
It's not been an easy day with the bat,
No.
has it? Sean Abbott, 1 not out. As Bo Webster is into him, and this is driven handsomely over pitch by Webster, put away by Sean Abbott off to that short cover boundary rope. So Abbott's on to 5. Surrey move on to 230 for 7.
Properly walloped there.
He made that incredible 100 in the T20 for Surrey, 3 years ago now? He is an exciting player with the bat in his hand, is Sean Abbott. Stands with that bat raised again. Webster's into him. He's up on his toes, just pushing this one out into the offside.
Remember, what were the circumstances of that? So was he pushed up the order, or was it had there been a clatter?
No,
of
there'd
wickets?
been a clatter, and then I should know this. I think it was off 30 balls or something ridiculous like that. And he's now got there's now a painting of him celebrating it back at the Kia Oval. It was an extraordinary innings. as he's pushing this one off the front foot down towards backward point.
Brian Halford reminds me that Stuart Hull played one game for Warwickshire, the one they lost at Scarborough by about an innings and a million runs.
Ah, there you
So
are.
I think we were both there. I'm not sure.
It's amazing, isn't it? Brian mentioned a game to me that I was commentating on back in 2003, where Warwickshire beat Surrey after following on. I cannot remember any of that. As Webster is in and forward goes Sean Abbott, very solidly.
I've now reached a point where, in our football programmes on WM, sometimes we'll play the goal clips from some previous meeting between the teams, and it's my voice coming down the line, and I'm quite excited to see what the result is, because I can't remember it.
Absolutely. Waits again, does Abbott. 2 slips in there, deepish backward point, sweeper on that short cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, deep backward square, the long leg, and he's driving again. That'll be 4 more. Bit of width on that one from Webster. And Sean Abbott's plopped himself on his front foot, thrown his hands through it, and that has flown off to that short cover boundary rope for 4 more. So Abbott's on to 9, Folkes has 76, and Surrey are 234 for 7.
That was quite a friendly over.
It was.
There were a couple of pretty over-pitched half volleys in it. I'm just going to keep tabs, because at some point in the next 5 or 10 minutes when the football's finished, I might need to do a local radio update, so just make sure I can hear it.
Well, we're going to get to see a bit of Jordan Thompson. We haven't seen a huge amount of him since lunch, really. He did bowl after lunch, didn't he?
He did,
Jordan,
but only 3
very
overs.
briefly, wasn't it? Ah, the big E's are coming on now. The floodlights. Thought they would.
Well, that is an indication of where the light is, and it also, with bearing in mind that there will be a new ball potentially to be claimed by Warwickshire in 6 overs time, so another 20 minutes, that we might be in for some quite difficult batting again. Anyway, Jordan Thompson with his first over after tea, and only his 4th since lunch, is in to start it, and Ben Folkes hits the first ball firmly to mid-wicket.
We might not be out there if this dark cloud keeps rumbling in.
Well, by definition, it must be. I must think it's darker than it was this morning. Although I personally can't tell the difference from here, because we didn't have the lights on this morning.
We started play without lights.
Yeah. Thompson bowls and beats Folkes as driving at a ball that seemed to tail in quite sharply. Seeing the replay of that, ooh, yeah, it did. It's gone past the inside edge. Yeah,
wasn't too far away from his off stump, I wouldn't have thought either. It's nicely bowled by Jordan Thompson.
A few of those today, haven't they?
Well, these two had a pretty good battle earlier. Thompson and Folkes. That was a nice piece of bowling from Jordan Thompson.
It was. And here he is again to Folkes, who's got everything in line this time.
Mr. Taylor, I said the floodlights have come on.
Yes.
Only
one of them
has come on.
Oh, okay, good point.
So we've only got one big E in the sky.
Yes.
None of the other floodlights have actually come on.
No. So somebody's leaned on the switch.
It might be that.
Somebody's rested their mug of tea on the switch.
Because we've only got one floodlight on at the moment.
That's a bit odd.
It is very odd.
I've seen that before. In comes Thompson, and it's turned by Folkes to mid-wicket. Yes, I don't know why that would be.
No, I don't.
I don't ever recall seeing that. It's not as if you want to put light on one part of the ground.
You can't do that.
Well, I don't think it would work anyway.
No. So yeah, we've only got one floodlight on at the moment. So it's a bit like the old bat signal, isn't it? That now just one enormous E flashing. Well, not flashing, but shining.
No. Flashing would definitely have a problem. In comes Thompson, bowls a ball drifting onto middle and leg. Folkes eases it to mid-wicket, but it's very well stopped.
Oh, no.
So they won't have a run.
With floodlights now, you can do all sorts with them. I know.
I've seen
you can do like
fancy
stroboscope effects and all of that. I've actually thought that'd be a great joker to play in a floodlit game. That at any point the captain can say, for 1 over,
yes,
I want stroboscope.
yes.
I think that would make. I think that'll be in T20.
Play your joker.
That'll be in T20 before we know where we are.
Thompson bowls, and it's flicked off his pads for 4 runs by Folks. That was pretty well played. Hit it fine. So he goes to 80. 238 for 7.
Well, 174 not out here last year. 80 not out this year. Ben Folks does enjoy batting at Edgbaston. Doesn't seem the umpires have noticed that.
No.
That we've only got one floodlight on.
Where the pitch is, it's the
It's
floodlight is
miles away.
Yeah, it might as well have the landing lights at Birmingham
It might be
Airport.
just for some of those spectators to read their book. I
Yeah.
don't know. Here is Bo Webster once again from the media end, or the pavilion end. And this is turned by Sean Abbott in towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Turn to, yes, I'm in a short while. I might have to just dive in across you, but
That's
I'm
absolutely
just
fine.
hearing the feed down my ears.
You
but
just
you
tap
won't
me.
be at the
I
moment.
won't be.
But
You just look at me
yes,
with a stern
Oh.
face.
not again.
I'm used to it. As in over the wicket once again goes Webster. This is turned by Abbott into the leg side. He's going to take a single.
Oh, right, let's do. I'll dart in now if I may. There are still 20 overs to bowl today, if the light is good enough to get them in. Warwickshire are still just struggling to knock Surrey over at 239 for 7. They will have a new ball available in 5 overs' time that might help, because since the hardness went off the original new ball early afternoon, Surrey's seem to have found batting a great deal easier. There's still been some threatening bowling, a lot of it from Ed Barnard, who's bowled splendidly on his first day as captain in 15 wicketless overs. But they were held up by Tom Laws, the only wicket to fall since just after lunch, who made a career best 83 before pulling a short ball from Nathan Gilchrist to the long, deep mid-wicket boundary. But Ben Folks has played serenely for 80, and Surrey, who was 65 for 6 just after lunch, are looking much healthier now at 239 for 7. There we are. And I have to go and do another one, but I might have to do it in another line in a minute, but I'll do it without moving my lips. You watch. So, yes. Yes, Webster's carrying on this over.
You are a talented man. Here is Webster, and this is driven by Folks up towards a wide-ish mid-off, and there's no run. This is going to be Mike Taylor doing not only commentary, but an update at the same time.
Yes, in a while.
Oh, in a while.
In 2 or 3 minutes. No, yes.
You tap me again
Yes,
when I need to
might
be
have to
quiet.
do that.
As I
This
say,
is
I'm perfectly used to it in everyday life. Just the one slip now for Folks. 80 not out. Webster's into him. Folks is forward. Pushes away into the offside. Won't get a run on this occasion. And remains on 80. End of the over. So 20 overs remaining today. 4 overs until a new ball due. 11 runs... Surrey away from a first batting point at 239 for 7. Folks has 10 and Abbott's on. Folks has 80. My apologies. And Abbott's on 10.
Yeah, it's looking like quite a satisfactory day for Surrey, unless they were to completely fold up. And they might yet extrapolate. It's dangerous to extrapolate too far, as today demonstrates, but you could end up with a situation with Warwickshire having quite a nasty half hour to bat tonight, if all these things are a bit of an if on the light is good enough to get us that far into the day. We'll see. Thompson is hurrying in again to start a new over, and his first ball is pushed into the extra cover gap by Abbott for 1 run. You were talking with Dermot about Graham Welch earlier on, who is very much back in harness here in the last year or two. So he's got some new bowlers to work with.
Oh, he's a fabulous bowling coach. He
good.
really is.
240 for 7. Folks with 80 waiting for Thompson, who is he's pushing this back to the bowler, and Thompson diverts it with the fingers of his right hand onto the non-striker's wicket, but Abbott had regained his ground in good time.
As I say, the number of players you speak to that work with him who just say he's, top class as a bowling coach.
Well, he's got some to work with this summer, and with some experienced help. And Keith Barker and Chris Wokes, of course, have been around for a long time. In comes Thompson, and Folks nudges this to mid-wicket, and they don't pick up a run, and they're wise not to. So the throw's looped in. There's just one slip now. Rob Yates is there on his own.
Ah, look, another floodlight's come on. Maybe it's because it's the first game of the season.
Yeah.
They're just all taking a bit of time to turn on.
Let me just say, for the folks who are listening in the studio at CWR, I can hear you, and we'll be ready to do an update when you call me in. There we are. Live production on the radio. Here's Thompson bowling now to Folks, who is turning this one again to mid-wicket. And again, he doesn't get a run. So this will be coming in the next few moments, if you can bear with me. And once this is out of the way, we'll have Dermot come back in for Mark in a few moments. Thompson's gone back under quite a gloomy sky now towards the Birmingham end. And he's making his way in again to bowl to Folks, who drives off an inside edge, but very securely along the ground up to mid-on. It's picked up with a little bit of a flourish by Wokes. 240 for 7. Right, here we go now, in the next few moments. Surrey are 240 for 7. There are 19 overs to bowl today. If the conditions are good enough to allow that, it's become quite cloudy in the last 10 minutes. Warwickshire with only one success since shortly after lunch. Tom Laws made the high score of his young career so far, 83, until pulling a short ball from Nathan Gilchrist to the deep mid-wicket boundary where Dan Mosley took the catch. Warwickshire have still not been able to dislodge Ben Folks, who is there unbeaten with 81. The next potential turning point in this day is that Warwickshire will have a new ball available to them in 3 overs' time. And on the basis of what we saw this morning, batting might become a bit more difficult when they've got a new ball in their hand. But for now, Surrey have brought the game back from a position where they were very much struggling to what feels an even contest. They were 65 for 6. They are now 241 for 7.
Beautifully done, Mr. Taylor. I'll do this over, and then is it all right if I've got been asked to do something as in comes Webster. Well, I'm not sure it is. As driving straight down the ground is Ben Folks up towards mid-off, and they will pick up a single. So yes, each floodlight is slowly beginning to turn itself on individually, it seems, at the moment. We've got 2 down there at the city end of the ground.
You might think that that's because it's still warming up after the winter, but they're on quite often during the winter when you drive past, presumably while the ground staff are out doing stuff.
Yeah. I don't know whether the ones above us are on or not.
Can't really tell.
As Webster's over the wicket to Abbott. Abbott forward, punching this one out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Well, it was only a couple of years ago that I actually realised that they were E's. Yeah, I just looked at them and thought they were very fashionable and looked very, very good. I always say this, they look like when you go to the dentist and they've got the mirror on the end of the stick that they put in your mouth. As over the wicket once again, Webster on the hip, this time of Abbott. Get a single here into the leg side, a little bit of bat onto thigh guard. Just thinking, Mike, you're amazing with your doing your own scoring while you. Have we only had the one extra, the leg by?
There was a no ball this morning.
No ball
but
as well.
That's it.
Yeah,
so
that's it.
Extras of 3 at the moment.
That's it. As Webster is over the wicket to Folks, and Folks all uppishly but clipping it through the leg side and away for 4. Webster's just drifted onto those pads of Ben Folks again, and with a roll of the wrists, it was uppish but beautifully timed for Ben Folks. He's on to 86 here, and it's 247 for 7.
It was well timed, but it's the first ball in a while he's hit in the air, and there was a brief moment there where I think that might have looked like a chance for Nathan Gilchrist, but he had too far to go. He's a bit round from where the square lug umpire is, about 3 or 4 yards straighter than that.
Webster in again and just punched away off the back foot by Folks out towards backward point. He'll get another single. So Surrey 2 runs away now from a first batting point. And I mentioned earlier that anything up above 250 from 65 for 6. Now they'll think they've got something on the board. They want a few more, but Abbott's waiting for Webster. Oh dear, that's way down the leg side from Bo Webster, just flicked away by Abbott for a single down towards long leg. End of the over, Surrey 249 for 7. And Mike Taylor, I'm going to leave you just for not too long, just to do an update, and you will be joined by Dermot Reeve.
Very good. So at 249 for 7, there are 2 overs to go until the new ball, and then 16 more today after that, if at least if Surrey bat them out there are. So that is, if Surrey are still batting at the close, I think they're going to reckon they're in a strong position, and certainly compared to what they were at 65 for 6, they've been in an immeasurably better position. Thompson is going to bowl now again from the City end to start the 79th over, and Abbott's playing carefully from the crease square on the offside, and he gets a run just backward of point, and 250 is raised, which that gets him in the game, doesn't it? 250, Dermot.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, it all depends how well you bowl when your time comes around. But yeah, they'll be super pleased with how their day has progressed.
There's danger they'd struggled to get to 100 at one point. Just one slip. Thompson makes his way into bowl to Folks, who's defending from in front of the line of off stump. It's just been, I don't want to say it's been a lull in the field, because there still have been a few balls going past the outside edge, but it seemed difficult to keep the intensity up the older the ball has got. That's my impression sitting here.
Yeah, I mean, that over from Barnard, where he went past,
yes,
you know, the bat 5 times, showed that there is still something in the wicket.
In comes Thompson, looking for whatever spot that was, but Folks is driving this firmly, and Thompson might just have taken a bit of the way off that as he was diving in his follow-through, and it runs up to mid-off, so there's no run. 250 for 7. And Folks at 87. At no point in this innings has he looked hurried. He's been quite happy to let his partners, Laws and Abbott, take the lead if they feel confident to do that. And if Folks bats through to the end here, he'll have done his side of outstanding service. And here he is watching this ball from Thompson come back late. The bowler's reaction suggests it wasn't very far from the off stump, and looking at the replay, he's right, it wasn't. But
is that a good leave?
Well, that's, you know what they say.
Yeah.
But there've been a few that have tailed back in like that throughout the day, but
Folks stands so still though.
Yes.
At the crease, his technique is uncomplicated. He bends his knees nicely and then holds his bat up.
And he's holding it now, waiting for Thompson, and meeting it with a defensive push into the leg side.
And you can see there's a lean in his stance, a lean forward. So his intent is always there to go forward. I'm not going to get caught, you know, hit on the pads when I should be forward.
Yes.
And on the slowest pitch, if people bowl short, you know, you have enough time to ride the bounce, which is what he's done very well.
Yeah, he's positive in his movement, isn't he? So he gets into position, and here he just drops his hands a little bit and guides this carefully into the offside, and it's the end of another over. 79 overs, 250 for 7. And 87 to Folks, 14 to Sean Abbott. I wonder how they will approach it when the new ball comes, because the game will change gear again at that point, or Warwickshire will need to try and make it do that.
Well, I think Folks might, play a bit more positively against the new ball. And the hard ball comes onto the bat better, so you quite often find more boundaries. But before the new ball, we're going to have 1 over of Rob Yates. I've thought for a while that Folks has probably been Surrey's best technical batter.
Yes.
For some time.
Yeah, it was ironic in a way that it was held supposedly against him for his England place, that he wasn't making enough runs to be a wicketkeeper, and yet he's a very good player anyway.
Yates is in and he's pulled. And I think leg slip just might have got a hand on that to keep it to a single. And be 1 more to
to Abbott, yeah.
Abbott.
He was trying to. He's a lot squarer than that, I think.
Yeah, he's ticked along nicely. 15 off 20 balls. A couple of nice boundaries off Webster. He's been a bit poor today with the ball. Big Bo Webster.
Yeah, hasn't really threatened after a tight start.
Very good batting. A little bit short. And Folks just works it off his pads out to deep square leg. He looked a little bit disappointed that maybe he was trying to get it a bit square and get a 2, but Yates is in. Abbott drives straight to backward point. It makes a little bit of a mess of the pick-up. Maybe the ball just swerved on him a little. Yates in again. That's a bit quicker. And, very close to off stump. Abbott gave himself a bit of room, trying to hit it through the offside, and the ball skidded through. Just missing off stump. Yates again in. That's flat and swept away. It'll only be a single though. Deep backward square. Runs round and keeps it to 1.
The previous one, it almost looked as though he'd under-edged it onto the stumps. It seemed to scuttle through so low. It's a peculiar one.
Right, last ball for Rob Yates. Folks is on strike. And it could be a run out. He went for a quick single to backward point. I think that was Ed Barnard there.
So 254 for 7 at the end of the 80th over. And now they will be able to claim the new ball, and sure they will before very long. Umpires have just consulted, and Chris Wokes is going to go to the city end. So there you go. He's called upon. He's bowled in a recognisably Chris Wokes kind of way today. Picked up 2 wickets both in the same over. But he is excited to be back playing for Warwickshire again, which is a great thing for the club. There's the confirmation over the public address that the second new ball is indeed being taken by Wokes. And we were talking earlier about some players when they get to the end of their international career, and it's demanding business being an international player these days, especially if you play more than one format. That they finish internationals and they finish their career. But Chris Wokes, I think, was always one of those who wanted to come back and play county cricket. His heart is here, and it means a lot to him to play for the county. So We'll see for how long the body is willing, but there's no doubt that Chris himself is, and that's a good thing.
I can't help but think, I know there's a lot of international cricket, but when you've only got to bowl 4 overs
Yeah.
in a T20, it can't be that hard.
Well, he was saying last week that for all that he's enjoyed and achieved things with the white ball, and he's won 2 World Cups, but what really gets him going is the battle with batters with the red ball. He said that's the real test of skill. That's what I'm playing the game for. So said Chris Woakes last week. That's the game he wanted to play, and here he is against Ben Foakes with 89, and bowls to him now the first ball with the second new ball, and Foakes is into position early to defend it away on the leg side. And what happens with in these first few overs in the new ball might really tell us a bit about where this game is heading overall, because if they can wrap it up quickly, then they're still at a pretty good day, bowled out a good team for 250. But if they don't, then only one team is going to feel like it's won the day from where they were, I imagine. Woakes is coming in again to bowl short at Foakes, and Foakes throws his head back thinking he's missed out, because all he's done is steer it to mid-off and not into the gap between mid-off and extra cover.
Yeah, it was a bit short and wide. There's 3 slips, so there's a lot of open real estate out there. A man down on the 3rd man boundary, and the extra cover and a mid-off make up the 6 fielders on the offside.
Here he comes, Woakes, and that's wide enough of off stump for Foakes to pay that no attention.
But a bit of shape. The new ball will swing. And don't forget, he's got that fantastic scramble seam delivery that I think he might have picked it up off Tim Southey.
Yes, that would make sense. But he's always bowled it with a lot of skill, Chris Woakes. Here he is now, and Foakes is playing this in front of his front pad. I think Woakes quite liked that one by his reaction, but it's gone safely up to mid-on, and there's no run there. So it stays 2-5-4 for 7. After 3 wickets earlier today for Ethan Bamber, all before lunch. Presumably we shall see Bamber from the pavilion end in the next few moments. And 2 for Woakes. 1 more recently for Gilchrist. Here's Woakes bowling now, Fuller, and bringing that back towards the off stump. Not quite in time, but Foakes was committed to leaving that, and it wasn't very much wide of the off stump. And this is where he starts to ask the question, isn't it, Chris Woakes? When are you going to play, and when do you trust that it's going to carry on wide of the stumps? And he comes again to complete the first over with the second new ball. That one's going too far down the leg side, and Foakes is going to get a run here, nudging this away from his hip, in fact off his hip, a leg bye signalled. So it's the end of the over, 255 for 7, 89 Foakes, 16 to Abbott, and looking for Ethan Bamber to peel off 1, 2 sweaters. And he's going to come to the pavilion end to have a go from here. Interesting little spell of play ahead of us.
Well, the difficult thing for the bowlers is that Foakes has played so well. I mean, he's faced more than 25 overs of cricket, so he's seeing the ball big, he's in, but Warwickshire will hope that this new ball will just offer a little bit more and offer it quicker off the pitch. As Bamber comes in, wide of the crease, and yes, that's a good ball. It always looks to me like he's shaping the ball an in-swinger, but then when it pitches, quite often it holds. And that one beating Foakes on his outside edge.
That one did really straighten. So it's a nice start for Bamber. 3 for 43 for the leading wicket taker.
Yeah, he's had a good
last
first day.
season. Yeah.
Comes bounding in, wholehearted cricketer, and he's hit on the pad. There's a stifled appeal. Bamber was interested, but wasn't too much from behind the wicket.
Looked a bit leg side on the replay. But nevertheless...
You don't get him unless you ask.
Yeah, I've got quite right, yeah. No, he's not shy of asking.
Yeah.
Why would he be?
It's still folks on strike. Bamber swings it in, and it's driven quite nicely out to mid-on. The inside half of the bat. He keeps running in, Bamber. He did all last season as well.
He did. He, by a long way, last season bowled more overs in the Championship for Warwickshire than anybody else. More than 450 overs.
He's in again, and good line and length. Defended by folks, but you can see the way he defended, he pushed it hard back to the bowler. You can see he's looking for a loose ball. He's looking for something that he can pounce on. 14 overs remaining, and he's in. He wants to make the most of it. Bamber comes in and bowls, and that's full and played nicely, really nicely by folks. Whips it off his pads in front of square. Fantastic shot, beautiful timing.
Just a little bit too full, a little bit leg side. It's a good shot though.
Fantastic shot. I mean, it probably swung in. For one thing, unless the batsman might have got hit on the pads. But folks has very fast hands.
Yes.
And he does work his wrists nicely on the leg side. Bamber's in again, and that's a better ball, defended by folks. There's no run.
Yeah, can do. I'm going to bring Mark in at this point with you, Dermot, for a bit.
Okey-doke.
What have we got? 14 overs left today, so there's still going to be another better end of an hour's cricket. So Mark's going to come and join you in the next few moments.
And folks has moved on to 93 of 164 balls. Abbott 16 of 23. He's playing his part. He looks to run well between the wickets, picks up the singles.
Yeah, it does seem a long time ago that Surrey was 65 for 6 in the second over after lunch. So they've done this very well this afternoon. They really have. But it's been Ben Folkes. Yes, Tom Law's played beautifully for his 83, but this has been a typical Ben Folkes inning so far. Very cool, calm and steady. Has all the shots as well when they're needed. There's Ben Folkes. It's Chris Wokes from the City end coming over the wicket to Sean Abbott, who lets this one go outside his off stump. I was saying, though, it's funny, isn't it? There are certain grounds that players enjoy batting on. And Ben Folkes, 178 not out here. I think last summer, Mike looked it up, averaging 144 here at Edgbaston. So there are certain grounds on there where players just enjoy playing at those grounds, and Edgbaston definitely is one for Ben Folkes. As Chris Wokes is in again, and Sean Abbott's had a nibble at this one outside his off stump. Bit of a naughty fiddle that from Sean Abbott. And he goes down to do a touch of gardening. But I think as well today it's been against some very good bowling from Warwickshire at a time when Surrey were in all sorts of bother. And Ben Folkes has just worked his way to 93, holding the whole thing together. As Wokes is in, and this is just tucked away off his toes by Sean Abbott, off towards that very short leg side boundary for the right-hander with the bowler from the City end. And 4 more to Abbott. He's on to 22.63 for 7.
I think it's an interesting point that if you're going to go play somewhere where you've never batted, you know, how are you going to feel? You know, oh, I've never played there. You have to, and this is something I coach, program your subconscious. Tell your subconscious, I love batting there. I always score runs.
As in comes Wokes. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Abbott.
You know, if you do that work as a cricketer before you go to sleep, see yourself scoring runs, see yourself raising your bat, picture that ground.
Yep.
Your subconscious, when you go out to bat for the real thing, it feels like, oh, I've been here before.
This is all the visualization stuff, isn't it? Because you see the players out there sort of in the middle before the start of play with their bat, playing some shots, getting used to everything. As in over the wicket comes Wokes, driving his Abbott. Doesn't time this one at all. Rolls up towards mid-off and there's no run. Well, as I say, he just loves batting here. Does, folks. And well, last season it was 174 not out last season, and now, but this has been different because last season's pitch nothing happened for 4 days. Today it's been doing all sorts at times. As he's in again, Wokes to Abbott, and Abbott is forward to a good length delivery. Just pushes that one out into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 263 for 7. Folks 93. Abbott has 20. Was that part when you played? Was that part of the game then, or not really?
No, not really.
No.
It wasn't something. I mean, I can tell you when you run up to bowl, say, and you want to bowl a Yorker, as you're running up, if you tell yourself at the last second, don't bowl a full toss,
Right.
you will bowl a full toss.
Yeah.
Your subconscious,
Yes.
it just hears full toss.
Yes. Yes.
I've seen that happen countless times
Yeah.
in last overs of 2020 as Bamber comes in. Oh, and he beats folks on the outside edge.
Yeah, nicely bowled again by Bamber.
Some people may have thought he left it, or given the benefit of the doubt. He didn't push at it, but definite movement away to the slip cord was for Bamber. That's close. Oh, going down the leg. Hit him on the pads. They're going to settle for one. But Bamber there, just getting past folks' inside edge.
Yeah, my initial reaction was this could be very, very tight. Going down the leg side. Well, Surrey would be over the moon if they were still batting at stumps tonight. Yeah, it's fascinating now with all the new bits and pieces in the game, all the analysis and AI's coming into it now as well. Not that I really understand that, but
I've known a few players with a fantastic work ethic. They love practice and they work really, really hard at practice. And they get better at batting at practice. They don't get better at batting in matches.
Yep.
When the real deal comes along, the match comes along, if they're in a different place mentally than they are at practice,
yep.
that's not good for them. And driven to mid-off handsomely by Abbott, but no run.
And surely a bit of that is the pressure thing, isn't it? That you know, there are some players that when the pressure gets ramped up, they get better. I'm thinking like B. Stokes in his heyday. You know, as soon as the pressure was ramped up, that was when he was at his very best. There are players like that, aren't there?
Yes, most definitely. As Bamber's in, and he beats Abbott on the outside edge.
Yeah, very nicely
He's bowled well
again.
here, yeah.
Yeah, 3 for 47 for Bamber today in his 17th over now. Picked up 3 of the first 4, and of course the first one today Rory Burns was run out for 4, but then he's picked up Smith, Pope and Lawrence, so 3 good wickets for Ethan Bamber today.
And searching for another as he bowls. Ooh, and Abbott just planted a bit, but he managed to get his bat out in front of his pad, and he's picked up a single for his trouble to square cover.
Well, the other good bit of news at the end of the over is it's brightening up again now. It'd be amazing if we get through the whole day. The floodlights, I think I've worked it out. The floodlights at this end are both on. The floodlights at the city end are both on. The only one that didn't come on but did eventually is the one near the building site, and the one to our left, which is on the building site, hasn't come on. So I wonder if it's the building site that might be causing the floodlights to just take a little bit of time to get going. 265 for 7, Surrey. Wokes from the city end is over the wicket to Sean Abbott, and it's short, and Abbott, well, that's the first one into the building site, because Abbott has picked that up. No, he's avoided the building site, but it's straight into the stand for 6. So, or has it gone into the building site? No, it may well have gone into the building site. He's just picked it up off his hip. Yeah, that's in the building site. We're going to have to get another ball now, because there isn't anybody in the building site because it's bank holiday, so there are no builders to retrieve the ball. And you can't really get in the building site, unfortunately. So they're going to have to find a ball now that's about 4 overs old. So when the workmen come in on Tuesday morning, they will find a, well, pretty shiny cricket ball in the building site. But that's the first one today. It was just on his hip, and Abbott just helped it on its way straight into the building site.
No, it was a lovely shot. Really nicely timed. Didn't try and overhit it. And you don't have to overhit it to get a 6 on the leg side.
Well, it moves him
batting at this end today.
Yeah. Well,
it's very short.
Any of the pitches over this side of the square, there could be a few balls ending up in the building site. Wokes has another ball in his hands. He's into Abbott on 21. Abbott is pushing this one away through the covers. He should get a couple. He will get a couple. 2 more to Sean Abbott. He'll move on to 23. 267 for 7. So this partnership now worth 47. So they broke the partnership of 155 between Laws and Folks, but now a partnership of 47 between Abbott and Folks, and having somebody like Sean Abbott coming in at number 9, it's a nice luxury to have, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Sean Abbott and taken by Kai Smith, moving away to his right hand side. But yes, Surrey do bat a long way down whatever 11 they put out, but having Sean Abbott come in at 9, Folks, I think Folks has just got a little bit of cramp out there at the moment. Just while that ball was, well, obviously not coming back from the building site, as this is pushed away by Abbott through the covers again. He'll get another couple here. Will Abbott just stays leg side of that ball and then just pushes it away through the covers for a couple of runs. It's on to 23, but yeah, just got a drink off Reece Topley, did Ben Folks. So I think just a little bit of cramp perhaps. He's been out there now for 166 deliveries as Ben Folks. As Abbott settles over his bat once again. In over the wicket goes Wokes. Oh, well bowled, well left. That's a good one from Wokes. Bounced a touch more. Very good leave that from Sean Abbott. He's just indicating back to Ben Folks what that did. Abbott won't mind seeing that too much, because of course at some point he'll have the ball in his hands. Surrey going into this game with Abbott, Laws, Fisher and Taylor as the 4 quicks, and then Lawrence and Ralphie Albert couple of spin options. Forward goes Abbott, plays this one back up the pitch, rolls up towards Jordan Thompson at mid-on, and there is no run. Ended the over, 275 for 7. Folks 93, Abbott 31.
And partnership's gone past 50,
Yeah,
55.
55 these two have now put on. And it looks as if we're going to see a bit more of Ethan Bamber. So 3 for 48 for Bamber. I think I'm optimistic we could get through the whole day unscathed weather-wise, Mr. Reeve, which would be a miracle, really. Because when I drove up this morning, it was absolutely pelting down.
Bamber's in past the umpire bowls now. And folks takes his bottom hand off the bat handle, just plays up with his top hand onto the leg side, but there's no run.
Yeah, early hours of this morning, and up the motorway, it was absolutely chucking it down. It was still raining when I got here, and then slowly it stopped raining, and then we've been all right for the rest of the day.
Bamber in, wide of off stump. Folks has nothing to do with it, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper, who hasn't had a good day for Warwickshire.
Yeah, he took a really good catch to get rid of Jamie Smith, but he's put a couple down as well as Kai Smith.
Bamber running in, running away from us. And it's bowled a beauty at Folks. So close to the edge.
Yeah, that's a lovely piece of bowling. And this to a guy who's been out there for 169 deliveries. On 93 and still beating his outside edge. Ethan Bamber.
Well, that's what happens with the new ball.
Yep.
Occasionally balls get bowled that really the batsman can't do anything about. Particularly at this time of the season. 3 balls left in the over, and that one has played handsomely to mid-off for none.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting what the conditions are going to be like when Surrey get out there with the ball. Ideal conditions this morning, weren't they, with the cloud cover, a bit of green in the wicket.
Bam in again, Folks sounds very still. And he's got himself a run. Slight misfield at backward point. One thing I haven't seen Folks do, and I don't know does he do it much, but I always think if you're in with the tail and mid-on and mid-off are up, and you're against a medium pacer, to skip down late, come late at a bowler, they don't see you, they don't change, and you suddenly get a ball on a line of length that you can.
He doesn't tend to come out of his rhythm of playing. Oh dear.
That's 4 wides. Down the leg side by Bamber. Abbott had a little flick at it, but got nowhere near it, and
that was one of the sort of strange reasons that was sort of when he wasn't picked for England, was he can't bat with the tail. But he can bat with the tail, but he does it his own way.
He does it in like a Steve Waugh type of way.
Absolutely.
Just keeps playing the same.
Playing the same way. He has got the big shots.
Bamber's in, and this one's defended by Abbott.
So yeah, absolutely he can. And there was the argument as well. He probably would have liked to have batted with a bit more of the top order, because every time he was batting for England,
if he's batting with the number 10 or 11,
he'll open up then.
And when the field goes back, to protect the boundaries, I always find that such an interesting part of the game, because
it's fascinating.
He could just play 4 balls, and then they bring the field up.
And then you go straight over the top.
2 4s.
Yep. No, it's always that game is always fascinating.
But with Abbott, he's got a batting partner who can definitely hold the willow and make a few.
Well, it's Chris Wokes continuing from the city end. It's coming in over the wicket too, folks. That's punched off the back foot by Folkes. Gorgeous shot. And that's going to race away for 4, and that will move Ben Folkes on to 98 now. Lovely shot from Ben Folkes. Everything right about that off the back foot.
Well, I'd say that was a shot of the day by Ben Folkes on the offside. There's been some sumptuous clips off his pads, but that was just hit with disdain. He just waited and crunched it between extra cover and mid-off.
Yeah, fabulous cricket shot. So he's 98 not out here, Ben Folkes. As Chris Wokes is in to him, and Folkes pushes off the front foot, won't get a run here. Just rolls out towards cover. And he wanders off towards square leg. It's what you said as well with that shot. He was perfectly still as he played it sideways on. Placement was perfection. Very fine innings this so far from Ben Folkes in the circumstances. Chris Wokes from the city end over the wicket to Folkes. Will let this one go outside his off stump.
He's not looking at all worried about that he's 2 away from 100. You know, quite often some batsmen, when they get in the 90s, the brain goes to jelly, and you know. So I remember Nick Knight, until he got his first 100, he struggled in, you know.
Well,
when it should be easy, because you got 90 on.
Yeah, exactly. As in over the wicket goes Wokes. Folkes is looking to work this one leg side, hits him high up on the thigh, runs away to backward point. Well, he's been in this position quite a few times now, Ben Folkes. And again, I'd be very surprised if he tries anything outside of the way he plays here to get to the 100. I think he would just be quite happy to get there with a couple of singles, unless there is one he thinks he can go after. 2 away from 100. As well, he likes that because it's on his pads. He loves it there. He clips it away to the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4 to bring up a superb 100 here. On the opening day of the season, Ben Folkes, 102 from 176 deliveries, just a ball on his pads, and with a roll of the wrists, the ball sped away to the mid-wicket boundary rope. Very fine innings this from Ben Folkes. 1-6, 16 fours, and of course he made that 174 not out here last summer, and he starts this summer of 2026 with a century as well. As in comes Wokes to him, and he's just about putting the bat inside the line of this one. But Dermot Reeve, it's been a fabulous 100 this from Ben Folkes.
You know, for me, he's gone to the top of the list right now of who should play in the, you know, the first test as a batsman wicketkeeper. If he continues with this form, he's such a good gloveman.
Oh yeah. Well, I wrote a piece saying at some point what I would like to see is Jamie Smith and Ben Folkes in the same England team. Folkes a keeper batter and Jamie Smith playing as a batter. Yeah. That would be what I think would be the right thing, because you know Ben Folkes is arguably the best wicketkeeper in the world, but he can't get in his test team.
And Bamba's in to Abbott, and it's worked away off the pads for a single. Well, I said it earlier, I think for me, as a non-Surrey man, whenever I've watched Folkes play, I've thought technically he's Surrey's best player, most reliable batter. But you know, if you're down at 7,
you don't get much of an option
you might
there,
you might play really well and get 40 not out.
Yep.
And He's on strikes now to Bamber. And he's driven it nicely up to mid-off, but there's no run.
He's a good starter to the summer as well, is Ben Folks. Just thinking off the top of my head, Gloucestershire. He got 100 first game of the season a few years ago. Started pretty well against Essex last season. So he always gets into his batting quickly at the start of the summer.
Bamber's in and bowls now. Cut away, but straight to square cover. Fumbles it, but there's no run.
And as always, Dermot Reeve, when he got to his 100 off came the helmet. The hair fell perfectly, as always. I don't know how he manages it, Ben Folks, but always looks like he's just come off the catwalk, whether he's been out there for 8 hours or 2 hours.
Just a rearrangement in the field here. Third man's coming up to, looks like a deep gully, and cover has gone out onto the offside boundary. The Bamber's in, it's pulled away, an under edge, but it'll be 4. Folks is really enjoying these last few overs. There's 8 left after this Bamber over, and it's definitely been Surrey's afternoon, hasn't it? I mean, the partnership is 74 now.
Yeah, I think it's...
And against a new ball.
Absolutely, and I think Surrey could, if they sort of get through this period, and they could end up having had a very, very good day, actually, having been stuck in this morning in tough conditions.
Nice shot, driven to mid-off for no run. Very full ball from Bamber.
Yeah, it's fascinating, really, that whole thing, because people will say, oh, because it's Surrey, they're all saying that. I've always said, with Jamie Smith, I can see, and Jamie Smith is still a fabulous player. All right, he may have not had the Ashes series he wanted, but he's still a fabulous player. I've always seen him as, when Root knocks it on the head...
Bamber in. Cut away for 4. Short and wide, and Folks doesn't miss out on that one. It was only about 5 yards away from the offside sweeper. And they punch fists, the 2 batsmen. They put on 78.
Yeah, they've done it very well. But I can see Jamie Smith in there. I can see Smith and Folks playing in the same test team. And look, the other thing with Folks is early in his career in India, when England was struggling at the top against the spin, he's a fabulous player of spin bowling. England did discuss Folks opening. So, you know, Folks could go up the order, but there has to be, you've got to believe that that can't be his test career done.
He doesn't need to go up the order early season.
No.
I mean, it has suited him.
It has, absolutely.
Today, going in after.
Absolutely. As Wokes from the City end. Oh, apologies, changing bowling. Barnard's brought himself back into the attack, and first delivery will be punched by Abbott off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they will pick up a single. Yeah, I think people have sort of forgotten how Jamie Smith played at the start of his Test career. Plus, the other thing that people forget is, until sort of he started playing Test cricket, you know, he wasn't keeping regularly for Surrey. So to suddenly go and do it in a 5-test series is a completely different kettle of fish. And to do it for, you know, maybe 3 days out of 5 and bat. As forward goes Folks, plays this one down into the gully region, and there is no run. But all will be revealed at some point before that first Test match.
Yeah, he played brilliantly here against India.
Oh.
But probably at number 7?
Yeah, it was 7. 7, yeah. God, that was a hell of an innings, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I saw his name up on the honours board this morning in reception. As now shout for LBW's nipped that one back just outside the line. Folks has got a good stride in as well, so there's enough doubt there for umpire O'Shaughnessy to shake his head in his baseball cap. I'm rather enjoying the fact that the umpires in the modern era have two types of hat as well. Baseball cap for when it's windy and wide brimmed for when it's not.
I always enjoy Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Goes in over the wicket once again. Goes Barner.
What a
That's
shot.
punched away off the back foot by Folkes. He's timed that beautifully as well. You heard the noise of that off the bat of Ben Folkes. That's the 300 up for Surrey now. So second batting point for Surrey. 303 for 7. Didn't Steve O'Shaughnessy for a while have the record for the quickest 100? I think it was in first class cricket.
Yeah, I think it was a gimme 100.
Oh, as forward goes Ben Folkes off an outside edge. And that's going to run away down to the third man boundary rope for 4 more. So the runs are really beginning to flow now for Surrey. And this is a concern for Warwickshire because this is against the new ball. And after this over, there are still 7 overs to go tonight. And actually, funny enough, and I don't think it's going to happen, I think it would be Warwickshire would be much happier to get off now than Surrey at this point. 307 for 7. Folkes has moved on to 114. The partnership's worth 87. As Folkes clips for 4 more. So that's 3 consecutive boundaries. And this one clipped through a straightish mid-wicket position. And Folkes is really beginning to tick now. He's on to 118. And Surrey move on to 311 for 7.
Fantastic batting. Beautiful shots. And that's what can happen if a batsman's in. He's faced 180 balls. He's seeing it big, picking up length early. And if you have that bit of luck that you don't nick the one that does a lot, then he's shown that you can bat on this pitch and score runs on it.
And Surrey are manoeuvring themselves into a very good position at the end of this first day. They really are. Nathan Gilchrist is going to come back into the attack. 1 for 39
and
for
we
him.
might get a few short balls bowled, I think.
It's a long leg side boundary for the right-hander.
Gilchrist is in. Oh, and there's a swing from Abbott. Extravagant square drive, but he missed the ball.
I hope one of the photographers got that down on one knee at the end. Unfortunately, the ball was in the keeper's gloves, but looked fabulous from Sean Abbott, that.
So, Mark, I never had this wobble seam delivery when I played. As Gilchrist comes in. Oh, and he got through Abbott again. And I bowled a ball to Steve O'Shaughnessy, and it was a NatWest final at Lord's. I think I bowled 10 overs before lunch. We came off, had lunch, 40 minutes, went back on. I remember running up first ball, and I'm thinking, I'm not going to get to the pitch. My legs were stiff, and I just put a bit more in at delivery. As Gilchrist gets worked to the leg side. So I spent the morning swinging the ball out, and I'd got Clive Lloyd, got Mendes, got Abrams, and then I bowled this ball to O'Shaughnessy that I don't know how it happened. I just didn't feel good at the crease. I just got maybe a bit higher and flicked my wrist, but it nipped back. It nipped back and bowled him, and it just shows that there are things that happen in cricket that are, just a fluke.
Yeah.
As Gilchrist is in.
Oh yeah, I think that happens at times, doesn't it? You even see the bowler sort of afterwards say, I've got no idea how that happened. I certainly didn't bowl for that.
Yeah, I did find that if I just thought get higher than my normal sort of low arm outswing, get higher and flick the wrist, that the ball, wouldn't it, back a bit? As Folks plays this down to third man comfortably. Gilchrist has one ball left in the over, and the score goes 3-13 for 7. But that's why I like seeing Steve. And if we get a chance to say hello, I'll always remind
him of that delivery. Quite right too. Quite right too. I'm sure he remembers it as well.
Gilchrist in, wide of the crease, bang, out to deep cover, where it's only just a quick single because the boundary is so short. A nice shot from Folks.
Yeah, it's a really good partnership. This off the back of the 155 run partnership between Laws and Folks. And now they back that up with 94. It's coming good time as well, just 112 deliveries, so it's coming in good time. Barnard is going to continue down there from the city end. Dermot Reeve is going to have a break.
It's time for Warwickshire wickets.
There you are.
So,
well,
I've hardly got a wicket today.
You always pick them up when you were bowling, so let's see if you can pick one up with a change of commentator. As pushed off the back foot, this one by Abbott out there towards extra cover. And there is no run in there for Abbott. Yeah, it's turning into a very good first day, this, for the visitors. From where they were at 65 for 6, 314 for 7. Barnard's in. Forward goes Abbott. Plays this one out into the offside. Welcome back to Mike Taylor.
I can assuredly tell you, and any of the very few people who've seen me play cricket would confirm, that nobody has ever previously said we could do with a wicket here. I wonder where Taylor is.
Well, yes. I don't believe that's true, to be honest with you. I can honestly tell you, if I ever bowled and got a wicket, I had absolutely no idea where the ball was going, and it was a miracle it had actually bounced.
The most dangerous thing.
As in over the wicket once again. Comes Barnard, forward goes Abbott, pushes away into the offside, and there is no run.
Got away from Warwickshire since tea, hasn't it? Really,
it has. And I think what Surrey have showed here is again that tough cricket that we saw them win those 3 championships. That they were in trouble, but they found a way out of it. As Barnard is in, and Abbott is pulling him. Hasn't really timed this, actually, out there towards mid-wicket. He was lining up the building site again, I think, there, Sean Abbott, but didn't really time it.
But they've scored at 4.5 and over since tea. So not only have they wriggled off the hook, but they've actually moved into a position to dictate terms in this game. And also, they're going to be feeling great.
Yeah.
I think Warwickshire are.
No, I think Warwickshire just remember again that the old First Division stuff is pretty tough. They knew that last season, but they got themselves into a terrific position as driving his Folks up towards mid-off. And at 65 for 6, well, you thought that Surrey would be doing quite a lot of bowling today at that point.
Yeah, I bet they did too, but they've fought back admirably. And it has been a counter-attack since tea.
Over the wicket he comes once again, Barnard, and this is clipped away. I almost came up with a new word of clupped there, because he's clipped it and cut it as Ben Folks, and it has whistled down to the boundary rope again for 4 more, because yes, at tea 198 for 6 at tea, and now 319 for 7. So that's 121 for 1 since tea.
Yes, in 27 overs.
Which is a good rate of knots, really, on a first day, having been stuck in.
So it's Warwickshire with all the difficult questions to answer at the moment, and the new ball has brought them nothing.
Umpires were discussing something there. I can't see it was the light. Sort of
No.
deteriorated.
We have still only got, well, so far as we can see, 2 floodlights on. That one over to the left that I can see there isn't on. Gilchrist starts the new over, and Abbott, with a real economy of movement, set himself as if he was going to push it to the leg side. In fact, got it off the back of the bat away to the offside, and they take a single to raise a 100 partnership.
Yeah, they've done it very well. They really have. I think you'll be proud of me. I did some hard-hitting journalism when I was doing my update. I went and stood outside. The 2 at this end are on as well.
They are.
But I think it's the building site one.
Oh.
You see, that might not be able to be turned on.
They cut through the wire.
They might have done. I don't know.
I'm sure they haven't.
I'm sure they haven't. But that seems to be the only one that's not on
Oh, okay.
now.
All right, well.
And it's near the building site.
Fair enough. Gilchrist starts in again to Folkes, who is defending back up the pitch.
I'm not saying this with all builders, obviously, because that would be the wrong thing to say, but I think we've all been in a position before where someone's come round to do the odd job for you and has managed to fuse the entire house. So
I don't need anybody to come round and do that job for me.
I'm exactly the same on that. Just changing a light bulb, I can blow up the washing machine.
You shouldn't put it in the washing machine. Gilchrist bowls to Folkes, who pushes it away on the offside.
I did the only time I've ever said I'm going to use an electric drill to put the nail in the wall, if that makes sense, to make the hole for the... I went straight through wiring with the electric drill, and then had to actually get someone around who knew what they were doing to repair the wiring, who knew how to use the electric drill, funny enough.
Gilchrist bowls a short ball, and Folkes is on it very early and pulls it so firmly out to Davies that when the ball arrives, it knocks him off his feet.
Well, he's not seen that at all.
No, I don't think he's indicating that. He could have done with the light on.
He's not seen that at all. And it was all along the floor to him. But he had absolutely no idea that that ball was coming towards him.
It's a good job it was nailed straight at him, really. He is waiting out there on his own, miles from anybody at mid-wicket, as Abbott, who has 37, is guiding this late, playing it late down to deep backward point, or deep third man. It's hard. Oh, it's such a short boundary, it's hard to split the hairs between those two positions, and so they take one comfortable run.
Well, you look at it again, have Abbott coming in at 9.
Yes. So you're not quite, even with 6 wickets down, they weren't quite through, were they?
No.
There's a few teams that might have folded up at 65 for 6 today when the ball was rattling around. Gilchrist bowls wide of off stump, no stroke from Folkes, end of the over. And the ball's still, it's been rattling around all right, but it has been Surrey in charge since mid-afternoon.
His umpire O'Shaughnessy again. He's not happy with the light here. I don't think he's calling umpire Middlebrook over. Now, Surrey, funny enough, would want to stay out there at the moment.
Wouldn't mind.
Rather than come in, but I think Warwickshire would be quite happy to come off. Well, they're pointing over towards the clouds, but I think what they're saying is that there might be a patch of blue arriving away to our left. Well, it's going to be Jordan Thompson into the attack from that City end with 4 overs remaining today. Thompson 11 overs, 1 maiden, none for 37. His captain's wandered across to have a quiet word with him about what field he wants. So he's going to have a third man, 1 slip. There's a backward point. There's the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. There's the cover mid-off, mid-on. I was going to say deep mid-wicket, but it's not. But they're on the boundary. And the long leg. Thompson is in. Oh, and Abbott's looking to cut this fiercely. Leant back, but didn't get anything on it at all.
No, that was, he rather released himself to play that shot. It was a loose one. There haven't been too many.
322 for 7, sorry. Yeah, I think he's trying to go up and over with that shot, leaning back and looking to go up and over.
Well, at the other end you could do that.
Yeah.
But
Almost leant back too far, as this one he's cutting down to backward point. And there is no run on this Good Friday, of course. So it's a bank holiday weekend.
yes. As we're playing overtime now, I suppose that makes it the long Good Friday.
Oh, hang on. Umpires are back together again. Thing is, by the time umpire O'Shaughnessy gets over to umpire Middlebrook with his stroll,
Yes.
the light's not going to improve.
He's not for hurrying.
No, not at all. I've just realised as well, with my terrible eyesight, I was looking at I'm not going to say what it is, but on the front of the shirts and jumpers of the Warwickshire players is the name of the sponsor.
Yes.
It's right across the front there. As in over the wicket once again goes Thompson, driving is the right-handed Abbott. And my eyesight's so bad, I've been trying to think all day of the Spanish sponsor that is Hola. But I've just realised what it actually is. So
yes.
not only have I misread it, I've missed out 2 letters as well.
Yes.
But I've been thinking all day, where has that come from? But now I've seen what it is.
Yes.
And it's an appropriate one for what's happening here at Edgbaston, I feel. As in over the wicket once again comes Thompson. And this one's cut down to cover point this time. Doesn't really time it, Abbott. And there is no run. I think it's actually brightening up again now. But umpire O'Shaughnessy's getting a little bit maybe he's remembering that delivery from Dermot Reeve. It's just suddenly come back to him, and that's why he's getting twitchy down there at the city end.
He sensed that Dermot's on the ground.
That's why he wants to get off now. As in over the wicket once again. Thompson has a fiddle outside the off stump. That really was a fiddle from Sean Abbott. He's a bit annoyed with himself there, I think it's fair to say.
His concentration slightly broken in this over.
Yep. Well, I often wonder that as well as a batter. It must be quite tough when you see the umpires keep getting together for a chat about the light, because you must be thinking, well, are we going off in a minute? 1 ball to go of this Thompson over. There are 3 overs remaining in the day's play after this one. Thompson over the wicket he comes, and Abbott has driven in the air and is dropped up at mid-off. And is that the captain? I think it is. Away to his left-hand side, Barnard. And he's put down Sean Abbott. So Abbott alive. And we'll move on to 39.
Yeah, there was that sort of hush you get around the field where when the captain dropped it, so no one says anything.
Don't say anything. Well, 3-2-3 for 7.
It was catcher, but it was sort of moving away from him to his left. But I think he'll think he should have caught it.
I think it, again, a bit like the Rory Burns run out. I don't think it got to him as quick as he thought it was going to. Yeah. So I think he may have dived a little bit too early.
Maybe. Gilchrist sets off to bowl today's 94th over, and he goes past the outside edge with a really good, one of the best balls we've seen for a while.
All of a sudden, Sean Abbott's struggling to lay bat on ball here.
Well, though, Surrey have batted this afternoon. They really have. There is another script today where a couple more come off the edge and they'd have been all out for 90.
Yeah, absolutely.
They were quite close to that.
But you need your luck, don't you?
Yeah.
That's the other thing. There are days where everything hits the edge and is caught.
But that being said, as Gilchrist bowls again to Abbott, who defends this one quite firmly up to mid-on. That being said, the batting has been very good the longer the day has gone on, and the bowling not so good. There's been quite a bit to hit in the last hour and a half. Yeah. So the day has turned, but there was another sort of parallel script to today.
Well, as we both were saying, Surrey could have been 6 down or 2 down at lunch.
Yes. Gilchrist is a bit fuller this time, and Abbott wants a run, pushing it out into the covers. It's well judged as well. Comfortably through for that. Abbott goes to 40. So he played a good hand here too.
Well, that's the other thing for me, is that Laws and Folks get them out of a hole, and then Abbott joins Folks, and now they're out the hole, and they're sort of galloping away from the hole now, because he's backing up that 155 run partnership with Laws.
Gilchrist bowls full, and it's flicked for 4 runs through mid-wicket. And Folks has played some shots in the last hour, all over the ground, and he's hitting them with a withering timing at the moment, because that one out to the longest corner of the boundary, but it was always getting there comfortably.
He's a lovely player to watch, Ben Folks. Hardly touched that.
Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? The ball is pinging against the advertising boards, but it's not. It's never a violent stroke with Folks.
I always think
it's all
Folks,
timing.
He sort of just makes the ball do the work rather than him doing the work, really.
It's very well played. He's 128, and Gilchrist has some revenge here by hitting him on. Well, it's just by the way he reacted, he didn't hit him on the thigh pad. That's the point, because Folks felt that. So he'll have a mark tomorrow where that one hit him. Something fleshy. Nathan Gilchrist is quick enough to make you jump when he does that. A few shafts of sunlight coming across the far end of the ground as Gilchrist bowls. Fuller, and Folks wristily plays this up to mid-on, and there isn't a run. It's the end of the over. 328 for 7. Folks 128 and Abbott 40.
Yes, and just the 2 overs remaining today, and now the sun's come out, so we'll be absolutely fine for these 2 overs. 108 now put on for the 8th wicket. It was a record 7th wicket partnership for Surrey against Warwickshire earlier today, between Tom Laws with the highest first-class score of 83 and Ben Folks, but Folks still there on 128, and Jordan Thompson bowling the last over of the day from the City end. Oh, has he got him? He has. Outside edge from Abbott. He's looking for that cut shot. We were talking about him leaning back, but big outside edge, and boy did they need that wicket, Warwickshire. That'll give them a lift. Kai Smith taking that one off his feet away to his right hand side. Abbott goes for 40. Partnership broken on 108 with 11 balls to go today, and Surrey are 328 for 8.
Yeah, they needed it. I mean, they really needed it about an hour ago, but at least it gives them something now to fight to the very last ball today for. Because if it were possible to wrap up Surrey tonight, that would be something of a bonus. First wicket for Thompson.
Yes, and for Warwickshire as well, for Thompson.
It did, yes.
Yeah, so his first Warwickshire wicket. That's a nice moment for him. Matt Fisher has made his way out to the middle, and it was Fisher last year that put on a big partnership with Ben Folks in the game here last year.
Did he get 100 in that game? He was close to it, wasn't he?
Folks did. I think Fisher got his highest score of the summer. Hang on, let me just have a quick look here. Fisher got 40, I think.
Oh, right.
Yeah, 40.
I think he's made runs here previously. I'm sure.
Might have been for Yorkshire.
Yeah,
I
think
it might have done that. So Matt Fisher out there with Folks. Jordan Thompson has his first Warwickshire wicket. 3 slips come in. Warwickshire would now like to finish this all off, and then know they're coming back and starting tomorrow morning. As Thompson is in and Fisher's forward, pops this one down in front of him, offers to pick the ball up. Warwickshire say, no, you're fine, we'll do that bit. There are 10 balls remaining today. Of course, Matt Fisher quite rightly ended up in the Ashes squad, but didn't play a test match. I think his chance could well come this summer though. Again, he's got that one test against the West Indies. As over the wicket goes Thompson, forward goes Fisher. Pushes this one out towards backward point. And there is no run. Folks having a bit of a rest at the non-striker's end. And still to come for Surrey, James Taylor, the final Surrey batsman. Interesting looking scorecard today as well. Just with the way the wickets fell early and then all of a sudden, two big partnerships. This could be tight, that's out. Thompson's doing a really good job here. And Surrey are 9 down. It's a good bit of bowling. Matt Fisher's just got out there. He's nipped one back. I think Fisher knew as well. So Fisher goes without scoring. 328 for 9, and now a chance for Warwickshire to finish Surrey off tonight and start batting tomorrow. But very good from Jordan Thompson here, Mike Taylor.
Still running in hard at the end, and yes, if they can end this tonight, that would save them from some irritation in the morning. 8 balls left to try and do that. James Taylor coming out with a little bit of responsibility here. If he can help folks get to the end, that would be something.
So Thompson, 2 in the over. 328 for light. It's got an even stranger look to it now, this scorecard with that.
Well, you do get games like this in the Championship quite a bit, where
early season
the ball is effective for 25 overs and then stops being so effective.
Because the fall of wickets today, 8, 17, 55, 61, 65, 65, 220, 328, 328. And so even I can work out the difference between the two sides so far. In this Surrey innings has been 2 partnerships, Mike Taylor. There you are, you see. That's why they pay me. Well, I was going to say the big bucks. As in over the wicket once again. Here's Thompson solidly forward. Is James Taylor, the right-hander, to his first delivery. Plays that one back up the pitch and there's no run.
Yes, 2 partnerships collectively worth
264.
well, more than 3/4 of the total.
Yeah. I can also tell you, Mike, take those 2 partnerships out, it's a very different looking scorecard.
It could have happened.
It
there
could
was
have
a
happened.
short period where, after the 6th wicket fell, where they really could have folded up.
As Taylor covers up, plays Thompson out into the offside. They'd spread the field to give Taylor a single. But no, he wasn't going to take that because Folks wants to be on strike for the final over of the day. Slightly different to a sort of night watchman scenario when it gets like this. Folks wants to be on strike on 128.
We've learned something, though, about both teams today, which we'll see how relevant it turns out to be over the course of the summer, but we've learned that Surrey have all their fighting qualities restored, and we've learned that Warwickshire have an attack that, in helpful conditions, can do some serious damage.
Very much so.
Hasn't, in the end, quite done enough today to make good that on that potential, but they won't necessarily be coming up against a player as well as good Ben Folkes every day, and they won't have to bowl tomorrow because the first ball of what would have been the final over today from Gilchrist has finally got through Folkes and bowled him leg stump. It wriggled back in, might even have taken the inside edge on its way in, I think. And the last 3 wickets all fell at 328. So 2 partnerships sustained Surrey, the 2 tent poles, both of which featured Ben Folkes, who is last out for 128, bowled by Gilchrist. And Warwickshire will bat in the morning, replying to Surrey's 328.
Well, isn't cricket a ridiculous game at times, but well played, Ben Folkes. I think he was almost just trying to push that out into the covers and get back for 2, and got a little inside edge back onto his stumps, but magnificent innings of 128, and well bowled Warwickshire as well. They've stuck at that, and silly old game cricket at times. Those last 3 wickets all falling without a run added, and Surrey all out for 3:28. But it does mean we all know what we're up to tomorrow morning, because Warwickshire will start their reply in the morning. But well bowled to Warwickshire, but very well batted to Ben Folkes and Tom Laws. That partnership of 155 today.
Warwickshire leaving the field now. Folkes, 199 balls, a 6 and 21 fours. It was quite an exhibition of stroke play, especially after tea. 14 boundaries since tea, Ben Folkes. Briefly, the bowling figures. Woke 16 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 56. Bamber 19 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 59. Thompson 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 38. Gilchrist 17 overs and that 1 ball, 3 maidens, 2 for 50. Barnard 17 overs, 6 maidens, none for 51. Has more reason than most to reflect on what a cruel game it is. Webster 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 42. And Robbie Yates 3 overs, no wicket for 25. And that, I think, is where we draw to a close today. So we'll be back with you tomorrow, weather permitting, from 11 o'clock. I think the forecast is good enough for us to look forward to that. When we start, Warwickshire will be replying to Surrey's 328. There'll be reaction in various places, including on the BBC Cricket website, to today's play in the fullness of time. But that is all from us for tonight from Edgbaston, and we hope to look forward to your company from just before 11 o'clock tomorrow on Saturday.